Chapter 106. The following 2 days were immensely busy for Harry, the Potter household, and Kyoto, but everyone was very happy with being this busy since it was for a good cause. Yasaka had chosen a big plot of land where Harry built a massive wooden house for all of his demigod children on the outskirts of Kyoto. Using senjutsu and wood ninjutsu, he was able to quickly create a home for everyone. Faye, Hermione, and Rei immediately began to expand, create rooms and decorate each section of what could only be described as a massive mansion. Jean had even joked that it was sort of like the X-Men mansion back on her home world, just way bigger. Harry then built a massive basement and expanded it until it became the size of a country. Adding a senjutsu core down below the basement, he was able to make sure what would soon become a training area can grow its own plant life and environment. Valerie, Kunu, and Tony made sure to make them a lab, a library, and a workshop with all the cool toys the demigods can ever wish for, so they can train as much as they want. Susan, Luna, and Jessica made sure they had a great kitchen and entertainment so they can fun when they aren't busy. Of course, Sierra Fall, Arish Kigel and Gabriel brought TVs, movies, and video game systems along with a bunch of games for everyone to enjoy. Milim, Fu, and Jean made sure that each and every room had everything the demigods will ever need: laptops, beds, clothes, and even all kinds of cool things the girls thought the demigods would enjoy. Off-Ice didn't have anything to do, so she opted with hanging out with the demigods in the hotel they were staying in while Harry and everyone else were making them their new home. The kids liked Off-Ice quite a lot, and even though at first they were nervous around her when they found out she is a dragon god, they soon noticed that she was a very mellow if not a calm dragon, and quite the glutton as well. But the demigod children didn't mind that too much and instead kept feeding her snacks. Off-Ice quite liked this and had enjoyed her time with who were practically her children now. Pepper along with Amaterasu helped the mundane parents get their documents and paperwork in order so they can peacefully live in Japan and Neo-Kyoto, while Yasaka also got them high-end jobs in the government or Neo-Kyoto. To those that had their own business, Harry built them new shops and such and provided financial support while those shops began to make money, not to mention that he built them all a house so they can live peacefully. The main demigod house was a sort of camp/private school where they can study, train, and prepare for their future, while their mundane families would live in their own homes where they can go to and live or visit whenever they want. The same with the parents, they were allowed into the building and visit whenever they want, something they were very thankful for. No one really liked being separated for long periods of time because of Zeus's laws, and were quite happy to no longer have to worry about all of that anymore. Harry even brought Sana and had her begin to create a curriculum for the demigods. On the weekends, Sana and her peerage would be coming to the big house, as the demigods named their mansion, to teach. Harry thought that it was a very big opportunity for Sana and her peerage to get experience teaching for when she graduates and builds her school, something that Sana agreed to and was very thankful for. It was a big chance for her and she wasn't going to waste it. The demigods themselves were very nervous on the first day in Kyoto, but everyone in the yokai faction was very kind and understanding of them, and they quickly began to get used to their own home. Especially with all the cool and interesting things available in Kyoto, magical artifacts, advanced technology, and the guilds, all of this was very awe-inspiring to them, and many were already planning on what to do for the future. Annabeth and most of the Athena children joined one of the many research-oriented guilds in Kyoto, things like the Magical Research Guild, or work for the Information and Library Guild. Hephaestus's children were interested in the blacksmith, enchanting, and engineering guilds, while Demeter's children joined things like the Healing Temple and Fauna Research Guild. Ares's children were a mixed bag. Some were very interested in the Bounty Hunter Guild, Exploration Guild, or the Palace Guards. Brunhild was excited by the fact that many daughters of Ares wanted to become Valkyries. Some demigod children didn't know what they wanted to do yet, but Harry told them to take their time and to enjoy life and have fun. Aphrodite's children took this to heart, and even though they were allowed to have fun, Harry did warn them not to cause any trouble. Given that Harry is now their father, they agree and just spent their day as children do. Percy, Thalia, Nico, and Bianca moved in together with Sally. The sweet and kind woman had become a favorite among the children of the big tree, and they decided to stick around, not that Sally minded. She was more than happy to take care of them, especially since Harry was helping them financially and she can be a mother full-time, which was something she really wanted to do for them. These 4 demigods were also very attached to Harry and followed him around everywhere he went. Even Ari, Morgan, and Hope found that fun and decided to follow Harry everywhere as well. It certainly brought a lot of mirth and smiles whenever Harry would walk around with a file of children following him everywhere, not that the dragon god minded, since he was all smiles and laughs as he joked around and played with the kids. But that wasn't even half of what Harry had to do. He still needed to create a whole new pocket dimension for the Greek nature spirits and elementals. However, this time he had help to move things along more quickly. Yasaka, Hermione, Faye, Jessica, and Luna helped with the creation of this new pocket dimension. Harry created the dimension itself and gave it laws of nature while the girls worked on creating a senjutsu and mana core for it. With these two cores, this pocket dimension will not only be self-sustainable but it will enrich the environment inside the pocket dimension so it could be a perfect home for highly magical beings such as the nymphs and other elemental spirits. It took 24 straight hours for all 5 to finish the pocket dimension and quickly move all the wood nymphs trees into it along with the other nymphs and elemental spirits. They were of course very happy with their new home, and the fact that it was connected to Kyoto so they could go and enjoy the town whenever they want was a big plus for them. Now they can have a life, study something, or even get a job. Not just stuck being servants to the gods, many of them wanted to join guilds or even go to school, something Harry, Yasaka, and Amaterasu encouraged wholeheartedly. Ria and Chiron became the ones in charge of the big house. Ria will cook and take care of the mansion while Chiron will continue to train and teach. Of course, Susan, Hela, and Sakyam and Maid Mode will also help take care of the big house and help, at least until Hestia arrives in Kyoto in a month. That way both she and Ria can take care of the big house together. Harry even built a big hearth for Hestia inside of the big house as a surprise gift for her for when she got there. Ria had said that Hestia was going to really love it. The minor gods that had joined the yokai faction will be busy with Amaterasu learning everything about the yokai faction in order to help around, something that these minor gods were happy to do if it meant that they will be able to spend time with their children. Still, Ria did mention to Harry that even though the Olympians couldn't have any more children thanks to him, there were still more demigods in the United States, and even though Hades wouldn't send more monsters out, there were still a lot of Greek monsters out there that would still go after them. So Harry asked Remus and Sirius to prepare a quick response team in order to get to these demigods right away and save them if they were in danger. Both Sirius and Remus immediately agreed and even spearheaded the new rapid rescue team, which was going to be composed of members of the Anbio Corp, Bounty Hunter Guild, and pack members of Remus's Inugami clan. Harry, with the help of Tony, built a scanner connected to God's system that will alert all the members of the rapid rescue team whenever a demigod was in danger so they could move out, save them and bring them to Kyoto if necessary. With that issue resolved, it took a few weeks under time dilation wards to get everything done within these 2 days. They couldn't get much help from everyone else because the yokai faction and Kyoto as a whole were busy preparing for the match between Harry and Sarayorg, which was coming up in a day. So all of this was done by everyone in the Potter household. Even Morgan, Hope and Ari helped with the younger kids and kept them occupied with games and stories of their adventures. With everything now done and the demigods and their mundane parents in their new homes and work, the Potter household got to relax a day before Harry's match with Sarayorg. This meant that Harry just turned into his dragon form, walked into the backyard of the big house and rolled around a few times before laying down and finally taking a nap. Of course, everyone in the Potter household and the demigod children decided that Harry looked very comfortable, and so everyone jumped on his back and lay down to take a nap as well. This is how Ria and Chiron found everyone in the backyard sleeping on top of a napping and snoring dragon god, and to Ria, it was the single most adorable and funny thing she had ever seen in all her life. Something that Chiron seems to agree with because he was chuckling. Both decided to let the very tired dragon god and his massive family get their rest and went back inside the big house. The day of Sarayorg and Harry's match finally arrived, a day that many factions were looking forward to ever since the yokai had announced that it was going to be televised for everyone to see. So everyone turned on their TVs and computers to watch the upcoming match. Many knew that Sarayorg wasn't going to win, but they were hoping that he would force Harry Potter to use something he hasn't used before. Others were hoping to learn more about the dragon god and perhaps analyze his fighting style and overall power. Others were curious about what the yokai faction was going to show. There hasn't been any information known about the yokai faction and what they have been doing since they purged all the fallen angels from Japan and killing of all spies and informants. All information coming out of Kyoto has gone dark and no one knew exactly what the extent of their power and advancements are, only what has been seen by the guilds and the Kyoto elite guard whenever they worked outside of Japan. But even that paints a very bright picture of how powerful and advanced the yokai faction has become, so everyone was very excited for the televised event to begin. Yasaka, who was sitting in her office and watching as everyone was getting ready to start the televised event, couldn't help to smile and reminisce just how much everything has changed over the years. That night when Ereshkigal arrived with a small black-haired boy, everything had changed for her and the yokai faction. Back then her faction was ridiculed and made fun of by every other faction out there in the world. Sure, they didn't do it to her face, but she heard the whispers and their actions spoke louder than any words spoken. Everyone did whatever they wanted in Japan, her home and that of the yokai, and wouldn't take them seriously whenever something would happen. In fact, they just shrugged off her warnings and continued to do as they pleased. Fallen angels would steal, take over buildings, and treat the populace of Japan horribly. Devils would come and try to reincarnate yokai into their peerages, while the exorcist from the church would hunt them down. It was a mess and nothing she did ever changed anything, and how could it anyways? At the time she was an ultimate rank threat at best, and thus she wasn't taken too seriously, especially since she couldn't even leave Kyoto. Yasaka looked down as she remembered the stress she used to feel back then and the time she would cry in frustration for not being able to protect her home. But then, one night her good friend, now harem sister, brought to her the person who would change everything for her and her faction. Harry Potter came into her life and destroyed everything she had ever believed in and dragged her along on a trip of chaos she would never ever regret taking. Harry's sole presence turned her faction into the strongest already, but the sweet and caring man went beyond that and provided her and the yokai the means to rise up beyond anything this world could ever hope or dreamed about. He gave the yokai faction everything he had, his riches, his power, his knowledge, and his love. From the moment Harry Potter joined the yokai faction, he considered it his family, and he went all out in his efforts to make it the strongest and the most advanced faction in the world. It was thanks to the man she had come to love that everything had changed for her, for her people, and for some others. Looking back at everything, she couldn't help to brightly smile at the life she had built with him, her very big and chaotic life. She was even a mom to so many children now. A thought that brought a giggle out of her, one that Ereshkigal, Sirafal, and Gabriel heard, causing them to turn to look at them. Yasaka softly smiled at the just thinking about how much everything has changed. Ereshkigal smiled and nodded. I know what you mean. I still can't believe that small and very frail boy I saved so long ago was able to do all of this. Sirafal grinned. Harry has changed the lives of so many. And for the better too. I'm so glad I've met him, hee. I still remember how scared I was of him when I met him. Everyone shared a laugh while Gabriel hummed. He can be a bit wild, but I still love him very much. Because of him my brothers got their act together and heaven and the church are improving so much. Yasaka smiled at her harem sisters and nodded. Yes, it certainly has been an adventure. Fufu, I think it's time to show the world just how much we the yokai faction have accomplished in these years. Gabriel, Sirafal, and Ereshkigal nodded while Yasaka stood up and proudly declared, begin the transmission. Let the world know what the yokai faction and Neo Kyoto can do. Her voice was being projected to everyone and everywhere in Kyoto, and upon hearing their leader's declaration the yokai roared and began their work. And thus the televised event began, and it would forever show just how inadequate and weak every faction in the world was compared to the yokai faction. On this day the supernatural world found itself lacking, and it was a hit to their pride that will never ever heal. The factions were given an entire hour before Harry's and Sarayorg's match to watch as Yasaka, Ereshkigal, Sirafal, and Gabriel gave a sort of tour to the camera around Kyoto, and it left every member of the supernatural world in awe. The four powerful women took the camera and showed it the guilds, the shops, the library, and even the research facilities, and gave them a little peek at the advancement of the yokai faction. The sheer amount of powerful medicines, magical artifacts, and technological advances that were shown to the world was staggering to each and every supernatural being in the world. From weapons of the highest qualities to arcane spells never before seen to very advanced smartphones, laptops, hard light technology, and even clean and unending energy was shown by Yasaka. Gabriel showed Kyoto's healing temple, medicines, and medical practices used by Asia, Tsunade, Ophaneman, and herself. Ereshkigal showed the different types of clothes, jewelry, and cultures found in Kyoto now. While Sirafal showed their military strength by showcasing the Anbyo Corps, the Royal Knights, the Palace Guards, and the Bounty Hunter Guild. But the surprise didn't end there, beginning with the revelation that Kyoto had its very own Valkyrie unit, which made the Asgard faction gape in shock at the news. Many things came as a surprise, but none more than Yasaka's last announcement. The nine-tailed fox proudly smiled and loudly announced that a new faction has been born. This caught the attention of every leader of the supernatural world. A new faction had been created and they needed to access the threat level of it. They needed to know what they were dealing with. To their never-ending shock and fear, Off-Eyes stepped into the camera frame from behind Yasaka, who smiled and stepped out of the way. Off-Eyes deadpanned at the camera since she much rather go and play with her children than be here. But she needed to do her job as one of the leaders of the dragon faction, so Off-Eyes sighed and then grinned at the camera. As of today the dragons have become unified under one banner. Today Off-Eyes Ouroboros, the dragon god of infinity, announced that the dragon faction has been created under my and Harry Potter, the Twilight Dread dragon god of chaos and creation's leadership. This made the entire supernatural world panic and erupted into madness. No one had noticed that the dragons had unified. In fact, no one even wondered why no dragon had been heard of or seen in a while, and that made everyone feel ashamed. Once again their inability to pay attention to what was going on around them had come to bite them in the ass, and now they had the most dangerous and powerful beings under the leadership of two dragon gods. This couldn't get any worse. However, to their increasing panic and fear, it got even worse. Off-Eyes wasn't quite done speaking, and her next announcement was a full-on punch to the gut to everyone listening. Off-Ice tilted her head to the camera and smiled, and of course, the dragon faction has allied itself to the yokai faction. Every supernatural being began to curse at the screen in frustration and anger. This made the yokai faction far more dangerous than it was before, even more so than it was now. After Off-Ice showed off a bit of the dragon sanctuary and the many kinds of dragons that live there, the supernatural factions saw kinds of dragons they thought were extinct. But that wasn't the worst part. No, it was the fact that Tiamat, Yulong, and Tannen were right there on the screen grinning at the camera from behind Off-Ice. It felt like they were being made fun of and told off like a bunch of kids not worth their attention. It was a big blow to the pride of the supernatural factions, one that they might never recover from. After so many revelations, Yasaka, Ereshkigal, Yasaka, and Gabriel finally took the camera towards where the match between Dragon God Harry Potter and Bale Heir Serai Org Bale will take place. It was a massive pocket dimension with only rock formations and cliffs that could be seen, but it was enormous and the devils were utterly surprised. It was a well-known fact that the devils were the only ones who can create pocket dimensions, especially for the raiding games, but those had their limitations in size and could only be copies of something already existing. The ones showcased by the yokai faction looked different. Not only did they look like they never ended, the sheer diversity of environments was staggering, especially from the dragon sanctuary. From what little was shown, they could see all kinds of natural environments in that pocket dimension, which means that devils have not only been surpassed in technology but on the scale of what they can do. Ajilka Beelzebub has been thrown off his throne of being the smartest being in the world. As of today, the devil faction were not the most technologically advanced faction anymore. Yasaka walked in front of the camera and smiled. Well, the awaited match between Harry and the Bale Heir will be starting soon. As you can see, we, the yokai faction, have prepared an adequate place for them to fight with no worries. The camera then moved to Ereshkigal, who smiled. The Bale Heir will be allowed to use and do anything he wishes in his match, which includes weapons, tools, and even healing items. Then the camera moved to Sirafal, who twirled and stuck a pose. There's no time limit. And only when one of them is no longer able to continue will the fight be stopped. Then the camera moved to Gabriel, who shyly smiled and waved at the camera since she wasn't used to doing this sort of thing. Hello. Here in Kyoto we have prepared the necessary precautions in case of serious injuries or even death. Rest assured that everything will be fixed and the fighters will be safe after the fight. Gabriel walked out of the camera's view and Yasaka stepped back with a smile on her face. Well, that's it for the announcements. The match will be starting in 5 minutes, so I hope everyone enjoyed the small tour around Kyoto and the match itself. The camera panned out and showed Yasaka, Sirafal, Gabriel, and Ereshkigal waving at the camera with excited smiles on their faces. The transmission went into a sort of break and the girls smiled at each other. They quickly teleport back home where they will be able to see the fight with the rest of the Potter family. In Konoha and Suna, everyone was watching the transmission thanks to Harry and Tony connecting this dimension to the yokai faction's satellite, so everyone in these two shinobi villages will be able to see the match, and everyone from civilians and shinobi was excited to see the war hero, Dragon Lord Harry Potter, in action. Naruto was at home with his family, Sasuke's family, and their generation of shinobi to watch the match together. Lee walked up to Naruto, who was watching everyone talk and have a little bit of fun while they waited for the match to begin. So Naruto, what do you know about this Bale Heir? Harry spoke to me about him and he seems quite interested in him. Naruto grinned at Lee and then nodded. Yes, he told me that even though he's an heir now, he had a similar past to ours, unwanted and treated badly because he didn't inherit the Bale's bloodline ability. Harry said he reminds him of us with the way he took to training and becoming strong in order to prove everyone in his clan wrong. Lee nodded and the grin. Ha! Another one whose youth burns bright. Outstanding. I can't wait to see what he can do. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. Yes, me too. Harry seems to want us to give him a hand with his training. I don't mind, but Harry said to wait and see what he can do first before agreeing. Lee nodded. I see, then let's observe closely how far the Bale Heir has come. Naruto nodded at Lee while Kakashi overheard the conversation and smiled. He then turned towards Guy. What do you think, Guy? Guy just grinned and gave Kakashi a thumbs up. I think that if Harry thinks that the Bale Heir is capable, we should give him a hand. Kakashi nodded. Well, okay, Harry is a good judge of characters, so I'll help as well. 5 minutes soon passed by and both Harry and Serai Org were teleported into the pocket dimension where their match will take place. Serai Org looked around and nodded in appreciation. A big and empty place to fight in, huh? Looks like we won't have to worry about anything during our fight. Harry grinned and nodded. I figured a place like this would allow you to go all out without any worries. Serai Org grinned and nodded. Yes, this will make things easier. Serai Org then looked up at the sky of the pocket dimension. I get the feeling that I can't afford to hold back at all against someone like you. Play end of a thought. Tales of Symphonia cover / remix manga. Harry closed his eyes. Darkness and light began to glow and dance around him. Suddenly both Oblivion and Oathkeeper appeared on his hands in flashes of light and darkness. Saray took an involuntary step back the moment the air around Harry changed. Tension and electricity could be felt not only by him but everyone watching the match could feel it. Every single supernatural being in the world gasped in shock when Harry opened his eyes. Those cold and analyzing glowing green eyes showed that he was taking this match seriously, and it made everyone watching feel nervous and weak. However, even though Saray was visibly shaking and sweating, a big and bright smile spread on his face. His eyes glowed in excitement as he watched Harry take this seriously, and he couldn't help but feel pride in his heart. Harry, with the same expression on his face, just lifted his head at Saray. "Then come and show me what you got, Saray." Saray continued to grin, even though he knew Harry wasn't going to go all out, even though he knew that he would lose, and even though he knew that he still had a long way to go before he could consider himself a rival to Harry. He couldn't help but be thankful and excited about this fight. Harry got into a battle stance. He bent his knees and then opened his arms while holding both keyblades outward. It was an aggressive style, Saray noticed. So he knew Harry was planning to face him head-on. Saray got into his own fighting stance and roared like a lion as he engulfed his body in Toki. Naruto, Lee, Guy, and Kakashi raised an eyebrow at the interesting technique Saray just used. Naruto scrunched up his eyebrows and hummed, "That looks like senjutsu but more explosive, physical enhancement." Lee nodded, "Yes, it's like opening the 8 inner gates, but it seems more stable, or at least less damaging to the body." Guy walked up to both Naruto and Lee. "It's a little bit different. Whatever energy he's using is safely rushing through his entire body. This is a martial artist's technique." Kakashi nodded and hummed, "It's more similar to the chakra body enhancement technique but far more explosive. The air around him is crackling with energy." The 3 veteran shinobi looked more closely at Saray and noticed how arcs of electricity were lashing out around his body. Seeing as Saray was ready, Harry didn't waste any more time and disappeared in a flash of light and darkness and appeared right in front of Saray, who barely dodged a swing of Oblivion across his chest. But Saray's eyes widened when Harry didn't even stop a second and quickly spun on his toes and aimed another strike at Saray, who also barely dodged it by quickly dodging to the side. This wasn't the end of Harry's initial attack. Saray found himself at the end of an endless stream of strikes from Harry. The Dragon God's moves were so smooth and fast that Saray was in awe at how easily Harry made his movements flow with his attacks. To Saray, a martial artist, this spoke of experience. Harry's attacks were so precise and basic, but boy was he having a hard time dodging. He could tell that Harry was holding back a lot since he hasn't used any techniques or skills yet, but even so there was no doubt in Saray's mind. Harry Potter was the best, if not the best, dual wielder in the world. There was no lag nor hesitation in his movements nor any decrease in power and speed. But instead of being driven to despair or even fear, Saray excitedly smiled. His heart was thumping and his blood boiled. Harry noticed right away and discreetly smiled. Saray then, instead of dodging Harry's next strike, blocked it with his arm. The Bale Air grunted in pain and he felt his entire arm vibrate. Even with Toki he felt that attack in his very bones, but Saray ignored it and lashed out a punch at Harry's face. Harry moved his head away from the punch and Saray took advantage of this and jumped back to gain some distance. Harry just watched him do so. Saray lifted his hand to his face and saw it tremble. He closed his hand and tightened his fist and then grinned at Harry, who just tilted his head with a small smile on his face. Guy and Lee grinned, while Naruto raised an eyebrow. Kakashi chuckled a bit. He's adapting to Harry's current speed and strength. This kid has massive battle potential and adaptability. Guy laughed. His blood is boiling and his flames of youth are burning brightly. Naruto awkwardly chuckled and scratched his cheek. Yet, he hasn't noticed yet, but he's quickly getting used to Harry's current level of power. He seems to be moving as fast as he was capable of during the 4th Shinobi War. Lee excitedly grinned. Back then Harry gave Madara a run for his money when he first appeared on the battlefield. Even Madara was impressed with him. Everyone nodded and Kakashi couldn't help but softly smile in pride at who became the Anbyo captain of Konoha. Look, Harry is having fun. He has the same smile whenever he spars with you, Naruto. Naruto chuckled and noticed the smile on his brother-in-all but blood. He must really have this kid in high regard. Now I want to train him even more. Saray suddenly exploded forward and got close to Harry in a blink of an eye and began to trade blows with the Dragon God's keyblades. Each time Saray's fist collided with Harry's keyblades, blast of energy and shockwaves would lash out around them, destroying stone pillars and cliffs. The more Saray fought, the more he noticed that he was moving faster, striking harder, reacting quicker, and he no longer felt pain whenever his fist collided with Harry's keyblades. It was here that Saray noticed. Harry was teaching him while they were fighting by example. He was fighting at his power level so Saray would improve, so he could learn and adapt. He was taking him seriously, but he was also giving him an adequate challenge. This made Saray try even harder. He wanted Harry's approval now. He wanted to show him what he can do and thank him for this chance, so Saray pushed off of Harry and then jumped up and lashed out a kick. Harry blocked it with Oblivion. But Saray grabbed his foot and used Harry's dark keyblade as leverage and knee Harry on the cheek. The strike didn't move Harry a bit and got him a thrust from Oathkeeper to the stomach, but as he flew through the air he couldn't help but grin at the fact that he was finally able to hit Harry. Saray landed on his back but immediately rolled backward. With this maneuver he was able to roll to his feet and stare at Harry. He grabbed hold of his stomach since Harry's counter had hurt quite a bit, but the smile on his face stayed. Harry cracked his neck and then nodded to Saray. Well done, you caught me by surprise with the last move, so I think that's enough warm up, let's take it up a notch. Saray stood up and excitedly grinned. He had already learned a lot in this small amount of time and he couldn't help but look forward to what else he can learn from this fight. The fight between Harry Potter and Saray Bale has just begun, but with what has already been shown the supernatural world was left in awe and fear. They knew Harry Potter as a dragon god was powerful, but to see his level of skill and experience was something else. The way he moves and fights speaks of experience. A big amount of experience. It was as if Harry Potter had seen war, had battled for a long time, and to every supernatural being watching Harry seemed like a veteran, and that made everyone nervous. For who had he fought that had pushed his skills and ability to this level? Who was powerful enough to push a dragon god to reach this level of power, skill, and experience? The worst part is that this match has only begun and Harry wasn't fighting anywhere close to his actual level of power, and that fact made the entire supernatural world feel horror for what's about to be shown. Chapter 107. Harry softly smiled at Saray. He had been fighting at the same level of power he had when he fought Madara Uchiha in the Fourth Shinobi War. At that time he was barely able to keep up with Madara, and the ancient Uchiha had kept him on his toes the entire fight. It was only because of his Keyblade skills and magic that he was able to fight him. He had even surprised him with a few Hollow and Soul Reaper techniques a few times. During the war, he was forced to constantly get stronger, and the EXP points he got during the fights helped a lot to close the gap, so by the time Madara had gone full Juhobi Jinkriki he was already catching up. The Shinobi world was the third world he had visited after all, and the fact that Saray was already keeping up with him at this level was a pleasant surprise. However, he had been fighting the young devil with his Keyblades only. Now it was time to see how he reacts and adapts when he starts using skills and long-range techniques. Just in case Harry discreetly removed Saray's weakness to Holy Light, he didn't want to accidentally kill him after all. But now it was time to show off a bit, and so Harry let go of Oblivion and Oathkeeper. Many thought they would vanish in flashes of darkness and light, since they had seen how Harry would put away his iconic weapons before. However, to their surprise, that wasn't what happened. Instead, the Keyblades began to float beside him, and Saray narrowed his eyes. He knew that whatever Harry was going to do wasn't only going to be amazing, but it was going to hurt a lot as well. Then right before his very eyes Harry disappeared in a blur, followed by a strange buzzing sound, and reappeared right in front of Saray, which surprised the young devil, especially since Harry lashed out with a 3-hit combo to his face. 1. Saray's face whipped to his left as Harry punched his cheek. 2. Harry open-palmed struck the young devil in the solar plexus, which had the young devil doubled over. And 3. A spinning elbow to the temple that actually forced Saray's whole body to do a side flip and land on the ground. All of that happened within a single blink, and if he didn't feel the strikes shake all of his bones, Saray would have missed Harry's attacks. But the Bale Heir didn't get too much time to contemplate Harry's martial arts prowess, because both Oblivion and Oathkeeper suddenly shot down towards his head. He rolled out of the way and flipped himself into the air to get away from the Keyblades, which stabbed the place where his head lay a few seconds ago, but that maneuver to get away from Harry was a wasted one because the Dragon God was already on him. Harry had immediately gone after Saray the moment he saw him roll out of the way of his Keyblades and met him in midair with a flying knee that struck him on the chest. Saray's body folded over Harry's knee. He then raised both hands above his head and swung them down in a double hammer strike, which hit the young devil on his back, sending Saray towards the ground. But before his body could even touch the ground, both Oblivion and Oathkeeper rushed towards him, spinning like buzzsaws, and crashed against his body, changing his falling trajectory. Saray was sent flying backward while the Keyblades continued to strike him and push him back until both Oathkeeper and Oblivion burst with darkness and light and exploded in a bright explosion of twilight. The explosion sent Saray crashing into a cliff, destroying it and burying him beneath debris and rocks. Harry's trusty Keyblades flew back to Harry and stayed floating by his sides while he looked down and waited to see how Saray would react to his fighting style. Saray easily blasted himself out from underneath the destroyed cliff and looked up towards Harry, who was floating in the air. Ugh, those hits hurt a lot, and those weapons of his. Harry floated down and softly landed on the ground a fair distance away from Saray. The young devil sighed and then stood up. I didn't know you practiced martial arts, everyone just assumes you're a swordsman or a mage. Harry grinned. I'm an all-rounder, I can take any spot in any group or team, especially with the number of skills, spells, and techniques I have at my disposal. Saray grinned. Everyone thinks you're a power type but instead you're more of a technique type with no focus on any style. Usually not many people choose to be an all-rounder because it makes it difficult to master anything but you. You somehow mastered everything you've learned. Harry smiled and snapped his fingers, not allowing anyone to be able to hear or see their mouths moving. Even those watching the match on a TV or computer monitor were unable to pick up anything about the conversation going on between the Dragon God and Bel-Air. Many really wanted to know what they were talking about and were getting frustrated, but in the end, there was nothing they could do about it. Only those who are allied to the yokai faction and the family of Harry could hear the conversation. Harry grinned at Saray. I have experience on my side. I might not look it, but I'm pretty old. Saray. I wasn't born this powerful after all. I had to start from somewhere and my travels have taught me a lot. Saray listens to Harry intently. I think you've noticed it already, but the yokai faction has access to some very outlandish things, right? Saray nodded, having noticed that particular thing about Kyoto. Harry smiled. You could almost say that Kyoto and the yokai faction have obtained things out of this world, no? Saray frowned and looked down, lost in thought as he began to think upon Harry's words. He knew he was giving him a hint, of course, and it was only after a little bit that his eyes widened in realization all of this. The technology, the unknown types of magic, some of the beings living in Kyoto. They're from a different world. Harry smiled proudly. That's right, Saray. I have been in so many worlds, learned, seen, and experienced so many things, good things and bad things as well. I've been to war, I destroyed worlds, I have seen universes being born. Saray gaped at what Harry was saying while Harry continues on. I have seen a lot in my life. Do you know what I think when I see the factions? With all their political drama? Their pitiful little conflicts? Their so-called problems? Saray shook his head. How could he, a young devil, begin to know or even comprehend what somebody like Harry sees in the factions? Harry frowned. Children playing at being someone important in this universe. Almost every faction and its leaders have been nothing but disappointments, so deluded into thinking that their problems or even their existence is important to the grand scheme of it all, when they're nothing but grains of sand in this massive multiverse. Saray tightened his fist and nodded. He was beginning to understand the bigger picture. Harry smiled and nodded in approval. You see, in this multiverse there are beings that can easily destroy worlds, solar systems, and even drive the entire population of a universe into madness, and no one even knows. Harry closed his eyes. I can't really fault them though. I alone have that knowledge because I have seen it for myself. It's one of the many reasons I've never stopped trying to get even more powerful, learn new things, and understand the root of it all better. Saray nodded. You're preparing everyone you care about. You're making sure that they can fight and survive anything out there. You don't care about the factions or that they're afraid of you. After all, they're not important enough for you to worry about them, no. You want to make sure that the yokai faction and your loved ones are ready to face any of the horrors you've seen out there in the multiverse. Harry opened his eyes and smiled at Saray. That's right, everyone is so scared about us and spends their time trying to figure out our next plan, as if we're planning to attack someone or if we're preparing for war. In reality, we couldn't care less about them really. Harry shrugged and chuckled. Saray sighed and nodded. But why tell me? I know my mother joined the yokai faction, but I'm still a member of the devil faction. Why let me know about all of this? Because I see potential in you just as I see it with Sana. You have the goal to become a Mo, right? Saray nodded. Well, I think you can become something more, something far more important, and so I decided to help you, but first I want you to show me what you can do. Saray widened his eyes in surprise. No one but his peerage and mother ever told him that he had potential, and no one but them has ever shown interest in him, but here was Harry Potter, a dragon god, who just told him that he believes he has potential and that he wants to help him. Saray couldn't help the burning desire to prove himself to Harry from growing. To him this was a big opportunity and he wasn't going to waste it. Harry chuckled as he noticed the fire in Saray's eyes burn. There are a few very powerful people watching this fight. I had already asked them to train you, and with what you showed right now I'm sure they will be more than willing to do so, but before I agree to help you, you have to give this match your best. Stop holding back. Saray grinned and nodded. I have been saving this for when I have to face Sana in a raiding game, but I might as well use it now. I'll earn your help and of those powerful people you speak of. Harry smiled and nodded. He then snapped his fingers and everyone was able to hear what was going on in the match again. Naruto, Lee, Guy, and Kakashi grinned at the fact that Saray still had more up his sleeve and wanted to keep it a secret, but when fighting against someone like Harry you really can't hold anything back. Suddenly beside Saray-Org a giant lion with a purple gem on his forehead appeared beside the young devil and roared. Harry raised an eyebrow and stared at the lion. Regulus Nemia. Ha, the son of the Vapula devil clan has the battle axe of the Lion King Longinus at his disposal, how fitting. Saray-Org grinned. I wasn't born with it, I found Regulus during my training travels and I tamed it, we became partners and now we fight together. Harry nodded in understanding while the many devils watching the match gaped at the fact that Saray-Org Bale has access to a Longinus of all things. He had already proven he was powerful, but this? Many were regretting the way they treated him in the past, and among them was his grandfather Zekram, who was shocked that his heir had a Longinus and never knew. Saray-Org closed his eyes and gathered his Toki. Regulus, let's do this. My lion. King of Nemia. You, who has been called King of Lions. Answer my howl and turn into my armor. Balance breaker. Harry watched as Regulus was suddenly engulfed in a bright golden light which immediately merged with Saray-Org. The Bale heir's body began to glow with the same golden light that engulfed Regulus a few seconds ago, and as soon as the light dissipated, Saray-Org was revealed to everyone watching the match. Saray-Org grinned and tightened his fists. Regulus Ray Leather Rex. Harry raised an eyebrow. Your power level drastically increased, very impressive, you're officially at the high end of the ultimate rank level in power. Saray-Org nodded. Yes, this balance breaker is the culmination of all my hard work and training along with the bond I share with Regulus. Harry nodded. Looks like I'm going to have to take up a notch then, get ready Saray-Org. Saray-Org grinned and then both he and Harry disappeared in blurs. Explosions and shockwaves began to go off all over the place. Most of the people watching the match couldn't see anything going on but suspected that the combatants were moving at a speed they couldn't perceive. Only the faction leaders could see blurs moving around and colliding all over the place. Even though they couldn't see the fight, they could see how it was pretty intense with how quickly the area was being destroyed by the collisions between Harry and Saray-Org. Only the members of the yokai faction, the Potter household, and Konoha could clearly see the battle, and it was extraordinary. Saray-Org at first couldn't react to Harry's hand-to-hand combat fast enough. The fact that he also had to pay attention to the keyblades was also making it hard for him to counterattack, and ended up taking quite a few blows from Harry as a result. But even as he took those hits, Saray-Org recovered quickly and began to adapt to having to fight Harry and his two keyblades at the same time. He was even reacting to attacks coming his way in all directions and dodging or blocking. Harry grinned when Saray-Org blocked a pronged attack by Oblivion and Oathkeeper with both arms and lashed out a high kick toward his face. Harry tilted his head out of the way and pointed an open hand towards Saray-Org. Before the Bale heir could react, Harry fired a massive blast of ki towards Saray-Org's chest. Being too close to Harry didn't give the young devil enough time to dodge and ended up taking the full ki blast head on. He was instantly pushed back and through the ground, screaming in pain as the ki blast pushed his body through the rocky ground. Harry let up his ki blast and then began to fire small orbs of ki all over the place while Saray-Org was still down below. Saray-Org suddenly shot out of the ground and looked around for Harry and noticed he was surrounded by orbs of ki. Who? Harry grinned and then pointed an open hand towards Saray-Org. Oh. Indeed. Hellzone grenade. Harry closed his hand and clenched his fist. The highly condensed ki orbs instantly shot forward towards Saray-Org, who being surrounded didn't have any other choice but brace himself for the attack to hit him. The ki orbs all crashed into his body and violently exploded, sending a massive air blast and destroying a big part of the landscape below. Many people watching the match had to cover their eyes from the explosion, not able to handle the brightness of the blast. But Saray-Org suddenly flew out of the explosion and rushed towards Harry and sent a punch to his face. Harry caught it and then threw him through another cliff, but Saray-Org immediately blasted himself out of the now destroyed cliff with a roar and a blast of Toki. Saray-Org stopped roaring and then began to punch at high speed toward Harry, sending high-impact blasts of Toki in his direction, but Oblivion and Oathkeeper immediately intercepted the blasts and bat them away while Harry went through multiple hand signs. Fiton, Tatsu no Shigeto. Wind style, Sea Dragon. The dragon god swung his arm and the sky instantly turned dark. As black stormy clouds gathered, suddenly a massive green tornado dropped for the sky right on top of Saray-Org, who noticed it and tried to fly away. But the wind-style ninjutsu pulled him into its center tunnel of wind and began to spin Saray-Org around at high speed. Luckily his balance breaker armor protected him from the worst of the attack. But Harry wasn't done yet. He pointed a finger towards the green tornado. Furuga, a highly condensed ball of fire shot forward from Harry's finger and soon collided against the wind-style technique, detonating in a storm of flames. The flames were dragged into the tornado and grew until the green tornado became a fire wind storm with Saray-Org trapped inside it as the wind kept the flames growing and becoming even hotter. Harry intently watched as the now fire tornado began to grow to a massive size. Now let's see what you do now. Inside the firestorm, Saray-Org was being thrashed around by the fast-moving winds and taking damage from the flames. no matter how hard he tried he couldn't escape, but that didn't mean he was out of options. So far nothing he did worked on Harry. Whatever he would do Harry would either block it or dodge it. His long-range attacks were useless against his weapons, and now he was attacking with magic or whatever that wind technique is. He knew he was outmatched from the very beginning, but he finally understood just to what extent he really was so far behind a being like Harry. Was he scared? Yes, he has never faced someone so skillful or powerful before. Was he disappointed? Just a little bit, since he was hoping that he would be able to put up a little bit more of a fight. Was he going to give up? No, he won't. He had come so far, trained too hard, and tried his best to become as powerful as he was. This fight had ignited a fire in his stomach that wanted out. Now more than anything he wanted to prove himself, not to the Bale who had at the beginning turned their backs on him and his mother, nor to his father who wanted nothing to do with him because he didn't inherit the power of destruction. He certainly didn't want to prove himself to the devils either. No, he wanted to prove himself to Harry, the man who had saved his mother, the man who became a good friend. The dragon god who saw potential in him when so many others pushed him aside as useless and a failure. He wanted to prove himself worthy of Harry's belief in him, even if it costs him his life. So with a roar that echoed through the arena and through the TVs and monitors showing his match against Harry, Sarayorg's body was suddenly engulfed in purple energy as he began to chant along, Regulus, this body, this soul, even if it falls into an endless ravine. Regulus then chanted, my lord and I, we will exhaust this body and this soul to rise up the endless royal road. Sarayorg continued on, triumph, play, and shine. Regulus then continued the chant as the flame tornado began to break down from the force of Sarayorg's energy. This is the body of a demonic beast. Sarayorg closed his eyes as his energy began to condense within his body as he chanted the next part, lodged on top of my fist, is the glorious imperial authority. Regulus suddenly roared the next part of the chat, dance, followed soon after by Sarayorg, who also chanted the word dance. Both then suddenly spoke at the same time as Sarayorg's energy exploded outward, destroying Harry's combo technique Bloom. Break down the beast, climb over. Harry raised an eyebrow at the sudden raise in power from Sarayorg and watched as he exploded in power and destroyed his wind-style ninjutsu and Furuga combo. Harry then noticed the goldish and purple aura around his body. His Rinnegan was able to let him see that this new form had a very explosive rise in all stats and power levels. This isn't a balance breaker, is it an evolution, or something else? Suddenly Sarayorg coughed up some blood, which made Harry narrow his eyes as his Rinnegan allowed him to see that Sarayorg's body couldn't handle such a sudden rise of power and was taking damage. This form is burning off his life force. In the Uzumaki household, Guy frowned as he watched Sarayorg burst out from Harry's fire and wind combo attack. This technique is taking a toll on his body, a very dangerous one. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Is it like the 8 inner gates? Guy shook his head. Not exactly. No doubt that it's as dangerous as any of the 7 gates, not counting the 8th gate of course, but young Bale's issue lies in the fact that his body isn't trained or ready to adapt to such an explosive burst of power. Naruto tilted his head. And we're not taking into account the type of energy this technique is burning off. Lee frowned. I see, he's going for an all-or-nothing attack, he's putting his life on the line with his next moves. Everyone nodded and intently watched as Sarayorg prepared himself to push forward with this battle with everything on the line. Misla, who was watching the match in the Potter household, frowned in worry for her son, but Rei patted her hand. Don't worry, Harry will make sure that nothing bad happens. Misla nodded and shakily smiled. Yes, I know, I just can't help but get worried about my son. Rei softly smiled and nodded in understanding. I know, but your son needs you to believe in him right now. Misla nodded and then took a big breath. Rei is right, of course her son doesn't need her to worry about him right now, but rather she needs to believe in him now. The entire supernatural world was once again stunned into silence. This time, however, it wasn't because of Harry's overwhelming strength or skill, but the power displayed by the young Bale heir. The Bale clan did not even know what to say right now. This entire match has been one revelation after the other, and that had left them utterly speechless. Even Zekram didn't know what to say. Just like the rest of the Bale, he had pushed Sarayorg to the side and deemed him as a failure to the Bale, so never in his wildest dreams would have expected his grandson to not only have a Longinus but was now showcasing a power level he never knew he had. Just how powerful has Sarayorg become right under their noses? Just what has he been doing all this time to gain such power? Sarayorg cleaned the blood dripping from his lips with his sleeve and looked up towards Harry, who was staring at him with his glowing reptilian green eyes. This form is burning my energy very quickly. I'm not going to be able to hold it for too long, so I have to act quickly. Suddenly Sarayorg moved and disappeared in a blur and reappeared right in front of Harry, who rose an eyebrow in surprise. He quickly bent down to dodge a high kick while Oblivion swung itself towards Sarayorg. The Bale Heir dodged it and tried to knee Harry in the face while he was bending down, but Harry blocked the raising knee with the palm of his left hand and threw a punch towards Sarayorg's throat. Sarayorg disappeared in a blur, reappeared to Harry's left side and lashed out with a spin kick towards the dragon god's head, but Oathkeeper blocked it while Harry elbowed Sarayorg on the ribs. The young devil grunted in pain but did not slow down and began to throw a barrage of fists toward Harry, who dodged most of them while his keyblades blocked the rest. As these two attacked each other, the surrounding area was beginning to be destroyed even more by the blast of wind and shockwaves caused by their techniques. Harry frowned and he saw Sarayorg cough up more blood for the strain he was putting his body on. While maintaining this new form, he was moving at god speed and his attacks pack far much more force, but his body is beginning to reach its limits. Harry then disappeared in a flash of twilight and reappeared above Sarayorg. He then dropped down and axe kicked, hitting the young Bale on top of his head, forcing it to whip downwards. But Sarayorg tanked it and then countered with an uppercut. Harry frowned and leaned back his head to dodge it, but Sarayorg suddenly transitioned into a dropping elbow and hit Harry on his collarbone. The shockwave caused by Sarayorg's elbow colliding against Harry's collarbone blasted a crater open on the ground below them. But Harry slapped the elbow away from him and then headbutted Sarayorg hard on the nose, causing the Bale Heir's head to lurch back while blood flew everywhere. Gug. Sarayorg was busy seeing stars right now that he didn't see Harry charge up a good amount of ki into his fist and then sent a punch towards Sarayorg, which then exploded into a massive Asian golden dragon fist. The ki-created Asian dragon flew towards Sarayorg and crashed against his body and flew away from Harry while taking him with it. The force of the technique was so strong that Sarayorg couldn't stop himself or the technique and ended up being taken through a short trip in the sky until the ki dragon did a loop and then headed to the ground, where it collided against the ground and aggressively exploded in a massive ki explosion that shook the entire pocket dimension where they were currently fighting. Everyone silently watched and waited as the explosion ran its course to see what had happened to Sarayorg, and once it was over he was revealed to everyone, who could see that he was severely injured. Whatever form he had taken seemed like he couldn't maintain it anymore and had gone back to his regular balance breaker, which was very damaged. All of the armor was cracked and was chipping apart. But Sarayorg still rolled to his belly and slowly got on his hands and knees until he was able to slowly push himself up to his feet, though the movements he was making ended up breaking his armor apart. As Sarayorg stood up, the upper part of his golden armor shattered and fell to pieces while Harry flew down and landed on the ground some distance away from the Bale Heir. Harry was impressed with Sarayorg and watched as he began to slowly walk up to him, which made Harry sigh and smile at him. "You did good, Sarayorg, you did good, you can rest now." Sarayorg stopped. Even though his eyes were covered by the shadow of his hair, Harry could see a small smile on his face until the very tired and injured Sarayorg fell unconscious face first into the ground. That small and happy smile never left his face, and as Harry walked up to him he couldn't help but chuckle. What a tenacious kid. Harry bent on one knee and checked Sarayorg over to make sure he was okay. "You burned out a lot of your lifespan, but don't worry, I'll restore it to full soon, and once you take a trip to the healing temple you will be good as new." Having said that, the pocket dimension Harry was in with Sarayorg suddenly cracked like glass and then shattered. The audience watching the match gaped at how that happened and at the fact that both Harry and Sarayorg were back in Neo Kyoto. A very beautiful golden-winged seraph wearing green armor suddenly flew down and smiled at Harry, who smiled back at her. "Offenman, can you take care of Sarayorg?" Offenman nodded. "Of course, Harry, we'll start treatment right away, we shall await for you at the temple." Harry nodded and Offenman teleported the unconscious Bale Heir while Harry stood up and turned towards the audience watching what was going on. "Well, that's it from the yokai faction and its allies. I hope everyone had fun, and to the devil faction, don't worry, Sarayorg will be back in the underworld by tomorrow morning all healed up." Harry waved and the transmission cut off, leaving the entire supernatural world filled with fear and disbelief. Everything that was seen today from the yokai faction and Harry himself was beyond anything anyone could have imagined. Many were pondering what to do. They wanted an alliance with the yokai faction, but they don't trust easily, and many others were nervous and concerned. No matter how they thought about it, the yokai faction was far more impressive than they had ever believed, as well as dangerous, and this left them with many things to consider. Meanwhile in Konoha, inside the Uzumaki household, Guy and Lee were grinning, impressed with Sarayorg and his no-giving-up attitude. In their minds he already was their student and they couldn't wait to meet him. Naruto was also very impressed. He's quite talented, but he needs some more variety in his skill set. He's an amazing martial artist, but he should have branched out a bit. Then again, he probably didn't have anyone tell him that. Kakashi nodded. "Yes, plus we're going to have to strengthen his body and spirit so he can use that new technique of his without hurting his body, but I'm sure Guy and Harry have something planned for that. What are you going to teach him?" Naruto grinned. "I think he would benefit a lot from senjutsu training, so I'll be speaking with the toads to ask if they can help me teach him how to be a sage." Kakashi nodded. Suddenly Guy gave Naruto a thumbs up. Leave his physical conditioning to me, but I will need some help from Fuinjutsu with what I have planned. Naruto hummed. You can ask Hima, she's very good with Fuinjutsu and runecraft. I'm sure she'll love to help you, Guy-sensei. Guy grinned and immediately ran off to ask Himawari to help him, but suddenly Himawari herself walked up to her father's side. Where is Mr. Guy going? Kakashi, Lee, and Naruto turned towards Himawari and stared at her while she tilted her head at them in confusion until Kakashi sighed. Damn it, he got overexcited again. I'll go get him. Lee and Naruto laughed while Himawari just looked very confused right now. Meanwhile in Neo-Kyoto, by a house where a small family of Tengu had been watching the match between Harry and Sareorg and were now celebrating their leader's victory and the success of the televised event. However, as they celebrated, they were completely unaware of the small being that had been watching the match with rapt attention from a window behind them. Looks like Harry had a lot of fun, but boy, I'm glad that I finally found his world. The little being hopped off the windowsill it had been standing on and landed on the ground with a wobble. Well, now that I know which world is his, I can now visit at any time. Next time I'll bring everyone so we can have some fun like we used to do. A feminine voice suddenly spoke from within the small being's mind. Notice, we should head home soon or we'll be late for dinner. The little being wobbled about a bit and then nodded. Oh. Thank you for reminding me. We better go, otherwise Shana will scold me, though I'm sure she will be happy to hear that I found Harry. In fact, everyone is going to be excited. Let's go home, Seal. With that said, the little creature suddenly dissipated in a small wisp of black light as it left this world, already making plans to visit it again soon. Sareorg groaned as he opened his eyes and blinked a couple of times to clear his vision until he was able to clearly see. Thanks to that, he was able to see his mother sitting beside him and smiling at him. Sareorg couldn't help but smile back at his mother. How long was I out, mother? Misla smiled. Just a couple of hours. Harry said to let you sleep since the new form you unlocked had taken a toll on your body. That was really reckless. Sigh. Sareorg frowned a bit since he didn't like to worry his mother. Sorry mom, but I had to prove to myself that I've grown stronger and how far I still need to go. Misla sighed and shook her head. Just be more careful, okay? Sareorg nodded while Misla smiled at him. Harry said that he has restored the life force you burned away with that new technique of yours, but he did say that even with him restoring it and you getting healed, you will still be feeling pain for at least a week. Sareorg nodded and sighed. I knew that technique was a big burden on my body, but to that extent. How is Regulus? Misla looked down towards the floor and Sareorg followed her eyes and saw Regulus peacefully sleeping beside his hospital bed. Misla smiled. As you can see, he's fine. Harry also restored him, so for now. You're resting for a full week, okay? Sareorg chuckled but nodded to his mother's request and decided that taking it easy for a week was an apt reward after having fought a dragon god. Chapter 108. A few days have passed and the match between Harry and Sareorg left a lasting impression on the supernatural world, as many did not know how to accept the fact of just how much the yokai faction and Neo-Kyoto have changed for the better. The fact that they also have to worry that the dragons have unified under two dragon gods, creating their own faction and allied themselves to the yokai faction, had them feeling rather nervous. Before, if the dragons would have done this, the supernatural factions would have banded together and stopped such a powerful faction from being born, but all of this had happened right under their noses. Now not only is the faction fully assembled, but it was under Off-Ice, who no one wanted to mess with, and also under Harry fucking Potter, who no one wanted to be on his bad side, especially after the show of skill he showcased during his match against Sareorg. There was absolutely nothing the factions could do about the dragons now, and so they were forced to accept the fact that the dragon faction was here to stay. Still, this just added to the pile of worries the supernatural world has about the yokai faction and Neo-Kyoto as a whole. The only upside is that this very powerful and terrifying faction was content with just doing its own thing. Otherwise, everyone would really be terrified of what the yokai faction would do with all the power they're gathering. But right now Harry didn't care about any of that. In fact, Harry right now was busy introducing the demigods to the Digimon Royal Knights, who were very impressed with the demigods themselves. The demigods were in awe as they stared at the massive and incredible looks of the Royal Knights. Thalia looked up at Omniman. Wow. So these are Digimon? I've seen them from afar, but to think they're really this big. Nico was asking question after question to Gallantman, who was sweat dropping because he did not know how to actually answer those questions when Nico wasn't even pausing with his questioning. While Gallantman was getting mercilessly barraged by Nico's questions, Bianca was happily petting Examen, who had her on his shoulders, and Percy was excitedly talking to Gongkuman. Harry, who was with Alphaman and sitting on her shoulder, smiled as he watched the demigods hang out with the Digimon. Alphaman giggled at Gallantman's confused expressions. It has been a while since we Royal Knights have been surrounded by children. Harry nodded. Yeah, it certainly has been a while, but now that the demigods are here, I'm sure all of you will have more interactions with them. Alphaman nodded and then looked up at the sky. I still can't believe they're godly parents. what kind of father or mother treats their children like that? Harry looked up to the sky as well. Yet I still have a hard time believing it myself. Amaterasu said that it's because the Greek faction kept doing things as they did in ancient Greece, they never bothered adapting completely to modern days, they treated their sons and daughters as they did with Heracles, Perseus, Theseus, and Achilles. Alphaman looked towards Thalia, who was excitedly making lightning dance around her hand while Omniman was on one knee and watching her do so with a happy expression in his eyes. I see, so they were victims of old traditions and mindsets, like the wizarding world. Harry frowned. I didn't think about it like that, but you're right. Well, at least now the kids will have a better chance in life and be safe. I can already tell that some of the sadness and anger that was in their hearts has begun to disappear. Alphaman nodded. I'm glad no children should have to live like that, nor have to wonder if they will get to live to be adults. So what's next? Harry grinned at Alphaman. Well, now that the minor gods are beginning to leave the Greek faction and officially join the yokai faction, I will be building them temples around the big house, that way they can be around their children all the time and visit anytime they want. Alphaman was glad to know that some of the demigods will get a chance to spend time with their godly parents. Harry continued on. In a few weeks we will also have a few full-on gods from the Greek pantheon joining in as well, and Amaterasu will have to teach them and inform them of how things work in Japan before any of them are even allowed to step into Kyoto. Alphaman nodded. That's good. Do you have any idea who might be joining in? Harry nodded. Yeah, I asked Rhea, who asked Hestia who would be joining in, so we can prepare. Hephaestus was the first one to agree to join the yokai faction along with Apollo, Athena, Demeter, and even Poseidon. Alphaman hummed. That's quite a bit of them then. Looks like the Greek faction is going to lose a lot of power. Yeah, Aphrodite seems to want to join as well, but Amaterasu doesn't really want her here since she's known to mess around, so if she does join she's going to have to follow the rules, otherwise I will deal with her, but that's if Amaterasu ever lets her in. Hades can't really join per se since he has to take care of the Greek version of the land of the dead, but he will be an ally along his wife Persephone. Alphaman sighed. What do the children of Aphrodite think about their mother not being allowed into Kyoto and the yokai faction? Most of them don't really care since Aphrodite herself never bothered with them because they weren't handsome or pretty enough. She also didn't like some of her children because they didn't think like her, so she doesn't have a lot of fans within her children. In fact, most say that she's more trouble for what she's worth. Alphaman's sweat dropped. Geez, that's kinda brutal coming from her children, no? Harry shrugged. She has given them plenty of reasons to be like that to her. Let's see what else. Besides all of the gods and demigods joining the yokai faction, we will also have to prepare for when Artemis shows up with the demigods that had joined her hunting party. Alphaman sighed. Another troublesome predicament to deal with. Hey? I've read about Artemis and her mythos. Can't really blame her for the way she thinks, but it is too extreme. Harry nodded. Yeah, but you can't go living life hating something and taking out of anything related to that just because you were hurt. Can you imagine what would have happened if I were to do what she does? Alphaman turned her head towards Harry and nodded. You would have killed every witch and wizard in the world, all the fallen angels and devils. You might have destroyed both the church and heaven too. Exactly. If I were to have the same mentality as Artemis, I would have hated all magicals, devils, fallen, exorcists, and angels after everything they've done either to me or the girls. Like I said, she has a very extreme way of thinking. Artemis is a danger to herself and her own faction. Alphaman nodded. And you can't let the girls on her hunting party follow that mindset as well. Yes. I've been informed that some of them go out of their way to hunt males. Artemis herself has gotten into trouble for hunting down and killing males from even other factions, and that has to stop. Alphaman hummed and crossed her arms. So what do you plan to do with the girls? Some of them might be too set in their ways to accept new changes or even want to stop what they're doing. Harry nodded. Well, some of them have good reasons to hate men, I can agree with that, but they can't keep killing any male they see because of that, so either they willingly stop and join the yokai faction, or I make it impossible for them to harm a male without justification ever again, and that includes Artemis. Alphaman hummed. You're going to use your domain over reality, hey? Yeah, if they don't accept things peacefully, then I'll at least make sure no other innocent gets hurt by them again. Alphaman nodded. Yes, I think that would be for the best. I believe the reason most of the supernatural factions do what they want in this world is that no one powerful enough has stepped up to put some order into things. I think the only ones who could do that would be Ophis or Great Red, but up until recently Ophis just didn't know nor care about what was going on in the world as a whole, and Great Red is just content to play around in the dimensional gap. Alphaman sighed. So the supernatural world was left to do as it pleases without any consequences for a very long time. No wonder that most of the supernatural beings in the world are so incredibly arrogant. They didn't have anything or anyone to worry about for a very long time. Harry nodded. Yet. I noticed it too. Ares actually approached me with full confidence that he could defeat me, and he wasn't the only one either, but I think that reality is about to be accepted at some point. Alphaman nodded. Yet I have heard that Yasaka has been approached by many factions looking for peace and support, though she's very reluctant to even meet with some of them because of their reputation. Harry scratched the back of his head. Yet I know, among them, the Fae and Asgard are the biggest names of the supernatural factions that have contacted Yasaka, but Asgard's reputation as battle-hungry muscleheads is well known, especially this world's Odin, who I've been warned is a big pervert and annoying. Alphaman turned her head towards Harry and tilted her head. Asgard, hey? Seems like trouble, even though we have heard how they're usually a very battle-oriented faction and about Odin's perverted habits, but the Fae is a surprise. Harry nodded as well. Even I was surprised when they approached Yasaka. As far as I know, the Fae retreated into Avalon a long time ago and they weren't heard from again. Apparently they weren't happy with the church about what had happened to Excalibur and what they did to it. Alphaman shook her head. So they were driven away by the church. What a mess, but can they be trusted? Well, Yasaka received a letter with the royal crest, which means that Titania, Queen of the Fairies, is the one who sent that letter, so this is very real. Alphaman nodded. I see, so what's been decided about it? Nothing. Right now both Amaterasu and Yasaka are talking about it and seeing if it's a good idea to meet with them, so we'll see. For now, the yokai faction is quite busy with recent happenings, so we're just going to chill for a bit. Alphaman giggled a bit. That televised event was a great success, but it did bring the yokai faction into the spotlight, so I'm not surprised they're busy. Young Sarayorg did put up a good fight as well. Harry grinned and nodded to Alphaman. Yes, he's a great fighter and has a lot of potential as well. Naruto, Guy-sensei, Lee, and even Kakashi can't wait to train him. We're just waiting for him to recover from that last technique he used. Alphaman nodded. Oh yeah, his body and life force took quite a bit of damage because of that, plus your attacks also hit him hard. Yet even with me restoring the life force he burned away and him getting healed by Ophaneman, he's still in quite a lot of pain, so he's going to need some time to recover, plus Misla has him on a tight leash right now. Alphaman laughed a little and shook her head. Always fear the power of a mother's worry for her child. Harry chuckled and nodded. Yup, in the meantime me, Ari and Jessica are going to visit Jessica's mother and let her know she's okay and with me now. Of course, we're going to have to do a bit of time traveling to arrive the exact moment I summoned her into this world. Alphaman nodded. That's a good idea, but you're not taking Morgan and Hope with you. Harry smiled and shook his head. No, I did ask them if they wanted to go, but apparently they're very busy training and learning some things. Alphaman tilted her head. Oh? What are those two up to? Harry closed his eyes and began to explain. In their latest adventure they lost a friend they just made and it hit them pretty hard. They feel that they should have been able to do more, but because they were never interested in learning a few things they couldn't do anything to help their new friend. Now they're trying to better prepare themselves and be ready for when they need to save another friend. Alphaman nodded. I see, a tough lesson to learn, but one that they needed. I'm glad that they decided to do something about it rather than wallow in sadness. What are they learning? Well, right now they're learning medicine and healing arts with Tsunade and Asia, plus they asked me and Tony to teach them a bit more about engineering and enchanting. They're also planning on learning everyday magic to help with simple stuff that doesn't require a big blast of energy and so on. Alphaman closed her eyes. That's quite a lot they're trying to learn, but it is good to be prepared for anything. You must be proud of them. Harry nodded. I am, very much so. They're growing up and becoming their own people, even more so now that they're going on their own adventures and experiencing all sorts of things, though I feel they're keeping something from me. Luna seems to know what it is, but she's not telling me. Alphaman opened her eyes and looked up at the sky. If Luna knows and she's not concerned, then it's not something bad. Just wait for whatever they're hiding to be revealed on its own. You know those two aren't very good at keeping things a secret, especially from you. Harry smiled and nodded. Whatever it is that the girls are hiding will be revealed in time, so he was more than happy to wait to see what it is, but for now he'll just enjoy visiting the first world he's ever been to with Ari and Jessica. A few more days have passed and Harry introduced Sarayorg to Naruto, Lee, Guy, and Kakashi. At first Sarayorg was very surprised and amazed at the fact that he was in another world. Lee and Guy immediately took to Sarayorg, and even though the young Bale Heir was a bit overwhelmed by their overenthusiastic attitude, he still liked both of the Taijutsu masters, though Harry was worried that they might just convince Sarayorg to wear a green jumpsuit. With Naruto, Sarayorg was very polite and calm at first because Naruto is the leader of Konoha, but the cheerful Uzumaki just grinned and told him not to worry about formalities with him. That made Sarayorg feel comfortable around Naruto, and soon both of them became friends, especially when Sarayorg found out about Naruto's past from Harry. Everything the 7th Hokage lived through made the Bale Heir respect him a lot. Kakashi as always was cool as hell and just smoothly introduced himself to Sarayorg. Even the young devil had to admit that Kakashi was very cool until he found out that he's a bit of a pervert, thanks to both Naruto and Harry leaving the 6th Hokage sulking in a corner about his student not respecting him anymore. This is how Sarayorg met his new teachers and got the gist of what they were going to teach him. Naruto will be teaching him a form of senjutsu unique to his world and a few toad techniques to help him expand his battle skill set. With Lee and Guy, he will be learning a whole new fighting style along with physical conditioning training that will help him be able to better handle techniques or abilities like the new one he used against Harry. From Kakashi, he will learn control and precision to help him better utilize the skills he will learn from the others along with some survival and Anbio tactics. It will be a tough schedule and the training will be hard and draining, but Zeraorg was willing to go through it to get stronger. He wanted to prove to Harry and his new teachers that he was worthy of what he was learning. Though he couldn't begin to train just yet because Misla was on his butt making sure he was resting and recovering from his match against Harry since he still had some pain left from that day. But soon he will be training hard and perhaps someday he will be able to fight somewhat on even terms against Harry since the Dragon God was now his new goal. Harry at this moment was waiting in the backyard of his home for Jessica and Eri to get ready for their trip. Harry decided to go ahead and take it since they had a week before the gods and Artemis's hunting party would arrive in Kyoto. He couldn't wait to visit the world he first visited and to see his old friends. It has been a while and he has been wondering just how much things have changed since he left. Eri suddenly came out of the back door running and jumped into her daddy's arms. Harry easily caught her and smiled, "Ready for our trip, Eri?" Eri excitedly nodded while Jessica walked out of the house carrying both Niarman under her arms. "I'm so excited to visit Mama Jessica's home world, Daddy." Harry smiled and nodded. "It is a very beautiful world but it does have a lot of monsters, so do be careful, okay?" Eri nodded while Jessica giggled. "There shouldn't be anything capable of even hurting Eri in my world, Harry." Harry grinned. "Oh, I know, but do remember that there are plenty of annoying monsters with very weird abilities." Jessica grinned and nodded since she knew full well that some monsters in her world were just plain weird with even weirder abilities. Harry then began to prepare for the world jump. "Who should we visit first?" Jessica hummed. "I think we should go visit Hiro and Medea. You need to meet your goddaughter after all." Harry smiled while thinking about the fact that Hiro and Medea had named their daughter after his mother and named him her godfather. "I have a lot of catching up to do with Lily." Jessica smiled at how excited Harry seemed to be about meeting his goddaughter. Harry smiled. "Oh, another friend. Hope and Morgan are going to be excited when I tell them about it." Harry smiled and nodded, knowing that both Hope and Morgan would be happy to have a new friend. "They'll get to meet her soon since I'll be connecting Jessica's world to ours." Jessica smiled while Harry fist pumped in victory. "Yay!" Harry grinned and nodded. He then activated the world jump and reality cracked like glass. It then shattered. The crack in the fabric of space and time fixed itself a few seconds later, but Harry, and Jessica were no longer in this world and were on their way to another one. In the kingdom of Trodaine, inside Castle Trodaine, the capital of this kingdom, sat a young adult on a throne who was reading a book. This young man is known as Hiro, one of the heroes that saved the world of light from Demon Lord Raptorn. Now King of Trodaine, young Hiro spends his time making sure the kingdom was safe and had everything it needed to prosper. The people liked their new king and respected him for his role in saving this world, so Hiro had an easy time taking care of his kingdom. But now he had a bit of free time and decided to read a book that had been written by his beloved wife Medea, a book detailing his and his friends' adventures to save their world. No one had known that Medea was writing a book about their adventure until she had it published, but they didn't mind it. In fact, they found it to be a great idea, and now he was enjoying reading it with an amused smile on his face. Reading this book brought a sense of nostalgia in his heart, one that made him grin. I wonder what Harry is doing now? Did he finally make it to his home? Suddenly a voice from behind his throne caught his attention. "I'm sure he did, but I'm more curious about what sort of adventures he had." Hiro chuckled and shook his head. "Medea, you just want to write new books." Medea walked around Hiro's throne and giggled. "You can't blame me though. Can you imagine the sort of places he's seen? Or the adventures he had? I for one can't wait for him to come to visit someday." Hiro smiled at his wife and nodded. "I'm sure he'll come to visit sometime soon. What are you up to, Medea?" Medea smiled. "I'm looking for Lily. I haven't seen her all day and I'm getting a bit worried. You know how adventurous she is. Honestly, I don't know where she gets such an adventurous personality from." Hiro deadpanned at Medea since she was exactly the same way Lily is when she was a kid. The amount of trouble she would drag him and Harry into wasn't funny at all, but it was best not to mention that lest he wants to spend the night on his throne. "Did you check with your dad? You know she's always helping him mess around with the alchemy pot." Medea nodded. "Yeah, it was the first place I checked, but Dad hasn't seen her either. Should we go look for her?" Hiro frowned and thought about it. "Let's wait a little longer. I'm sure she's close by and just lost track of time, besides she knows how to defend herself." Medea huffed a bit. Sigh. "Out of all the people who read my book, it had to be my daughter who decided to follow in your and Harry's footsteps." Hiro chuckled at Medea's exasperated expression. "It's all right, Medea. So what if Lily wants to be a swordsman and magic user? It's way better than her being a spoiled princess, you know." Medea sighed and nodded. "I know it is just, she's always picking a fight with monsters and you know that some of the ones living around here could be really strong, so I'm worried. Hiro nodded and stood up. He then walked up to Medea and hugged her. She'll be fine, she is my daughter and Harry's goddaughter, plus she came out more Dragovian than I did, so she's very strong. Medea nodded and enjoyed her husband's hug while she wondered what her daughter was doing and what sort of trouble she was causing. Lily, the young princess of Trodain, was outside of the castle looking for adventure. She had gotten up early in the morning, equipped her sword and shield and left. She even got a few herbs just in case she needed them and ran outside the castle, but besides a few slimes and she-slimes, she hasn't found anything exciting going on. She thought about heading to the desert past the cave to the side of the castle, but her daddy and mommy had always told her that the monsters weren't only tough in the desert but they tend to come at you in big numbers, and Lily wasn't arrogant enough to try going theirs without backup. She knew full well she wasn't strong enough to fight monsters like the ones in the desert in big numbers yet, so she looked around nearby the castle but found nothing interesting. All the monsters around here are weak. I wish I could travel around and see the monsters around the world. Daddy mentioned fighting dragons and even demons. Lily looked around the open field and watched a few slimes sliding around and candy cats sleeping under a tree. Well, I can't really expect much. Mommy did say that when Rafdern was defeated the monsters calmed down and the stronger ones left to live in caves or other dark places. The young princess sighed and then headed to the small pond by the front of the castle. This little clearing with a small pond has become Lily's headquarters, and right now she was heading there to rest and eat something. It didn't take long for her to arrive, and once she did she let down her copper sword and leather shield beside the soul tree there and then walked up to the pond and washed the sweat off her face with the water. Lily giggled at how a princess shouldn't be doing something like this. She stood up and took a look at her battle clothes. Instead of the usual white princess dress she usually wears, she was wearing shorts and a blue dress with leather armor over her simple clothes. On her black hair she had a bandana tied up and holding her ponytail. She certainly didn't look like a princess right now, and that made her giggle. She then looked at her reflection and grinned when her green eyes glowed on her reflection. Her mommy and daddy had told her that she could pass as her godfather's daughter with her looks alone, since he also had black hair and green eyes. She had even asked if Harry was really her father, which made her mommy and daddy laugh. Daddy then told her that her godfather had left for far-off lands way before she was even conceived, so that wasn't possible. Then her mommy said that she was lucky she came out looking like her and not her thuggish-looking father. So Lily had been born looking almost like an exact copy of her mommy, though she did inherit something awesome from her father. Lily smiled and took a big breath. She then looked up and breathed out a small wave of flames. Like her father, Lily was born a Dragovian, but unlike him, she had been born with a stronger connection to her inner dragon, something that she was very excited about. Lily stopped breathing fire and then sighed with a small smile on her face. She then walked up to the tree where she left her sword and shield and sat under it. The young princess of Trodain reached for her item pouch and took out a big sandwich. With a big smile on her face she took a big bite out of the sandwich and began to eat. While enjoying her snack she stared into the pond in front of her and swallowed her food. I wish something exciting would happen. The young princess didn't know that in a few moments her life would get very exciting. In front of a small church on the west part of Trodain, reality cracked and shattered but soon fixed itself, leaving 3 people standing on the ground. Eri excitedly looked around everywhere and saw a few monsters she had seen around Hagrid's house, monsters like a heel slime, a pink pongo, and even a Garuda flying in the sky. She immediately walked to the pink pongo and the pink gorilla-like monster growled and slammed its club on the ground, but Eri just smiled and whacked it on the head with her staff. The pink pongo yelped in pain and then dropped dead on the floor, dispersing in energy and leaving a giant mallet on the ground, which Eri cheerfully picked up. Harry chuckled when he saw the monsters around the area tense up and stepped away from Eri while the bundle of cuteness began to happily swing the mallet around. Jessica's sweat dropped. I think we should go before Eri murders all the monsters here. I kind of feel bad for them. I've never seen a monster look so afraid and disturbed. Harry grinned and nodded. Yeah, I'll take on my dragon form and give Hero a good scare. Jessica rolled her eyes and grinned at Harry. You're going to give him and Medea a panic attack, love? Let's do it. It seems like even Jessica has been corrupted by the chaotic and prank-prone life that one gets to experience in the Potter household. Harry chuckled again and called out to Eri, who was hammering a poor heel slime into the ground. Eri, come on. We're going to visit my friend's castle. Eri stopped slamming her giant mallet on top of the heel slime and turned towards her daddy. Okay. Eri then took off running towards her daddy while the heel slime slurped in pain and crawled out of the hole its body had created and vowed to be a good monster from now on as it tried to get away from the area and more importantly from Eri. As soon as Eri got to her daddy, Harry took on his dragon form and both Eri and Jessica plus the Niarman jumped onto his head. Harry then with one mighty flap of his wings took off flying towards Trodain Castle. The trio didn't even notice the poor priest who had seen everything happening and was gaping in shock, not knowing what to say about what he just saw. Finishing her sandwich, Lily got up and dusted her clothes. She then took her sword and hung it on her back along with her shield. I guess I should go back home now, maybe tomorrow I'll find something fun to do. Lily sighed and then turned around to head back towards Trodaine when suddenly a big shadow blanketed the entire area, causing the young princess to look up. Lily gaped at the massive gold and silver dragon flying through the air. She suddenly gasped when she noticed where it was heading. It's heading to the castle. Lily didn't waste any time and took off running as fast as she could toward the castle. Hero and Medea were both having a calm and cheerful conversation when a very loud roar shook the entire castle, alerting Hero. Suddenly a pair of castle soldiers ran into the throne room. Your Majesty, there's a giant dragon heading towards the castle. Hero stood up and nodded. He then immediately ran towards the outside of the castle while drawing his liquid metal sword and shield. Medea ran beside him and equipped a goddess shield and a lightning staff. Both King and Queen of Trodaine were ready to defend the castle and Trodaine, and as they ran through the castle halls to go outside, knights and soldiers joined them to defend their kingdom. Harry landed in the gardens of the castle and grinned as soon as he saw Hero and Medea come out running out of the castle ready for battle. He roared into the sky announcing his presence to the kingdom of Trodaine. The soldiers and knights around Hero and Medea faltered and trembled where they stood, but Hero and Medea stood strong and got ready for a fight. They were nervous, of course. This dragon felt way stronger than Raftern or any monster they had seen or fought before, but they couldn't show weakness or fear, not right now, so they got ready. But then Hero noticed something peculiar about this dragon, something that made him freeze on the spot. When the dragon stopped roaring, it looked down towards him and Medea, and that's when he noticed the dragon's eyes, those friendly and caring green eyes he had seen so many times. Hero, the king of Trodaine, relaxed his stance and looked up at the dragon, confusing everyone around him. Hero then smiled. Harry, it's been a while since we have seen each other, and the first thing you do is almost give me a heart attack. Medea gaped and then turned her head towards the dragon, who began to chuckle. Medea began to tear up when she finally noticed the dragon's eyes as well. Harry smiled, and then Jessica, the Niaraman, and Airy jumped off his head and landed in front of Hero and Medea, causing Hero to chuckle and Medea to gasp. Hero smiled at Jessica. I should have known you would also be here, Jessica. Jessica grinned at Hero and rested a hand on her hip. Wherever Harry is, so I am as well. That's a well-known fact, Hero. Medea rushed towards Harry, who leaned his snout down. The Queen of Trodaine then tightly hugged the massive dragon while crying, Harry, you took too long to get back. Harry smiled. I'm sorry, Medea, but you won't believe the things I've been doing all of this time. Medea laughed and nodded while still crying, and I can't wait to hear all about it later. Suddenly Lily arrived, and the first thing she saw was her mother crying in front of a massive dragon, and the first thing she thought of doing is launch herself sword first towards the dragon, who in her eyes must have done something truly evil to make her mom cry. Chapter 109. Harry smiled at Medea and was about to speak when a voice suddenly roared behind him, Dragon Slash. A loud and echoing clang resounded throughout the castle gardens. Harry raised an eyebrow when he felt a small hit on one of his scales. He turned his head around and watched as a small black-haired girl with green eyes was on the floor rubbing her butt in pain. It seems like she bounced off him when her sword collided with one of his scales and landed on her butt. Harry tilted his head at the young unknown girl, confused as to why she would attack him. That was until Medea gasped and suddenly yelled the little girl's name, Lily. The little girl looked up at her mom and got up. Don't worry, Mom. I'll save you from this evil dragon. Harry smiled, seeing for the first time his goddaughter. He then got a fun idea and decided to play along. Despite Lily being concerned, there was a spark of excitement in her eyes, and Harry decided to see what she does. So Harry gently grabbed Medea with his claw, causing the Queen of Trodaine to raise an eyebrow at him and looked up into his eyes, only to roll her eyes when she saw the mischievous glint in Harry's eyes. She still smiled, knowing that Harry wanted to play with Lily, and decided to just let him have his fun. Meanwhile, Jessica, Airy, the Niaraman, Hero, the palace guards, and knights hid behind Harry. Jessica and Hero had understood what Harry wanted to do and decided to let him and Lily have their fun, so they hid, though Airy was giggling in amusement at her daddy's playful nature. Harry, with Medea in his claw, showed her to Lily and grinned. HOH. A little hero trying to protect the queen? How interesting. You think you can fight the terrifying Dragon Lord and survive? Medea just sighed and deadpanned at Harry's theatrics while Hero chuckled and Jessica giggled. Airy was laughing herself silly while the Niaraman were bouncing up and down in fun. Lily stood up and pointed her sword at the so-called Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord. No matter. I'll save Mommy and take you down. Harry grinned and spread his massive wings and roared to the sky. Lily, instead of showing fear, was actually in awe at the dragon before her. Harry looked down and smiled. How about this, young hero? Join me and I'll give you half of the world. Together we can rule it. Lily gasped and then thought about Harry's offer for a few seconds. Well, having half the world would be pretty cool. Medea gaped at Lily while Harry was trying not to laugh at how seriously Lily was thinking about it. The Queen of Trodaine then pointed a finger at Lily. Young lady. You come here and rescue me, or you're grounded. Lily jumped and squeaked, ah. Mom. Don't worry, I'll save you. I was just playing around, I promise. The young princess of Trodaine then awkwardly laughed while Medea just rolled her eyes at her daughter. Lily then tried to regain some dignity back ahem. In any case. No way, Mr. Evil Dragon. I don't need half the world. Hero's sweat dropped. Should I be worried that my daughter thought about Harry's deal seriously? Jessica grinned at Hero while Harry just continued to laugh, having a lot of fun with all of this. The Niaramen were even now laughing as well as they rolled around on the floor. Harry grinned at Lily. Very well then. Show me what you can do, little hero. Play Dragon Quest 9, Dragon Lord. Harry roared and Lily got ready. She lifted her leather shield in front of her and got her copper sword ready to strike. Harry smiled as he saw Lily take a battle stance similar to Hero's. Hero's eyes shined with pride as he smiled at his daughter, who looked ready to fight the big massive dragon in front of her, while Medea softly smiled as she watched her daughter face off against Harry. Lily, despite being serious right now, still had a spark of excitement in her eyes, one that told them that she was looking forward to this fight. Harry roared and flared his wings. He secretly lowered his power level to match Lily's, though to Lily it felt like the dragon before her was flaring its power. The wind and shockwaves created by Harry's wings and roar hit Lily, but she stood strong as she covered herself with her shield. Lily narrowed her eyes behind her shield and nodded to herself. She lowered her shield and gathered her magic. She then cast a spell, Radiant. Lily's body glowed and then let out a big bright flash of white light that made Harry close his eyes in surprise. Lily then rushed forwards and began to attack Harry's leg with her sword. Harry felt her strikes and let her get in a few strikes before stomping on the floor, unleashing a small shockwave outwards, but Lily jumped back and then jumped over the shockwave. As soon as she landed on the ground, she pointed her sword toward Harry's face. Frizz! A small fireball flew out from Lily's copper sword and straight towards Harry's face. The small fireball crashed against Harry's face and exploded. It didn't do anything to Harry, but the explosion obstructed his sight, giving Lily enough time to gather magic into her blade. Harry shook his head to clear the small explosion, only to catch sight of Lily jumping towards his face with her sword glowing orange. The young princess of Trodaine suddenly called out her technique, Dragon Slash. Harry was then struck in the snout by Lily's sword strike, which unleashed the energy gathered in the sword with a small explosion. He roared as if in pain and took a few steps as if the attack had damaged him, which got him in a happy smile from Lily. Lily landed on the ground and fist pumped in victory, but Harry suddenly lifted his head up and spat a small fireball from his mouth towards the sky, which split up into many small fireballs that began to rain down towards Lily, who yelped in surprise and began to run around and dodge the fireballs. Jessica raised an eyebrow at the way Lily fought. She fights like you and Harry. The way she combines magic and swordsmanship looks like the way Harry used to fight with his keyblades back then. Hero smiled as he watched Lily fight and nodded to Jessica's statements. Lily was born far more Dragovian than me, so she has big magic reserves. I trained her in the art of the sword while Medea trained her in magic. That style of hers was something she picked up from the stories we told her of our adventures with Harry. Jessica's eyes widened. She picked up that style from just hearing stories about Harry? That's impressive. Hero nodded. Not only that, she looks up to Harry quite a lot and wants to be like him. Powerful but very kind, though because she wants to get stronger she got into a habit of picking up fights with local monsters. Jessica giggled and shook her head in amusement while Ari was hopping from foot to foot in excitement as she watched the fight happening before her. She wanted to join in the fun too. So she took out her witch's hat and her staff and got ready to join. She just needed to wait for an opening. Lily was able to dodge the rain of fireballs and looked up to Harry, who took a big breath. Her being able to also breathe fire made her realize what was coming, so she took a big breath as well. Harry breathed out a small stream of flames while Lily did the same, surprising even her mother and father, who had no idea she could do that. Harry was surprised as well, but then he saw Lily's green eyes turn reptilian, causing him to grin. Ah! The legacy of the Dragovians runs thick in Lily. But even though Lily was keeping Harry's fire breath away from herself, it was still gaining ground over her, so she was beginning to sweat and think of a way out of this predicament. It was here where Harry decided to step in, and having studied the magic available in the world of light, she knew the perfect spell to help Lily. So Ari flew up and then landed behind Lily and pointed her staff at her. Lily noticed Ari when she landed behind her and closed her eyes, thinking she was going to hit her with a spell, but instead she was surprised by what Ari said next. Insolotl. A misty-like barrier formed around Lily, who recognized the spell and what it did, causing her to smile. She then let up her fire breath and covered herself and Ari with her shield, tanking Harry's own fire breath attack. The adults widened their eyes at Aries' interference, but Harry just amusingly chuckled and stopped his fire breath, knowing that it wouldn't do anything with Aries' spell in effect. Lily looked out from behind her shield and grinned. She then turned her head towards Aries and smiled at her. She was very impressed with her, seeing as she seemed younger than her and knew such an advanced magic spell. Thanks. Aries excitedly nodded and smiled back at Lily. No problem. Let's take down this evil dragon together. Oh. I'm Aries, by the way. Lily excitedly smiled and pointed at herself with her thumb. And I'm Lily. Let's do this then, Aries. Aries nodded and got ready while Lily got in position. Harry fondly smiled at them and then roared to the heavens as he got ready himself. Play great battle in the vast sky, Dragon Quest 8. Aries raised her staff towards the heavens magic barrier. Both Aries and Lily were engulfed in a protective magical shield. The spell reduces the damage from opposing spells, and Lily, knowing this, grinned. The young princess of Trodaine rushed forward toward Harry while her new ally provided long-range support. Harry swung his free hand towards Lily, but she jumped and landed on top of his hand and took off running along the length of his arm. Harry used his tail to try to swat her away, but Aries pointed her staff at Lily. Acceleratle. With her speed increased, Lily was able to rush forward faster and avoided Harry's tail and then jumped towards Harry's snout, her sword glowing green as she approached her target. Falcon Slash. Lily swung her sword twice in rapid succession. Her arm blurred from the speed she used on her sword technique as Harry's face was whipped to the side by the force of her attack. Lily jumped back and softly landed in front of Aries, who was awed at her sword skills. Harry turned his head towards the girls and grinned. Hero looked surprised, which made Jessica laugh. Looks like you didn't know she could do that, hey? Hero nodded. I knew she was great with the sword, but this is something else entirely. Falcon Slash is a high-level sword skill that takes quite a while to master. It seems like my daughter has been doing far more than just bullying the monsters around the area. Suddenly a knight from his court spoke. Your Majestic, Lady Lily has been training with the sword every day non-stop for years. She always wakes up early and practices well into the afternoon. Hero frowned. I didn't know. It seems like I've been too busy with ruling that I've neglected my daughter a bit. Jessica smiled at Hero and shook her head. No, look how happy and excited Lily is, Hero. She grew up on stories of our adventures, of battles against all sorts of monsters, and tales of amazing places in this world, and look how happy she looks. Hero looked at his daughter and noticed the proud and excited smile on her face, causing him to chuckle. She looks like me dear when she was up to no good and always getting us into trouble when we were kids. Jessica grinned and then turned back to watch the fight as Lily began to speak to Aries. Lily turned her head towards Aries. He's very tough. I have a technique I've been practicing for a while. It might do something, but I need some time to prepare. Can you cover me? Aries nodded and walked up to Lily's front. I'll cover you as long as I can. Let's see this technique of yours. Lily grinned and began to gather her magic as Aries pointed her staff towards Harry with a smile. Harry grinned and got ready. Aries gathered her mana and began to cast the offensive magic spells she knew of this world. Crackle. Massive and sharp icicles formed above Harry and then rained down on him, causing him to grunt. Since he was still fighting at Lily's power level, Aries' magic spell didn't cause any damage, but he still felt it. Lily was awed at such high-level magic, but then concentrated on her own technique, not wanting to be left behind. All of her mana began to flow to her sword and she positioned her sword in a reverse hold on her hand. Jessica, Hero, and Medea's eyes widened in surprise at the massive amount of mana Lily was charging her sword with. Harry then roared and flapped his wings, sending a blast of wind towards the girls. Aries tapped her staff at the ground and raised a massive wall of rock to shield them from the blast of wind coming their way. Lily's sword suddenly exploded with power and grew in size as lightning began to lash out from her sword. Aries pointed her staff at the wall and blasted it apart towards Harry, who was pelted by the pieces of rock, but he ignored them in favor, swinging his tail towards the girls. Aries swung her staff towards Harry's tail while casting a spell at it. Kaboom! The explosive spell aggressively hit Harry's tail, changing its trajectory. His tail then slammed a few feet away from the girls while Lily growled. Her eyes now looked very draconian and she even had blue scales on her cheeks and forehead. I'm ready. Just give me an opening. Aries nodded and seemed very interested in what Lily was preparing, so she got ready to help her go through her attack. So she pointed her staff towards Harry and decided to use a spell that her mommy Jessica taught her. Jessica recognizing the spell right away, so she jumped in surprise and quickly raised a barrier to protect the castle and everyone. Hold on to your pants. Aries gathered all of her mana and sweetly smiled at Harry, who began to nervously sweat as he felt the massive amount of mana his daughter was using. Aries then cast her spell Magic Burst. Harry's eyes widened and quickly covered his body with his wings as a massive explosion of pink energy engulfed his entire body. The spell shook the entire kingdom of Trodaine, but luckily for everyone, Jessica protected everything. Harry was pushed back by the force of Aries' magic spell. He wasn't hurt or damaged, but he did grunt from the strength behind the spell. it didn't help that he had lowered his power level to be the same as Lily's either. Lily saw Harry grunt and lose his balance as he was pushed back and decided to go through her technique. Let's see if this works. Lily took off running as fast as she could while Harry straightened himself and shook his head. Lily jumped up and then swung her copper sword as hard as she could towards Harry's body. Avon. Strash. Lily's technique hit Harry on his chest with a loud clang until there was a big explosion of energy that sent Harry's massive dragon body falling back. Thankfully he was able to move his body away so he wouldn't fall on top of Hero, Jessica, and the soldiers. Harry crashed against Jessica's barrier around the castle grounds and then fell to the ground. Ugh. The poor dragon god groaned and stayed on the ground but chuckled because he didn't expect such an attack from his goddaughter. He opened his claw and checked on Medea. He had been making sure she was safe throughout the fight, and as soon as he opened his claws he saw the Queen of Trodaine laying on his claws with swirls on her eyes. Medea groaned. Ugh, everything is spinning. Harry grinned at her, while Hero was gaping at the fact that his daughter, the little princess of Trodaine, just pulled off an incomplete Avon Strash, an ancient technique he read about in the archives of the Dragovians. At first, he was confused about where Lily would have heard of such a technique, but then he remembered of the one person who could have shown her the books or history of such technique. Gramps. Hero sighed but then chuckled at the fact that his grandfather was the most likely culprit to have told Lily of the technique, especially since both he and Lily go visit him often enough at his home in the Dragovian sanctuary. Jessica heard Hero and grinned. She was surprised by what Lily just pulled off since even she had heard of such a legendary technique and she was feeling mighty impressed with her ability to use an incomplete version of it. Ari wobbled a bit, having expanded all of her mana at once left her feeling a bit dizzy. She took out a pineapple gel and ate it, restoring almost all of her mana, and then ran to Lily who was kneeling on the ground and twitching in pain. Lily kneeled down and watched as her copper sword began to break down into dust and ash. She then saw her hand and saw that it was badly burned, which made her wince in pain. Ari arrived and bent down beside Lily and looked at her in worry. She immediately began to heal her. Are you okay? Lily tearfully smiled at Ari, happy that she was healing her and worried about her. Yeah, I just haven't mastered this technique yet. Thank you for covering for me. Your spells were awesome. Ari smiled and finished healing Lily's hand and then gave her a pineapple gel as well. Here, eat that to restore your mana and you're welcome. That technique was amazing and super cool. Lily ate the pineapple gel and smiled at the taste. She then stood up and stared at her hand, clenching it to see if there was any more pain. She smiled when she didn't feel any and grinned at Ari. Thank you for the healing. Ari smiled, but then they heard a chuckle and a groan. Lily's eyes widened when she saw the dragon sit up on his hunches while still holding Medea in his claws. Harry shook his head. Wow. I actually felt that. The dragon god opened his claw and poked Medea on her belly. Medea, you alright? Medea nodded and then sat up. Yet. I just got a little dizzy from the tumble you took. You alright? You took that attack head on. Harry nodded. Oh, I'm alright. Even though I was fighting at Lily's level, her technique didn't do any damage. Still felt it though. Lily looked so confused right now that it made Ari giggle, so she decided to help her predicament, so she called out to her, Daddy, Daddy. You're confusing Lily. Harry turned his head towards Lily and grinned. He gently put Medea down on the ground and on her feet and then transformed into his human form while Jessica took down the barrier and allowed her, the Niaraman, and Hero to walk up to Harry and Medea. Lily, however, was staring at the man the dragon just transformed into. Something about him seems very familiar, and the fact that he seems to be very close to both her mother and father told her that he was a family friend. Ari smiled and grabbed Lily's hand and then pulled her with her as she took off running towards Harry. Ari didn't take long to reach her daddy and the rest with Lily, who was still a little confused as to what was going on. Until Hero patted her head and gave her a proud smile. Lily, this man right here is your godfather Harry Potter. Lily immediately turned towards Harry so fast that she scared everyone, thinking she might have hurt herself, but the young princess of Trodaine just stared at Harry with wide eyes full of disbelief. She knew who Harry Potter is, of course, a childhood friend of her mother and father, one that had saved their lives when they were children and become good friends with them after that. Harry stayed in Trodaine for a few years, becoming well known and cared about in the kingdom and by her grandfather Trode. She had heard how he left on a small journey while still a kid and met Jessica. He later came back with her and the four of them became good friends ever since. That bond just grew as they went through their journey to save Trodaine and break the curse that afflicted her mom and grandpa. Later they were joined by Uncle Yangus and Uncle Angelo plus Auntie Red as well, and the group who would later save the world was created. This group of misfits and friends would go on to defeat famous and infamous monsters. They saved and helped countless people and became quite famous, and Harry Potter was definitely one of the most famous and strongest members of the group of heroes. She knew that all too well. It was the reason she based her way of fighting on his and sought to go on an adventure as well. she wanted to be like the man whose mother's name she carries. Her godfather Harry Potter was here and she couldn't believe it, so she stared at him for a long time until he walked up to him with a big and kind smile and gave her a head pat. "It's nice to finally meet you, Lily." Lily looked up at her godfather and couldn't stop the tears from falling from her eyes, so instead, she hugged her godfather as hard as she could while hiding her face on his stomach. I wanted to meet you so much." Harry softly smiled and hugged Lily as she cried on his stomach, while Medea and Hero smiled at their daughter, who was very happy to meet her godfather for the first time ever. Aerie smiled while the Niarman excitedly jumped around. Jessica softly smiled and crossed her arms while she looked up at the sky. It's good to be back. After Harry's reunion with old friends and meeting his goddaughter, everyone decided to go to the living quarters of the castle so they could speak in peace, especially after all the excitement they just had. After they all got comfortable, especially Lily, who sat beside Harry and refused to move away from her godfather, Harry then began to tell them about everything he has done, the worlds he has seen, and the power he now holds. Hero and Medea were certainly stunned at everything Harry told them. The sheer scope of all he saw and must have experienced was overwhelming, especially for them who had lived a simple life as king and queen of Trodaine for 11 years now. They, of course, knew that Harry was never normal, to begin with, and that he had come from another world since he had told them about his life before meeting them, but never in their lives could they have imagined everything he would live through. War, battles of epic proportions, and world-destroying events were a common deal with Harry, and that was just the tip of the iceberg, as he had to deal with all kinds of beings from all sorts of places. It all made them wish that they were there with him. Just how many times did he shed a tear in anger or sorrow? How many times was he so injured or bleeding only to stand up and continue fighting? Just how many times had he screamed in sadness and anger? How many times did he roar in rage? And how many times had he had to become a villain to save some of those worlds? Harry might be smiling and genuinely happy to see them, but they could see the weight he carries on his back. Their beloved childhood friend had changed. He might be an all-powerful dragon god now, and he might still have the strong and kind heart they know him for, but he was not the same Harry that had left them so long ago. But that didn't really matter to Medea and Hero. They knew that it was inevitable for him to change some or even lose some parts of himself during everything he went through. To them he would always be that shy, skinny, black-haired boy they met, and so they will always be there for him, just like he was there for them when they needed him the most. After all, that's what family does. Lily, however, was enthralled by everything Harry told them about his adventures. It all sounded so amazing to her. Aliens, all kinds of monsters, epic battles and adventures. She wasn't stupid though, and she knew that through all of that her godfather must have suffered and lost so many things during all those adventures. But that made her respect her godfather even more. The fact he can still smile and laugh after the life he led was incredible to her, and made her wonder if she had the same level of mental and spiritual strength her godfather has. Throughout the stories, Harry was telling them he kept saying that he wasn't a hero, that he wasn't qualified to be one, and that he would never accept such a title. At first, she was confused. Why would her godfather not want to be a hero? Why would he not accept the title? To her and the kingdom of Trodaine already consider him a hero, so why? But as he spoke and told them about what he had been doing in his own world and for the yokai faction, she understood. Her godfather was being selfish. He had chosen a path that would lead him to clash against the world. He had to drench his hands in blood to protect and care for those he loves. He chose to become a monster to everyone else and make his entire faction into powerful beings, all just so they could be safe. And Lily couldn't see anything wrong with that. To her, her godfather was amazing, and even though he refuses the title of hero, he already was one in the eyes of many people. She was sure many would agree with her. His students, his friends, and family surely think of him as the kind of hero not everyone would want, but one that was needed. Lily raised her hands and stared at them for a while, catching the attention of everyone. As she stared at them, she couldn't help but think of her battle against her godfather. Now she knew he was just playing around and giving her a challenge. No, she knew that she still needed to learn more. Hero smiled, knowing exactly what was going through his daughter's mind right now. Hero then turned his head towards Harry. So what's the plan now that you're here? Harry grinned at Hero. Well, I was thinking of making a portal to this world in Trodaine Castle to my home in Neo Kyoto. We can even have an official treaty too. Medea tilted her head. But we're pretty behind the times compared to the worlds you mentioned. I don't think we have anything to offer to Neo Kyoto. This treaty would be entirely beneficial to us. Harry shrugged and then smiled. And what's wrong with that? I did say that I wanted to see this kingdom thrive, remember? Back then we were just 3 kids getting into trouble, but this castle and town was my first real home. But Hero's and Medea's eyes widened in surprise, while Harry grinned at Medea. When King Trode told us that you were to get married to that oaf of a Prince Charles I was already planning to destroy that kingdom. I and Aruman had it all planned. And we would have done it too because I wanted Trodain to grow and become amazing. Luckily Hero got his head out of his butt and stole you away so I and Aruman didn't have to commit genocide. Jessica grinned, letting everyone know that she would have helped Harry do this, which made Hero and Medea nervously sweat at the fact that Harry would have done all of that. Hero sighed and then chuckled. Very well then, I'm more than happy to sign a treaty with the yokai faction and New Kyoto, but the people of Trodain will always be ready to aid you and the yokai in anything you might or they might need. Harry grinned and nodded. Great. I'll let Yasaka know about this. We'll prepare a portal to Neo Kyoto for Trodain, but for now, I'll work on making a portal for your personal use. Do you know of a safe place to put it? Hero crossed his arms and looked up as he thought about a good place to have this portal. Medea suddenly smiled and clapped. I know the perfect place. With that said, Medea excitedly stood up and ran out of the living quarters. Everyone just stared the way she left, confused, until she came back. What are you lot waiting for? Come on, follow me. Everyone laughed and stood up to follow the excited Queen of Trodain. Lily grabbed one of Harry's hands while Harry grabbed the other, making each other smile, and together they all went to wherever Medea was guiding them. Medea took everyone towards a big staircase leading to a big double-door gate. Harry and Jessica had recognized where the Queen of Trodain was taking them halfway through their walk in the castle. Harry chuckled and nodded. Ah. The vault where Rafetern's staff was sealed. Medea nodded and began to walk up the stairs while everyone followed her. Yes. Since you made sure Raftern was really killed and the staff was no longer needed, this room has been empty and useless since then, but it is the perfect spot for the portal. Everyone nodded, knowing that Medea had a point. This secret vault was not only enormous, but it was the safest place where they can have something like a portal to another world well hidden. Everyone reached the massive double-door gate, which Jessica opened easily, surprising Hero and Medea with her physical strength. Jessica just grinned and flexed her arms at them. Hero grinned back while Medea giggled, and then everyone walked inside the vault and looked around. It was a big empty room bereft of the all-powerful and evil staff that was once kept here. There was a very strong sense of mana in the air due to the very powerful seal that once protected the place, but other than that it was the perfect place to build a portal. Harry grinned and then nodded. Perfect. Here I will build a portal to the Potter household so you guys can come visit anytime you want. Medea smiled and Hero nodded. Hero then turned towards his daughter and noticed she was still lost in thought, so he spoke up to Harry. For how long are you staying? Harry hummed. Well, it's going to take me a few days to build the portal, connect it to this world to mine and stabilize that connection to guarantee safe travel, and then we're taking a trip to Jessica's town to visit her mother. Luckily, until I synchronize this world time flow to mine, we don't to worry about going back for a while. Jessica smiled. We're also planning to build another portal in my home so Mom can visit anytime as well. Hero nodded and then smiled at Lily. Lily, would you like to go with your godfather Harry and Aunt Jessica when they go to Alexandria? Lily looked up to her dad with wide surprised eyes. Hey? But you and Mom never let me go anywhere, how come you're letting me go now? Medea softly smiled. I know we have been a bit overprotective of you, dear, but you're mine and your father's treasure. Hero nodded. Yes, but it seems that we also held you back. Today I saw my 11-year-old daughter perform a lost technique, one depicted by the Dragovians as an art of the legendary Dragon Knights. Lily stared at her parents while Hero continued to speak with a small smile on his face. This castle and Trodain are too small for you, sweetie, and I'm not going to be holding you back. Whatever you want to do, whatever goal you may have and whatever dream you want to reach for, I'll support you. Lily teared up and Harry felt her tighten her hold on his hand. Medea walked up to Lily and then engulfed her in a soft and tender hug. You're not just the princess of Trodain, you're our beloved daughter, so tell us, what is it you want to do, Lily? Lily hugged her mother tightly with her free arm and began to cry. I want to have adventures. I want to go fight and learn more magic. More sword techniques. I want to be like Papa Harry. Harry's eyebrows disappeared in his hairline in surprise. Hero chuckled when he saw Harry's expression. She has looked up to you since she was very small. She grew up with stories about you and our adventures. Does it really surprise you that she sees you as a father? Even though you weren't physically here, you were always in our hearts, Harry. Harry smiled and nodded. Looks like I have another child now. Harry happily chuckled while Jessica smiled. Harry cheered and hugged Lily. Lily squeaked in surprise and turned her gaze towards Harry, who gave her a bright smile. Yay! I have another older sister. Wait until you meet Hope and Morgan. They're awesome. Lily smiled and couldn't help but feel very happy right now, as she was surrounded by family. She was very much looking forward to what sort of adventures she will be having now. Chapter 110. Harry, Jessica, Harry, and the Niarman become grand guests in Castle Trodain, and everyone in town and in the castle was happy to see both Harry and Jessica. That didn't surprise the Trodain royal family though, since both Jessica and Harry were considered heroes to the people of Trodain because of their part in defeating Raftern and lifting the curse that afflicted the castle at the time. Hiro and Medea were happy to have their friends back and spent a lot of time talking to them about their lives in Harry's world and about the things they accomplished. Hiro of course felt like a young man again and would often go around with Harry to get into trouble. They even went drinking once and got into a bar fight just for shits and giggles. It was funny to Jessica and Medea to find both the King of Trodaine and Harry drinking beer from on top of a big pile of drunk and unconscious thugs while laughing like maniacs. Medea spent her time with Harry asking about his adventures and writing about them. She had told Harry how she wrote a book on their adventures and that she wanted to write more about his. Harry agreed and told her of the worlds he visited, the people he met, and the adventures he had in deeper detail, and Medea wrote to her heart's content, which was something Harry was always happy about. Of course, Harry and Jessica visited old King Trode in his chambers, who was over the moon to see them. In his retirement, the old King of Trodaine focused his now free time on experimenting with the alchemy pot, something he grew very passionate about during their adventures. Harry and Jessica sat down with him and talked about everything and anything with old King Trode, who was more than happy to listen to all of the adventures both of them had. Of course, King Trode was happy about the treaty between the yokai faction and the Kingdom of Trodaine and couldn't wait to go visit Harry's world and his big family. Even more so since there will be a lot of new interesting ingredients for him to experiment with, and that had him feeling all giddy with excitement. Lily was very excited to not only have her godfather with her but Ari and her Auntie Jessica as well. There weren't any kids her age in the castle and the older kids didn't want to play with her because she was the princess. So she spent a lot of time alone and training with both her magic and swordplay, but it was boring and lonely to do so all the time, which is why she would go out of the castle looking for adventure. But now she had Ari with her, who she thinks is super awesome with all the magic spells she can cast and for how strong she is despite being younger than her. Her Auntie Jessica was just as awesome to her and was even teaching her some mid to advanced magic, which was great. Her mommy is a good teacher, but she focuses on healing and buffs and didn't have a lot to teach Lily about offensive magic. So the young princess of Trodaine was very happy to be able to learn offensive magic from a master mage like her Auntie Jessica. Then came her godfather, who despite always being busy with the portal or with the people of Trodaine always spent time with her. She didn't know how he did it, but no matter the time or place he would always be ready to spend time with her. Not that she minded, because it's exactly how she had always dreamed about having her godfather around. Spending time with her godfather, Harry was as awesome as she had thought. Especially with how he would teach her and practice with her. She noticed that his sword style was very dynamic instead of the very root yourself on one spot style of her father, and that had her very interested in it. She felt it matched her better, so she asked her godfather to teach her, and to her surprise and happiness, he agreed. In order to learn to fight and move like him, she had to be able to think, react, and move on the spot while keeping herself in constant motion. It wasn't easy and she hasn't gotten good at it yet, but she did feel more comfortable with this. It's been a few days since her godfather, Auntie Jessica, and Ari had arrived, and she was having a lot of fun plus learning a lot too. Today though, she was watching her godfather work on the portal to his world with rapt attention. She didn't know what her godfather was doing, but it was impressive nonetheless. It didn't feel like magic, and it certainly wasn't anything simple either. Whatever her godfather was doing was something else entirely, and her instincts were telling her that it was dangerous, so she quietly stared. However, she was snapped out of her thoughts when something, or rather someone, poked her back, surprising her a lot. She turned around while holding her chest in fright, only to see Ari smiling sheepishly at her. Ari, you almost scared the dragon soul out me. Ari softly giggled and waved her hands in front of her in surrender. Sorry Lily. You were just very distracted watching Daddy work that you didn't hear me call out to you, so I wanted to know what caught your attention so strongly. Lily sighed and then smiled at Ari. Oh. I was just curious about what Papa Harry is doing. It doesn't feel like magic or anything I've ever felt before, but my instincts are telling me that is very dangerous. Ari nodded and smiled at Lily. Ah. I see. Well, your instincts are very right, because what Daddy is doing is manipulating the very concept of space and time to both link and synchronize this world with our home world. Lily tilted her head in confusion and tried to piece together what Ari just told her, but in her mind, she just couldn't understand everything she was just told. Concept. Ari crossed her arms and hummed. Conceptual control of something means having complete control of the nature of that concept. It goes beyond anything magic can do, or so that's how Mommy Luna explained it. I don't get it very well either, but Morgan and Hope do. I think. Lily smiled at her friend's efforts to help her understand. I see, it must be very powerful. I wonder if anyone can learn to control concepts. Harry stopped what he was doing, and suddenly a gap in the very fabric of space and time opened up in front of him, signaling that the portal was ready. Harry smiled and nodded to himself and then turned towards both girls. Having control over a concept is usually something only gods and some supernatural beings can do. Both Lily and Ari turned around to face Harry. Lily hummed and nodded. Ah, I see, so it's something far beyond a human's ability to use. It sounds very complicated. Harry grinned at his goddaughter and nodded. It is, and sure, humans could learn to do it, but their minds, souls, and bodies wouldn't be able to handle it. Lily tilted her head. Is it like using the kamikaze spell? Harry hummed. Something like that, though with the kamikaze spell you can still be brought back to life. If a human tries to control a concept it would slowly destroy their soul and body, there's no coming back from that. Lily nodded, while Harry patted her head. In any case, I'm done here, so the portal is ready, now we can go to Alexandria and visit Jessica's mom. Both Harry and Lily cheered, happy that they get to finally go on a journey. Harry chuckled at them and began to walk towards the room's massive gates. Come on. Let's go see if we can sneak a snack before breakfast, but let's try not letting Medea know. Last time she scolded us for an hour. The girls grinned and nodded. Sneaking a snack from the kitchen was fun because they had to be careful not to get caught by Medea and the cook. After successfully getting some pastries as snacks with help of Harry's invisibility cloak, Harry and the girls went outside to enjoy their hard-earned snacks. Lily suddenly looked around as she ate her pastry and then raised an eyebrow. Hey Harry! Where are the Niarman? I haven't seen them all day now that I think about it. Lily smiled and took out her smartphone and turned it on. She then showed it to Lily, who grabbed it and took a curious look at the screen where she saw the Niarman peacefully sleeping. She smiled at them since she quite liked the little guys, but she was curious about the weird white and red plate Harry handed to her. She inspected the plate but didn't recognize it. What's this? Harry smiled and let Harry answer Lily's question. Oh. It's a smartphone. It's a piece of technology that lets you do all kinds of things, like communicating with people from long distances. It can even play music and take pictures. Lily tilted her head and stared at the smartphone. Wow, this smartphone seems very useful. It must be a precious magical artifact, but how did the Niarman get inside? Harry smiled. That's because of the nature of the Niarman. They're creatures made out of something called data, and this data can easily be transferred into things like smartphones. We'll teach you all about it when you visit our world. Lily looked down at the smartphone in her hand and smiled. I can't wait. After having their snack they all went to talk with Hero, Medea, and Jessica, who were in the throne room speaking about some random things. The three of them smiled as they saw Harry step inside the throne room with Harry and Lily following close behind. Hero smiled seeing Lily's happy smile on her face. He was glad that his daughter seemed to be having a lot of fun lately. He had always worried that Lily was too lonely or bored with life in the castle. He himself and Medea had also felt very bored living in Trodane Castle until Harry came into their lives and brought fun and excitement to it. Medea stood up from her throne and walked up to the girls and then gave them a big hug. Harry and Lily were very happy to return the hug with smiles on their faces, while Hero, Jessica, and Harry smiled at them. Harry then turned towards Hero and grinned. I finished the portal, so you guys can now travel between Trodane Castle and the Potter household. I also contacted Yasaka and she will be coming over soon, so you can sign the treaty. Hero smiled. Sounds great. I'll have the place for the general portal picked soon so you can create one to connect Kyoto and Trodane. Harry nodded. Sounds good, though we're going to have to do things slowly so we don't overwhelm the people of Trodane. Everything in Neo Kyoto is very advanced and the people are kinda wild. Hero grinned. That doesn't even surprise me. Harry's eyebrow twitched knowing that comment from Hero was a jab at him. Hero however just went on, but I agree with you. I'll make sure to slowly let the change come so everyone can get accustomed to all the new things Neo Kyoto has to offer. Harry nodded. Jessica crossed her arms and smiled. And don't be afraid to ask for help, Hero. As allies we take care of our own. Anything you need just let us know, and I'm sure anyone in the Potter household will more than happy to help you. Hero smiled while Harry nodded and spoke up. I have already let everyone know, so all you need to do is step over and ask for help if you need it. Even if I'm not available, anyone that is should be able to handle whatever you need. Hero nodded. Thank you guys, that means a lot. Even though things are peace right now, we know all too well that it can change at any time. Harry and Jessica nodded, knowing full well the truth behind Hero's words. Medea then spoke up. So you guys will be leaving for Alexandria soon, right? Harry nodded. Yes, then we'll see if we can find Yangus and Red to see how they're doing. After that we'll visit Angelo to check up on him. Along the way we will visit some old friends since we have some time before I have to go back and deal with some stuff. Medea nodded and turned her head towards her daughter. I bet you're excited, right Lily? Lily excitedly nodded. Yet. I get to travel around, fight all kinds of monsters, and have adventures with Auntie Harry and Papa Harry. Everyone smiled at the young princess of Trodane and her excitement. Harry then hummed. You're going to need new equipment since your sword was destroyed from using the Avonstrash. Lily frowned and nodded. Yeah, every time I use it my sword keeps getting destroyed. I was planning of buying another one tomorrow. Harry smiled and shook his head. From what I read in the Dragovian archives, The Avonstrash is a very powerful technique and requires a magic conducting sword in order to use it, even more so for you since you are using an incomplete form that is all power and energy. Everyone listened intently to what Harry was saying about such a legendary sword technique. Harry crossed his arms, especially since you're a Dragovian, a descendant of the Dragon Knights. Medea gasped and Hero gaped. Wait. You mean to tell me that the Dragovians are descendants of the Dragon Knights? Harry nodded back. Then as a full Dragovian myself, I wanted to learn everything about our history, so after the trials of the Dragonvian Lord I was given access to the archives and investigated. Dragon Knights, beings created by the goddess, beings with the heart of a human, the power of a dragon and the magic of a demon, beings created to keep the balance of the world. Everyone listened with rapt attention to Harry speaking about something that was a legend to them. There's not much information about the Dragon Knights, only that at first there was only meant to be only one in existence, but that Dragon Knight fell in love and had a child with a human. This child inherited the powers of the dragon and later went to save the world. The Dragovians are the evolved descendants of that child. Medea was in awe at the information they all just got. Incredible. Hero gaped and turned towards Lily. Harry noticed and smiled. I see you noticed. There's a reason Lily came out more Dragovian than you did. In fact, her dragonic blood should have been far more diluted, but instead, she was born incredibly powerful for someone her age. Lily tilted her head while everyone stared at her. Harry smiled. Lily is this generation's Dragon Knight, the first one in many, many centuries. Everyone gaped at Lily, who seemed very confused, but Harry walked up to her and patted her head. Don't worry about getting a sword, Lily, I'm going to make you one that will be able to handle your growing abilities. It will be my gift to you for all those birthdays I missed, but I'm going to have to get some materials first, so wait. Okay. Lily nodded and smiled at her godfather while Hero and Medea stared at their daughter in awe. They knew their little girl was special, but this was something else entirely. The next couple of days were a bit busy for the royal family of Trodain. Now that the portal was fully operational, many members of the Potter household began to come over to meet their new neighbors. Medea was over the moon about the fact that she now had plenty of new women friends now that she met Harry's girlfriends and the wives of his friends. As a queen, she didn't get to have a lot of friends, especially since many of the women in Trodain were intimidated by her status, but now she had a lot of friends to talk and gossip with. She even met girls from other worlds like Hinata and Masaki, who were also mothers, and she could talk to them about things like that. Hero met the boys, and instantly got along with them. The men of the Potter household and friends were happy to have a new bro to hang out with, and Hero felt the same as well. But the happiest of them all was Lily, who got to meet the many young children of the Potter household along with Harry's students. Her new friends Morgan and Hope were the most interesting of them all, and the fact that they were close to her age and were already very powerful made them very cool in her eyes. So of course Lily was very happy to have a lot of friends now, people that care about her even with the fact that they just met. Each and every person she met accepted her and treated her like family. Sure, she was very surprised that many of them weren't human, but she came to love everyone nonetheless. While her godfather worked on making her sword, she got to play and even train with all the young members of the Potter household. They even taught her some very cool magic spells and techniques. Harry was going back and forth between Kyoto, the Potter household, and the world of light gathering materials to forge Lily's new sword. He even went to the Dragovian hometown to get a copy of the Dragovian sword schematics. After a while and getting all the materials he wanted to use to create the sword, Harry got to work forging a new Dragovian sword for Lily. He even used his strongest dragon breath in the forging along one of his scales. It took a while to melt the metal and even more his scale in order to make an ingot to forge with, but in the end, it was done and Harry got to work. It took him a week in a time dilation ward to forge the sword. But after it was done, he named it the Dragovian God Sword. His scale had made the sword a legendary rank weapon. Harry smiled and swung it around a couple of times to test the balance. He smiled as he felt that it was very well balanced and then brought it to his face to inspect it. He grinned as his Rinnegan picked up his energy around the sword. His scale had imbued the sword with his energy and made it extra conductive and indestructible. Harry nodded to himself and then walked out of the Potter household lab while putting the sword into his inventory and immediately headed to the portal room. Once there, he walked into the portal leading to Trodain Castle and went to look for Lily. He sensed her somewhere outside the castle walls along with Ares, so he took off flying and flew out of a window. It didn't take him long to find the girls. Harry found them beating a few monsters outside. The dragon god felt a little bad for the poor slimes and jail cats the girls poked to death, but he guessed that they were bored and decided to do some grinding. Harry landed behind them as Lily finished a big group of slimes. Ares noticed her daddy's arrival and smiled at him as soon as he landed. Harry smiled at his daughter while Lily turned around and saw her godfather. She brightly smiled as well and excitedly waved as Harry walked up to them. Hey girls, seems like you got bored, hey? Lily nervously laughed. Ah. It's just I'm used to always training, and since I had to wait for my new sword I felt a bit restless. Harry chuckled and gave Lily a head pat. Well, you don't have to wait any longer, I'm done. Harry took out the Dragovian god sword and handed it to Lily, who took it with an odd expression on her face. This looks like the sword Dad hung over his bed in his room. Harry grinned. Ah, so that's what he did with his Dragovian sword. Lily tilted her head. Dragovian sword. Harry nodded and then smiled at Lily. You've visited the Dragovian sanctuary, right? Lily nodded. Yup, me and Dad visit Grandpa Munchie all the time. Harry chuckled at the way Lily addressed her great-grandfather. Back then it was a big surprise that the little fire-breathing mouse named Munchie that Hero had as a pet was his grandfather all along. And have you met the Dragovian Lord? Lily nodded. Yet. He's a little stiff, but he's always been nice to me whenever I asked him if I could read something from the library. Harry smiled, happy that the Dragovians seemed to have changed from the way they used to be. He still remembers how mad he was when he found out what had happened to Hero's parents and the fact that they cursed Hero to lock his memories away. But it seems that they have come a long way since then, so Harry smiled at Lily. When your father and I arrived in the Dragovian sanctuary and met the Dragovian Lord, we decided to go through some trials to earn our place among the Dragovians. Your father gained the Dragovian sword while I gained a set of armor. Lily looked down at her new sword. Do I have to take a trial too, and what was it? Harry grinned at Lily, which made her tilt her head in curiosity. You already did. The trial requires you to fight a Dragovian Lord in his dragon form. Lily's eyes widened in surprise at. But. I didn't beat you, Papa Harry. Harry grinned at Lily. You fought a dragon god in his dragon form with no hesitation and gave it your all. That's enough for me to say that you passed the trial. Lily smiled at Harry and gave him a hug. Harry happily watched her new friend receive a cool sword as a gift. Too bad that she wasn't interested in swords, otherwise she might have asked for one like Lily's. Harry let go of Lily and then smiled at both her and Harry. With this, we're ready to go to Alexandria, so I've been thinking that we should start our little journey tomorrow. Lily and Harry fist pumped and loudly cheered. Both of them have been looking forward to making the trip to Alexandria and seeing a little of this world. Harry grinned at both girls, who seemed very excited. Let's go back, girls. We have to let Jessica, Hero, and Medea know about our trip tomorrow. Both girls nodded and jumped on Harry, who swiftly caught them and laughed a bit. He then walked back to the castle with both girls in his arms while they both excitedly talked about what sort of things they would see on their journey. A few minutes later they got together with the King and Queen of Trodaine along with Jessica, and Harry told them that they were ready to make their journey to Alexandria. Both Hero and Medea were happy that Lily was finally going to go and see a bit of the world. The fact that she would be going with Harry and Jessica eased their worries as well. They both knew that they could trust their friends to make sure that Lily was safe. That night both Lily and Harry went to sleep early to wake up at dawn to start their journey, while Harry and Jessica spent one more night hanging out with Hero and Medea. The next morning the party of four left Castle Trodaine after many hugs and goodbyes from the townspeople and Hero and Medea. Lily and Harry were very excited and ran around all over the place while they walked the roads towards their first destination, Fairbury. Harry and Jessica let the girls deal with the monsters, knowing that there was nothing too dangerous in this region, and even though the girls were having fun defeating countless slimes, satyrs, unicorns, and mechaminas, they eventually got bored. Which meant very bad things for the poor monsters, especially when it comes to Harry, who liked to mess around with her magic a lot. At some point some slimes got enough and merged together to create a king slime. Lily was very surprised because that was the first time she had ever seen slimes do that, but Harry was very odd and interested in the king slime, especially its crown. Harry took one look at the crown and decided that she wanted it, and so the poor king slime was whacked over the head by a very enthusiastic Harry until it finally passed away to the safety of the afterlife. For the rest of the trip to Fairbury, Harry walked around with a king slime crown on her head, while Lily vowed to never get Harry angry and to hide her tiara, just in case. They arrived in Fairbury a little after noontime, and Lily was very excited to look around a town she had never been to. Both Harry and Jessica were more than happy to let the girls look around while Harry and she visited some old friends. Harry went to visit the great fortune teller Calderisha and his daughter Valentina to see how they were doing. He was surprised to find out that Calderisha had retired and that Valentina was now the famous fortune teller. Of course, both of them were happy to see Harry again and spent the next few hours speaking about everything that had been going on in their life. Meanwhile, Harry and Lily walked around the town and visited everything that caught their interest. They even went into the shops to see what they had for sale. Even though they only had basic wares in stock, the girls still had fun looking at the armor, weapons, and items they had for sale. Lily certainly had fun explaining to Harry what the items did as well. The store clerks were certainly happy watching both adorable little girls having a lot of fun, and watched with smiles on their faces as they laughed and checked whatever item they could. The girls even visited the little church in town. Harry was reminded of the healing temples in both Kyoto and Kyoto. especially with what the church offers as services. Lily curiously looked around since she had never seen a church this small before, while Ari confessed to the small young nun who looked rather disturbed by what Ari was telling her. After that they decided they had enough and went to look for Jessica and Harry, who to their surprise were already waiting for them outside the church. Both girls smiled at them, happy to not have to go looking for them. Lily and Ari then grabbed one of Harry's hands each, and that made Harry smile at them. Did you girls have fun? Both Lily and Ari nodded and began to tell Harry everything they did, while Jessica just fondly smiled at them as they cheerfully told Harry about the shops and the little church they visited. After a little walking they stopped at the pub in town to have something to eat. It was the first time the girls had gone to a place so noisy and rowdy, but found it very fun. The bunny girl working as a maid gushed at how cute both girls looked. Since both Ari and Lily were wearing their battle gear, they both looked like mini adventurers, and that made them adorable to many, not that the girls minded the attention. It certainly was a fun time eating at a pub, and they even hung around the people there who were cheered up by the adorable girls. Ari even arm wrestled a few guys in the pub, only to come out as the new arm wrestling champion of the pub. Afterward, they all stepped outside and Harry looked up at the sky. We have some time still, is there something you girls would like to do? Ari and Lily crossed their arms and hummed as they thought about what they wanted to do next. They certainly had a lot of fun today, but they wanted a little more excitement. Lily then remembered what her dad had told her about his adventures. I remember Dad told me about a cave around here. Harry tilted his head and thought about what hero might have been referring to. He must have been talking about Waterfall Cave. Lily nodded excitedly and hopped from foot to foot. Can we go and check it out? It's been years, so maybe we'll find something new there. Harry turned his head towards Jessica, who smiled and nodded. I don't see why not. Afterwards we can camp out and leave for Alexandria early in the morning. Harry grinned and nodded to Jessica. He then turned his head towards Lily and Ari. Then let's go and check it out. The girls cheered, and then the party of 4 left the town of Fairbury. It didn't take them long to reach the cave, since Harry still remembered where it was, and once they arrived all of them went inside. It came as a surprise to Harry that the cave was now flooded enough to reach the girls' knees. Jessica frowned a bit. I'm sensing a powerful monster deep in this cave. Harry nodded. Yet. I can tell something is going on here. This cave wasn't flooded 11 years ago in this world. Suddenly Harry saw a man-o-war and a king kelp roaming around. Those are sea monsters too. Something is definitely wrong here. Jessica nodded while both Ari and Lily looked around. Suddenly from the water, a trio of wild boarfish jumped at the group. Lily reacted quickly and cut 2 of them down with a falcon slash, while Ari batted the other one with her staff, which was sent flying until it crashed against the head of the king kelp, killing both monsters. Lily scratched her head and looked around. I've never seen nor fought monsters like these before, but they aren't that tough. Ari nodded in agreement, since she herself didn't see them as a threat. Harry smiled at the girls. Well, these types of monsters are only found in areas close to the ocean, and of course, these monsters aren't tough for you girls, but to the people of the Fairbury continent these monsters are very dangerous. Lily widened her eyes since she had forgotten about Fairbury. The town is too close to this cave. Jessica nodded. That's right. If this cave continues to flood, then all of these monsters will eventually reach outside and Fairbury won't be able to handle it. They aren't used to fighting these types of monsters. Ari nodded and then walked up front. Then we have to fix this. We can't just leave the situation like this. Harry smiled at Ari and gave her a head pat, which made her happily smile. The dragon god nodded and then grinned. Well, looks like adventure found us. Lily, you and Ari will be up front. Jessica and I will help if needed, but I think you can both handle it just fine. Lily brightly smiled and nodded. Leave it to us, Papa Harry. Ari nodded while Lily drew her Dragovian god sword. Anything we should know about these monsters? Harry and Jessica smiled proudly at Lily, glad that she had asked for information. Harry then answered her question. C-type monsters specialize in status conditions like paralysis and poison, plus they're physically inclined when attacking, though some have some very potent magic, mostly ice or water magic though. Lily nodded and looked around with a frown. I think it's best not to use lightning magic in here. Lily then turned towards Ari. I know the healing spells, Tingle for paralysis, and Squelch for poisoning, and you Ari? Ari hummed. I'm very good with healing magic. I even know a few resurrection spells, so you can leave the healing and long-range support to me, you focus on attacking. Lily grinned and nodded. Jessica then took out a shield with a beautiful goddess engraved into it and handed it to Lily. Here, I had this made for you. Lily took the beautiful shield and awed it. Harry smiled and then turned his head towards Jessica. So that's what you've been working with, King Trode? Lily grinned and nodded. Yup. It took a bit of work getting the materials for the alchemy pot, but since I knew where to find most of them, it didn't take me that long. Lily looked up at Jessica and smiled at her. Thank you, on to Jessica. Jessica ruffled Lily's hair and grinned at her. You're very much welcome, dear. you needed a good shield to go with your new sword, so your granddad and I worked on that. It's called a goddess shield and it will half the damage of any fire or ice-based attack coming at you." Lily's eyes widened in awe. She quickly equipped her new shield and moved it around a bit, and she was once again surprised when the shield didn't weigh anything to her. Harry, Jessica, and Ari smiled at Lily as the little princess of Trodaine looked mighty proud with her new equipment. She nodded to herself and then grinned. "All right. Let's find out what's going in this cave." Chapter 111. The party of 4 set out to investigate and traverse the cave now flooded with seawater. Harry noticed the cave had changed a bit over the years as it seemed bigger and there were even more tunnels around. He did wonder how those tunnels came to be, but in the end, he supposed that it must have been a monster trying to burrow or make some sort of home for itself. Still, all of these new tunnels could compromise the structure of the cave, so he kept a close eye as he followed both Ari and Lily deeper into the cave along with Jessica. Lily was at the front with Ari behind her as they both walked a bit ahead of both adults of their party. Lily kept a close eye on everything happening around her and the sea monster roaming about. Eventually, they reached a big chamber and Lily noticed right away a bunch of chests spread around the place. She smiled knowing that there was probably something useful in them. Though she tilted her head and seemed lost in thought for a few seconds, the group waited for her to get her thoughts together, which she did a few seconds later. The little princess of Trodaine turned her head towards Harry. "Papa Harry, do you know where the treasure that we find in chests comes from? I asked Mommy and Daddy before but they didn't know." Harry chuckled and smiled at Lily. "Ah, your mom asked the same question before and to be honest at the time I didn't have a clue. I even searched all over the world once for answers to that question but I've never found it." Lily frowned and sighed, but Harry patted her head causing her to look up at her godfather, who continued speaking. "But that was then. Now that I have far more abilities I can see divine power coming from those chests. I think the goddess of this world creates those chests and leaves things inside them to help heroes, though some are human-made and only have things that were stored in them." Jessica hummed and crossed her arms. "I see. I've always wondered where some of these chests came from, but it makes sense that the goddess is the one putting them there, especially how we found some in some places where there's no way other humans got there." Ari brightly smiled. "Ah. The goddess of this world must be really nice. I even heard that it's thanks to her power that the church can do everything it does. I wanted to meet her." In heaven, a young-looking goddess was looking down towards the mortal realm, and having heard Ari's praises made her blush, though she still had a happy smile on her face. She had been surprised when one of her heroes had returned, and even more so when he had reached a realm of power and station way above hers, but she was glad to see that her little dragon hero was still as kind as ever. "He's a little rough around the edges, but the little dragon has grown into a fine man." The goddess smiled happily to see how much that small and skinny boy she saw traveling her world had grown. Lily scratched her head and awkwardly giggled. "I guess I should visit the church more often and say thank you to the goddess. Mom is never going to let me live it down though." Harry chuckled in amusement. After that little talk both girls continue forward. A bunch of calamari kids attacked the girls, but they quickly took them down with physical strength alone. Punching and whacking over their heads with a staff seemed very effective ways to deal with such monsters, though the girls did have to be careful when fighting the man-o'-wars. Despite looking like they belong to the slime family of monsters, the fact is that they're sea monsters and very dangerous one that have a habit of breathing a paralyzing breath attack. Despite being very agile, the close space and the fact that these monsters attacked in hordes made it a bit difficult for the girls to fully dodge their attacks. Lily in fact was hit and paralyzed a couple of times and left floating in the water, unable to move, forcing Ari to stop attacking and chase Lily's floating body before it drifted away. Though Harry and Jessica found it funny how Lily would be yelling at the monsters for being cheaters as her paralyzed body slowly floated away in the water. But eventually, the girls were able to reach the chests and look inside. Ari and Lily obtained some very basic but useful items like a chimera wing, an item that can teleport you to the last town you visited, a great item to have in case of emergency. Some herbs that Lily was planning to take to her granny Tsunade, and even a leather hat that Lily put on with a smile on her face since it was the first piece of gear she ever found. Harry smiled at the girls as they had fun and eventually reached the second level of the cave where the whole area was completely flooded. Lily looked down at the water with a frown. "How can we continue on? The water is too deep and we can't really fight monsters underwater." Jessica grinned. "Don't worry, there are magic spells that can help with situations like these. Just give me a second." Jessica closed her eyes and began to chant a long spell. Once she was done, everyone's body glowed blue for a few seconds. Lily looked around her body in awe. "Whoa! What was that?" onto Jessica. Jessica grinned. "It's a spell that helps with water exploration. It allows you to breathe underwater and move around as if you were on the surface." Ari was already taking notes so she could go look for this spell in the library and learn it later. Lily was awed at such a useful spell. "That's amazing. I don't think I've ever heard of such a useful spell before." Harry smiled at his goddaughter. That's because it's a magic spell from my world. Yokai use it when they have to do something underwater, though it is a very common spell that it's used by other races. Lily looked very excited about the notion of a spell from another world. She had of course heard about it before, but it was still amazing for her nonetheless. Do you think I can learn magic from another world too? Harry nodded. Sure you can. After our little trip around the world of light, I'll give you a few useful perks and skills and take you to the Potter household. There you can use the library and learn anything you want, plus if you need instructions all you have to do is ask someone and I'm sure they'll be more than happy to teach you. Lily looked rather excited and happily nodded. She then suddenly jumped into the water. Harry's sweat dropped but then chuckled. Geez, she's like Medea, no sense of danger or caution whatsoever. In Castle Trodaine, Medea was happily humming a tune while writing something for her next book. Hero was with her smiling as he watched her work. Suddenly Medea sneezed, surprising Hero. Medea looked up and her eyebrows twitched in annoyance. I don't know why, but I feel like Harry said something rude about me. Hero grinned. Even now Harry is the only one who can make the prim and proper Medea act like her kid self, and he wasn't even in the castle anymore. Still, it was funny to see his wife act like that. Everyone followed Lily's lead and jumped into the water and found Lily fighting two big abyss divers, which surprised Harry and Jessica quite a bit. Harry immediately took off to join Lily in her fight. The little princess of Trodaine blocked a swipe from the marine dragon's clawed flipper with her shield, but the force of the attack pushed her back. Lily grunted and stabbed her sword into the ground to stop herself from sliding back. Suddenly the abyss divers were blasted away a bit by a blast of mana coming from Aries' staff. Harry walked up to Lily's side. Are you okay, Lily? Lily nodded and stood up straight. Yeah, they just caught me off guard a bit. I really didn't expect to find dragon-type monsters in this cave. Harry turned her head towards the monsters, who roared in anger. I can't use fire or lighting magic underwater, much less ice or explosion magic, since they would be dampened by the water or we might hurt ourselves. Lily nodded, already having thought about that. What are you going to do? Those are the only elemental magics that we can use. Harry smiled at Lily. From this world, that is. Don't worry, I can use other types of magic, just be careful. We both know that dragons cannot be underestimated. Lily nodded in agreement. Okay. The Princess of Trodaine took off running while Aerie swung her staff above her head and then slammed the tip on the ground as she began to chant, O roar of the earth, bring forth the fangs of the mighty dragon. Ground Dasher. The abyss dragons were suddenly assaulted by a big number of sharp rock stalagmites that burst out from underneath them. The spell caused massive damage to the marine dragons and distracted them so that Lily could finish them off. Lily reached the abyss divers with her sword glowing orange. She jumped up and came down in front of one of the abyss divers with a strong downward slash while yelling out her attack, Dragon Slash. The attack was very effective against the abyss dragon and was cut in half. The monster vanished in wisps of light a few seconds later while Lily immediately launched herself towards the other abyss diver, her sword once again lit up with orange energy. She reached the abyss dragon, who was reeling in pain from Ares' earth spell, in a matter of seconds, and before it could even blink, Lily lashed out with her attack, Dragon Slash. This time she swung her attack at the neck of the abyss diver, whose head was instantly cut off and sent flying. The monster vanished in wisps of light before its head could even touch the ground. Lily landed on her feet and stood at the ready while looking around for more monsters. Once she made sure that there were none left, she relaxed. Aerie walked up to her and fist pumped in victory. Lily grinned and also fist pumped as well. Harry and Jessica smiled at them, happy that they were working as a team despite having just met a few days ago. Harry however frowned and looked around. I didn't expect high-level monsters and dragon types, much less to be roaming around in here. Jessica nodded. Something very serious is going on in this cave. You didn't notice anything weird back when you first came here? Harry shook his head. No, not really, but even if there was anything weird going on back then, I don't think I would have noticed. I wasn't as powerful, nor did I have the many skill I do now though. I always thought it was weird a merman found its way in here. Jessica frowned. A merman? Oh. You mean that merman that got hit by Calderish's magic crystal ball, right? Harry nodded back. Then I didn't think much about it, but how did a sea monster like a merman find its way in here? This is a freshwater cave, and even more so with the waterfall it's named after in here. Jessica crossed her arms. Now that you mentioned it, does seem strange. You don't think this cave connects to the sea, do you? We're pretty far from any sea water after all. Harry hummed. That's the only explanation I can think of, and it would explain how monsters like abyss dragons got in here. Harry turned his face towards Jessica. We can't leave things like this. This could become a bigger problem than we thought. Jessica nodded. Yet, no one on this continent is powerful enough to deal with these types of monsters except Hero and Medea. Harry turned to look at the girls, who were excitedly talking with each other, and smiled. For now, let's trust the girls to handle this. We will step in if it gets too crazy. Jessica nodded. Sure, she was a bit concerned with what was going on right now, but she knew she could trust the girls to handle it for now, and so the party of 4 took off to continue to investigate. The group traversed the now underwater cave with relative ease, and luckily they didn't find any other monsters like the abyss divers, but they were big numbers of other smaller types of monsters. Aries' wide area of effect magic spells came in handy, and Lily focused on taking out any single monsters that either avoided the spells or weren't reached by them. Though Harry did notice that he would have to teach Lily some more techniques to widen her skill set and some wide area of effect or multi-target skills to help her with big groups. Eventually, the group reached a fork in the tunnel. Harry, knowing there was a chest in the tunnel to the left, told the girls about it, and they excitedly headed down the tunnel right away to the amusement of Harry and Jessica. At the end of the tunnel, they found an exit, and once they walked out of it they reached a big chamber of sorts that was completely flooded with seawater, and in front of them, they found a chest. Lily walked up to it and opened it to see what they can find inside. She giggled when she found a copper sword and showed it to Ari, who giggled as well. She didn't need the sword anymore but decided to keep it as a souvenir. After that, they walked back into the tunnel and headed to the other side until they found a set of stairs leading down. Both Harry and Jessica felt a dark presence below and frowned. Ari felt it as well and stopped Lily from walking down. Wait, there's something strong down there, Lily. Lily stopped and turned her head towards Ari. Really? Lily turned her head back towards the staircase leading down and frowned. You think we can handle it, or should we let Papa Harry and Auntie Jessica have at it? Ari hummed as she thought about it. Harry and Jessica, however, were really proud that Lily was smart enough to consider her options, but then again she is the Princess of Trodaine, so she has to be level-headed. Ari turned her ruby-red eyes towards Lily and smiled. I think we can handle it, but we need some preparations and a bit of backup as well, just in case. Lily tilted her head and watched as Ari took out her phone and summoned her Digimon partners to her side with it. The Niaraman immediately began to hop around. The cheerful Niaraman spoke up. Oh. Hey Ari. Want some help? The calm Niaraman smiled up at Ari. Will be more than happy to help in any way, Ari. Ari smiled and nodded at her partners. Yes, down these stairs. Ari pointed down towards the bottom of the stairs, and the Niaraman looked down as she continued speaking. There's a strong monster, so I need you to fight in the front lines with Lily and help her. The Niaraman nodded and then turned towards Lily to give her a big smile. Lily smiled back at them. I'm counting on you guys. The Digimon hopped around while cheering. Ari giggled. All right, settle down guys, now let me get us prepared before we jumped in. Both Niaraman stood to Lily's sides and nodded. Ari then pointed her staff towards Lily and the Niaraman. Shell Laga, Protectga, Hastyaga, Bravery, Faith. Lily and the Niaraman's bodies lit up in different colors for a few seconds. Ari smiled and nodded. Okay, this will give you 3 a boost, but it's temporary, so keep that in mind. This is only a precaution just in case we get ambushed or something like that, okay? Lily and the Niaraman nodded. After that everyone then walked down the stairs while being fully alert for anything that might be waiting for them at the end of this cave. Once they reached the bottom of the flooded cavern and walked forwards, they found a massive chamber, and inside they witnessed how some sort of barrier was creating some sort of air bubble inside. They sensed an evil and dark presence nearby as well. They could barely sense it before, but they can clearly feel it now, and it was very obvious that some very powerful and evil was waiting for the party, but this didn't deter Lily nor Ari. Both wanted to resolve this, and even though they just found out about this situation by chance, they still wanted to help. It was obvious that if things were left as they were, the town of Fairberry would eventually be flooded not only by seawater but by also very powerful monsters, and that's something the girls couldn't ignore. So Lily and the Niaraman walked forward and through the barrier that was creating an air bubble, followed next by Ari, Harry, and Jessica. As soon as Lily walked through the barrier, she saw a very big and muscular merman sitting on a throne made of stone. The monster had its eyes closed and was holding some sort of bladed staff weapon in its hands. Ari frowned the moment she saw the monster and instantly knew that this one wasn't like the other monsters they faced before. In fact, to her this monster felt like a floor boss from the natural dungeon back at Neo Kyoto, and that made this situation a rather dangerous one. Jessica tilted her head in confusion. She'd never seen a monster like the one before them, and she was pretty sure she had seen them all. She turned her head towards Harry. I don't think we've seen a monster like this one before, right? It even feels different. Harry nodded. Yeah, this monster is known as Grakos, a very ancient and powerful monster. In terms of power, I would say he's high and ultimate rank, or in this world, he's at least a rank A monster. Jessica raised an eyebrow. That's a rank below Hoolmagus in his demon form. How did a monster this dangerous arrive here unnoticed? The monster suddenly spoke, surprising everyone. The dark power of the one known as Rafdern awakened me, but by the time I recovered from my slumber he had already been slayed, so I hid in here and patiently began to flood this cave. Soon my influence and power will grow and flood this world. I will become the next demon lord and plunge this world into despair. Grakos opened his eyes and glared at the party. Lily frowned and pointed her Dragovian god sword at him. We won't let you. We'll stop you and end your plans here and now. The Gracchos frowned. And what could a small child possibly hope to be able to do to me? I've been alive since before even your great-grandfathers were born. Gracchos then stood up from his throne and began to float in the air with its magic alone. Lily glared at the monster. I'm Lily, the princess of Trodain. And I won't let you destroy my world. Lily then took off running towards the Gracchos as fast as she could. The monster's eyes widened in surprise at the speed Lily used, but it was still able to react fast enough to parry the downward slash sent his way by Lily. The Gracchos twirled its bladed polearm around Lily's sword as he parried her slash and then flung her to the side using her momentum, but Lily twirled in midair and landed on her feet. Before the Gracchos could continue its attack, he was suddenly attacked by the cheerful Niarman, who jumped and whipped her tail at the monster's face, atomic bomber tail. But the Gracchos dodged it quickly by moving its head away as the cheerful Niarman's tail cracked in the air. Gracchos swung its massive fist to punch the cheerful Niarman, but her sister the serious Niarman jumped and whipped her tail at the Gracchos' wrist just in time, atomic bomber tail. The monster's arm was slapped away from the cheerful Niarman with a loud crack from the serious Niarman's attack. Eri took advantage of the opening and pointed her staff at the Gracchos' Caswushel. A blast of sharp wind emerged from beneath the Gracchos. The monster growled in pain but then swung its bladed pole and dissipated the wind, only to be slashed in the back by Lily, who had taken advantage of Gracchos being distracted. The monster grunted but then began to twirl its bladed pole above its head and created a sandstorm, forcing Lily and the Niarman to jump away and cover their faces to avoid getting blinded by the sand. Eri frowned and then took out her wand. She then waved it and then flicked it in the direction of the sand, turning it into flower petals. Gracchos growled in confusion while Eri called out to Lily and her Digimon partners, guys, go. Lily and the Niarman uncovered their eyes and saw that there was no more sand. Lily raised her sword above her head and it began to glow with light while the Niarman launched themselves toward Gracchos. The sea monster was forced to block a barrage of tail whip attacks with his bladed pole, while Lily then ran forward as fast as she could until she arrived in front of Gracchos and unleashed her holy light attack, Bright Splitter. Lily swung her Dragovian god sword in a wide arc and hit Gracchos with a light elemental energy wave in the chest, pushing it back a bit. The Niarman then jumped up and lashed out with a twin atomic bomber tail that hit Graccho in the face since he was still reeling from Lily's attack, but Gracchos recovered quickly and swung at the Niarman with its weapon. Lily appeared in front of them with her shield and blocked the attack. But the attack itself was strong enough to send Lily and the Niarman flying back. Eri's eyes widened in worry. Guys. She was about to run and attack the Gracchos while they recovered, but her daddy's voice stopped her mid-step. Eri, you can help Lily and the Niarman, but you have to trust them and believe in them. Remember, sweetie, a Digimon can only show its true power when its partnered human synchronizes with them. Eri turned her head towards her daddy and stared into his eyes while Harry smiled at her. She then took out her phone and stared at the DG Vice app. Alright. Niarman. We can do it. Come on. The Niarman who were on the floor quickly rolled upwards, and as they heard Eri's voice, both of their eyes widened as they felt Eri's trust and love for them. Lily sat up and rubbed her head in pain while the Gracchos got ready to attack them. But the Niarman's body suddenly exploded with light, forcing both Gracchos and Lily to cover their eyes, though Lily gasped, having heard of this from her mom and dad. Her godfather's Digimon partner Daruman was pretty famous around the kingdom of Trodain, so everyone knew about Digivolution, so Lily grinned in excitement. Yet. Go guys! Play Digimon Ghost Game Evolution theme song, first writers. Both Niarman suddenly called out from within of light. Niarman Digivolve 2. Eri's smartphone began to vibrate with energy as zeros and ones began to flow out of it. Meanwhile, both Niarman were suddenly engulfed in an egg of energy which pulsated once before cracking and then shattering. Once the eggs of energy exploded outwards, they revealed both Digimon to everyone, but they now looked completely different from their previous forms. One was now a white cream puppy with a golden holy ring on its neck, while the other looked like a guinea pig with bat-like ears. The puppy Digimon let out a cute bark. Salomon. The purple guinea pig-like Digimon mischievously giggled and flapped its bat-like ears. Tsukaimon. Both Digimon stood proudly in front of Lily and stared down at Gracchos, who uncovered his eyes and looked rather confused at what happened. Tsukaimon grinned and decided to go on the offensive. Let's see you block this, you big oaf. Purple haze. Tsukaimon took a big breath and then breathed out a deep purple-colored poisonous fog towards Gracchos, who swung his bladed pole to disperse it, but it was too thick and the poisonous fog ended up hitting Gracchos, who began to hack and gasped for air. Salomon then smiled and nodded. Good job, sister, it's my turn now. Gracchos growled and launched itself toward the Digimon in fury, but Salomon took a big breath and let out a loud howl. Puppy howling. Gracchos stopped moving halfway from reaching the Digimon and seemed to be struggling to move. Tsukaimon turned her head towards Lily. Hurry. It won't hold him down for long, so give him a good wallop. Lily grinned and then jumped to her feet and raised her sword up, which lit up with flames. The little princess then jumped up towards Gracchus and came down while slashing her sword in a wide arc down towards the paralyzed monster. Flame slash. Unable to move or dodge, Gracchus took the attack full on, and as soon as Lily's sword slashed his entire body, the monster was then engulfed in a spiraling pillar of flames. Gracchus let out a roar of pain. Lily, Tsukaimon, and Salaman jumped back while Eri pointed her staff at the now flailing and screaming monster. Kafrizzle. Mana coalesced on the tip of Eri's staff into a massive fireball that fired forward soon after toward Gracchus. The massive fireball sailed through the air until it crashed against Gracchus and violently exploded, engulfing the sea monster in even more flames. Gracchus was even sent flying back and crashing against his stone throne. Lily wasted no time and took off running at full speed with her sword pointing forward. Gracchus groaned and sat up, but before he could even do anything, Lily appeared in front of him in a blur and stabbed her Dragovian god sword straight into his chest. Gracchus let out a shocked gasp of pain and then glared at Lily. He then tried to reach over and claw her face, but Salaman appeared out of nowhere and head-butted Gracchus's claw away from Lily. Tsukaimon then appeared above Lily's head, flying with her bat wing ears, and fired a small fireball at Gracchus's face, causing the monster to growl in pain. Tsukaimon then yelled out at Lily, "Quickly finish the oaf off." Lily growled and then gathered her mana and transferred it into her sword. The blade lit up with energy and Gracchus roared in pain as the energy began to destroy him from the inside out. Lily then twisted her Dragovian god sword, causing Gracchus to roar again, but then he froze mid-roar and twitched once before exploding in a massive storm of light wisps, signaling its defeat. Lily sighed and then fell on her butt, breathing hard. Salaman sat on her hunches and sighed. Well, he was tough, that's for sure. Tsukaimon grinned and floated down into the ground. Ha ha ha, take that. It didn't have a chance against Awesomus. Lily giggled at Tsukaimon while Salaman sighed and shook her head. Sister, that was intense, not fun. Tsukaimon just widely smiled at her sister. Eri suddenly ran towards her friends and hugged all three of them. We did it. Lily, Tsukaimon, and Salaman smiled and hugged Eri back while the party of four cheered for their victory, but suddenly the ground began to shake, alerting the girls and Digimon. Then they saw all the water begin to drop and leave the cave until it finally lowered all the way down the massive chamber. Lily and Eri looked around in awe, not knowing what was happening. Until Harry's voice called out from behind them. Without Gracchus's evil influence, the seawater couldn't maintain its rise, and so everything went back as it should be. Good job, girls, you saved the continent from a boss-type monster, one that was known as the Fiend of the Seas in ancient times. Harry smiled at the girls as they blushed from his praises. The dragon god then turned his head and smiled at the Digimon. And congratulations on reaching your rookie forms. Both Digimon smiled at Harry, proud that they had reached a new level of power. Jessica walked up to Harry's side and smiled at the girls. Now that all of this is resolved, how about we go back outside and But she was suddenly cut off when Eri and Lily's bellies growled, causing both girls to blush in embarrassment while Harry chuckled. Jessica grinned and then put her hands on her hips. But first let's have dinner, shall we? But the girls groaned in embarrassment as the Digimon, Harry, and Jessica laughed a bit, much to their dismay. In Fairberry, watching the whole thing, was a smiling Valentina. Her father sighed and shook his head, causing Valentina to giggle. See? I told you we didn't have to worry. Calderisha huffed. Right, you were correct with your prediction. Still, you have to admit that things could have gone sideways with a monster of that caliber out and about. Valentina nodded. Yeah, but I saw in my vision how a little witch, a little princess knight, a light and a darkness would save us all and defeat Gracchus, and as you saw, it happened as I predicted. Calderisha grinned and nodded. Well, you certainly have become an extraordinary fortune teller, Valentina. Valentina smiled. Just like my father. Both father and daughter shared a laugh and then decided to go to sleep. Tomorrow was another busy day in Fairberry after all. By the time everyone made it out of the cave, it was already getting dark, so they decided to camp out, and so everyone worked together to get everything ready. Harry set up the magic tent he had brought with him while Jessica was preparing dinner. Lily was digging a hole for the campfire while Eri went to look for firewood with Tsukaimon and Salaman. After about half an hour or so they had everything ready, and as Jessica cooked, Harry, Lily, and Eri along with Tsukaimon and Salaman talked about their fight with Gracchus. According to her daddy, Eri came to learn that Gracchus had the potential to reach a level of power a demon lord of this world can obtain, and that made it extremely dangerous. Lily scratched her head, confused as to why her godfather would trust them to handle it when he could have dealt with it himself, and probably very easily, especially since it was a very dangerous situation, to begin with. Harry smiled at Lily and explained how he wanted to give them a chance to grow and learn. Gracchus was powerful, but he knew that she and Eri were more than enough to handle him. In fact, he confessed that Lily was already more powerful than her dad Hero was by the end of their adventures, and that what she needed the most right now was experience. Of course, The little princess of Trodain was shocked to learn this but was also excited about the fact that she had gotten so strong on her own. Her godfather smiled and nodded at her. He then told her that she should be proud of the strength she had obtained from her hard work, that even if she was a dragon knight she still had to have put in the effort to learn and train. Hearing that from her godfather made Lily very happy. After their little talk Jessica began to serve the stew she had made and everyone enjoyed a family dinner among the stars. Chapter 112. Harry woke up early in the morning and got off his bed in the magical tent they had brought with them for this trip. He looked to his side and saw Jessica still sleeping, so he grabbed his smartphone from his inventory and checked the time. It was almost time for dawn, so he decided to get up and prepare breakfast for everyone since they would be waking up soon enough, and so he gently got up from the bed, careful not to awaken Jessica, and walked out of their room. He first went to check on the girls and went to Aries' room first. He found her still soundly asleep with both Salomon and Tsukaimon peacefully sleeping with her. He found it funny to see Tsukaimon sleeping on top of Aries' face while Salomon was on top of Aries' belly. Harry smiled and shook his head in amusement and then left to check on Lily. He found his goddaughter sleeping sideways on her bed with her head hanging off the edge of her mattress. Harry raised an eyebrow in amusement but still walked up to her and gently moved her so she could be comfortable in her bed. He wasn't surprised both girls were still sleeping. Yesterday was a very exciting day for them and Lily had used a lot of energy. She's still not used to prolonged fights and Gracchus was definitely a tough opponent. So Harry left the little princess of Trodain to her sleep and rest and headed out of the magical tent to start with breakfast. Not feeling like cooking, he decided to make some sandwiches for everyone, and by the time he was almost done Jessica had already come out of the tent. She saw Harry making breakfast outside and smiled. "Morning, love, you woke up pretty early today, hey?" Harry turned his head towards Jessica and gave her a smile. He then nodded. "I figured we could start heading towards Alexandria early and reach it by noon, though I figure we should let the girls sleep a little bit more." Jessica nodded and walked up to Harry's side. "They must be tired with all the fighting and walking they did, or at least Lily is. I'm sure Harry is already used to all of this." Harry nodded. "True, but since she helped both Salomon and Tsukaimon digivolve yesterday she must be a little tired as well." Jessica tilted her head. "They're progressing rather quickly, hey? It's completely different from Daruman back when we met. She took quite a while to digivolve." Harry hummed and nodded. "Well, I didn't have a Digivice back then and was still pretty new to the whole Digimon tamer thing. Apparently Digimon do grow that fast as long as the conditions are met." Jessica nodded in understanding while she took a sandwich and began to eat. "Do you know how Gracchus was able to do all of that? I don't think anyone would have noticed. It was lucky that Lily wanted to check the waterfall cave." Harry sighed. "I've been thinking about it since last night. You remember how Rafturn would fly around in his massive form all over the place before we defeated him?" Jessica frowned and looked down. "Yeah, I remember. It was rather annoying to chase him all over the place. It was only thanks to Emperia that we were able to catch up to Rafturn." Harry sighed and scratched his head. "Well, he was letting out massive amounts of dark energy all over the place, so whenever Gracchus must have been hibernating must have gotten a blast of that dark energy and revived him. Still, I've read stories about him in the Dragovian archives and the fact that he was alive all of this time is quite disconcerting." Jessica frowned as she chewed on her sandwich. "You don't think there could be more of these ancient monsters hiding or roaming about, right?" "I honestly don't know. I haven't sensed anything so far, but then again I didn't sense Gracchus until we were really close to Waterfall Cave, so they might be able to cloak themselves. I already sent a shadow clone back to Trodain to let Hero know about this. I'm sure he'll spread the word around the rest of the kingdoms and our friends to keep an eye open." Jessica nodded. "I guess all we can do for now is wait. You don't think there's anything to worry about, right? Otherwise you would have been trying harder to find them if they're out there." Harry smiled at Jessica. "The goddess in this world is very active, so if there was something to really worried about she would have already begun to do something about it. Besides, we're now connected to this world so we can come help anytime it's needed. Plus if there are any more ancient monsters like Gracchus they'll provide very good experience for our demigod children and the girls, plus my students need a challenge once in a while." Jessica grinned at Harry in amusement. "I see, you're already thinking ahead then, but are there any real powerful monsters? Gracchus was tough, sure, but he was at best ultimate rank in power. Any of your students could have defeated him." Harry hummed. "Well, Gracchus at best was just a general in the army of Demon Lord Zomas, so he wasn't exactly the toughest, but there were some very powerful monsters in ancient times, some even reached super devil or god ranks, and don't get me started on the Demon Lords as well, some of those guys were truly terrifying." Jessica nodded and then tiled her head. "Makes you wonder how they were taken down. To think humans fought them and defeated them. I still remember our fight against Rafturn, and it was single-handedly the toughest fight we had back then. We almost didn't make it." "I remember as well. We only defeated him because we had each other. All of us fought with everything we had at the time. Yangus, Red, Angelo, Hero, you, and I went past our limits and fought with everything we had and more. That's how I think those ancient heroes defeated the demon lords of old. They must have had help and friends that fought with them." Jessica looked up at the sky and hummed, "I see, that does make sense. What were those demon lords you keep talking about?" Harry closed his eyes. "Zoma, Dragon Lord, Malrith, those are some of the most known and powerful demon lords in this world. Each one engulfed the world with darkness and brought nothing but destruction and death. They also almost succeeded in fulfilling their desires for destroying humanity." Jessica turned her head towards Harry. "I see, and I bet there's even more too. Could they return somehow?" Harry opened his eyes and stared into Jessica's. "I want to say no, but we both have seen how absurd the world can be, so who knows but..." Harry turned his gaze toward the entrance of their magical tent and smiled as soon as both a smiling Harry and a still sleepy Lily stepped out of the tent. Jessica followed Harry's gaze and smiled when she saw the girls walk up to them, while Harry then finished his sentence, "But we can trust the future to the next generation. After all, they will soon be far more powerful than any hero to have ever lived." Jessica nodded and brightly smiled at Harry as Lily, who was still sleepy, demanded a hug and to be picked up to eat, which Harry happily did for her. It was amusing to see Lily act like a spoiled princess, and even funnier when it only happens when she's sleepy. And so the party of 4 and 2 Digimon had breakfast and began to talk about their upcoming trip to Alexandria, and after finishing eating they all cleaned up and packed everything to continue on their way. The trip to Alexandria was easy compared with what the girls experienced yesterday, and was actually pretty fun for them as they were able to run around and explore as much as they wanted. Eri even found some chests in the meadows and plains of the Fairberry region. They only had gold and a cypress stick, but it was free loot nonetheless, and Eri thought it was fun. Eventually, they reached the bridge connecting the Fairberry region to Alexandria's. The monsters in this area were definitely different, and it came as a surprise to Lily, who had never seen these types of monsters. She eagerly fought them to learn more about them along with Eri. Monsters like the Drachmage were annoying, since these green bat-like monsters were very nimble and could easily dodge physical attacks, plus they could also use magic. Not that they were a threat to the girls, but it did force them to change tactics a bit. So Lily switched to using offensive magic, while Eri made sure to cover her, since the Drachmages can seal one's magic for a while. But these new types of monsters weren't the only ones that forced the girls to switch tactics. The fencing foxes caught them completely off guard with their dancing-like skills that had all kinds of effects that not even Eri was immune to. They often found themselves forcibly dancing, much to their embarrassment. However, the fencing foxes learned that it was not a good idea to embarrass a lady the hard way, because Eri and Lily went on a rampage on the poor monsters. The only other type of monster that had the girls being more careful were the hammerhoods. These little guys had a habit of increasing their power, so the girls had to switch to high-speed attacks and techniques to quickly deal with them. But other than that, they didn't have any difficulties, and they learned a very valuable lesson on not underestimating an enemy, no matter how silly and weak they might seem. Eventually, the party reached Alexandria, and both Harry and Jessica seemed very happy to finally reach their old home. Many of the townspeople recognized him and Jessica and immediately rushed to talk to them. Harry and Jessica spent some time speaking and saying hi to everyone, but eventually had to move on since they still had one person to see, one that was due some explanations, and so Harry, Jessica, Harry, and Lily headed to Jessica's home. They didn't even have to reach the door because Jessica's mom Rosalind was already waiting for them outside her home. She still looked stern as always, but had a small soft smile on her face. Jessica brightly smiled and took off running. Once she was in front of her mom, she hugged her, causing Rosalind to smile and hug her daughter back. "Jessica, it's good to have you back home." Jessica nodded on her mother's shoulder. "It's good to be home, and I'm sorry I disappeared on you, Mom." Rosalind smiled and shook her head. "It's okay, I knew that you were with Harry the moment you disappeared. Now let me have a look at you." Jessica let go of her mother and then took a step back. Rosalind grabbed her daughter's face and gave her a warm smile. "You look younger and very happy." Jessica happily nodded. Rosalind then looked to her side and raised an eyebrow at Harry. "There you are. It seems like I have to thank you for kidnapping my daughter rather than scold you, Harry." Harry sheepishly smiled and then walked up to Rosalind, who let go of Jessica and gave him a hug. "Welcome home, Harry. It's very nice to see you here again." Harry chuckled and hugged Rosalind tightly, since this woman had taken care of him when he lived in Alexandria for a few years a long time ago. "It's good to be back." Rosalind then looked behind Harry and noticed Harry and Lily. She recognized the young princess of Trodaine, of course, since she had met her a while ago when she and her daughter went to visit the young king and queen of Trodaine, and it seems like Lily recognized her because she was waving at her. But the other little girl beside her, who is wearing an adorable red witch's hat, looked at her with a tilted head and a confused expression. Rosalind raised an eyebrow when the little girl suddenly smiled at her and waved as well. Harry noticed who Rosalind was staring at and decided to introduce her. "Rosalind, this is Harry Potter. She's my daughter and your granddaughter as well." Rosalind's eyes widened in surprise. She then turned her head towards Jessica, who only grinned and nodded at her. Yup, that's my daughter too. Rosalind looked so lost and confused that it made both Harry and Jessica laugh at her expression. Rosalind sighed and shook her head. All right, you hooligans, let's go inside so you can explain yourselves. Rosalind then turned to Harry and gave her a warm and kind smile. Please don't turn out like your daddy and mommy, sweetie, I can barely handle the both of them. Harry giggled and then walked up to Rosalind and grabbed her hand. Rosalind smiled at her granddaughter and began to walk into the Albert mansion with Harry excitedly speaking to her new grandma. Lily grabbed Harry's hand, and with that done, Harry and Jessica followed Rosalind into the mansion with grins on their faces, since they knew that it was too late, since Harry often enough acted as wild as them. Rosalind took everyone to the living quarters, and there Harry told her of everything that had been going on with him, the worlds he's seen and everything else. Rosalind was very surprised and impressed, and even though she still had a stern expression on her face, there was a glimmer of worry for Harry after everything he had experienced and lived through. Harry of course noticed and let her know that he was okay and very happy now, and that despite having lived through a lot he wouldn't change anything about his journey. This calmed Rosalind's worries, and thus they continued to talk about anything and everything while Harry enjoyed sitting on her new grandmother's lap. Lily, having heard this before, opted to take a nap beside Harry. Rosalind sighed and began to run her fingers through Harry's white hair. What a life you've lived, Harry, but at least you're happy. Harry nodded. It had its ups and downs, but it has been a whole adventure. Now though, all I care about is protecting my family and loved ones. Rosalind smiled and nodded. You've been like this since you were a kid. Still, I'm surprised Jessica decided to join a harem. She doesn't like to share after all, and she had always been very jealous when it comes to you. Jessica blushed and pouted at her mom. Well, the others are so nice and caring that it was hard to say no. Besides, it's hard to blame them for falling in love with Harry, plus it's apparently normal in the supernatural world. Rosalind giggled. As long as you're happy, Jessica, you always did want a big family and now you have it. Jessica smiled and nodded to her mother. She can't ever deny that she was very happy with her life and loves everyone in their family, which Rosalind noticed. The matriarch of the Albert family could see the happiness in her daughter's eyes, and she couldn't be any happier for Jessica. Of course, she knew that Harry would always take care of and love her, so she was happy with this entire situation. Plus they made her a grandmother, and isn't that a big surprise? Rosalind looked down at the adorable little girl in her lap and she couldn't help but smile. Now she couldn't wait to meet the rest of her grandchildren. It made her feel giddy with excitement. So what's next? Harry smiled and began to explain his plans. We'll stay in Alexandria for a couple of days so you can spend time with Jessica and the girls. Meanwhile, I'll create a portal in this house connected to our home so you can visit and meet the rest of the family anytime you want. A soft smile appeared on Rosalind's face as she nodded at Harry, who continued to explain. Then we'll go to Simpleton and visit Angelo, see how he's doing. After that we'll go to Pickham and see if we can find Yangus and Red before I have to go back. I still have a few things coming up in about a week. I'm so lucky I can manipulate time, otherwise I wouldn't have time to do all of this. Jessica, Harry, Lily, and Rosalind giggle at Harry's expression, while the poor dragon god just sighed and then grins at them, and so they all stayed talking about many things with Rosalind for the rest of the day. The next 2 days had Harry working in the portal while Rosalind spent time with Jessica, Harry, and Lily. They did all kinds of things, though most of them weren't of Jessica's liking. She still did them because Harry and Lily seemed to be having fun. Things like going shopping for dresses, having tea parties, or even being taught proper ladylike behavior. Lily, as the Princess of Trodaine, was used to stuff like this and didn't mind it much. She might be a very powerful dragon knight capable of fighting powerful monsters, but even she liked wearing dresses and looking cute once in a while. For Harry, this was a new experience, since she hadn't worn such pretty dresses like the one Rosalind bought for her, nor gone to a real tea party before, so this was all very fun, and acting like a proper lady was something she seemed to find entertaining. Jessica just deadpanned at it all, not believing such adventurous and powerful little girls would like things like this, but to each their own, she supposed, though she could do without being dragged into all of this. Rosalind was very happy at the moment and had a lot of fun with Harry and Lily. Despite her daughter being a stick in the mud, she even convinced Harry to join the tea parties, much to Jessica's confusion. The fact that Harry behaved like a proper gentleman just made her eyebrow twitch. She keeps forgetting that despite everything, Harry is still a lord and knows how to behave in events like these. Still, she was glad her mom was happy and smiling as much as she is. Hopefully, she'll get to smile even more once she meets the rest of her crazy and chaotic family. 2 days after Harry finished the portal and then led Rosalind to the Potter household, where she got to meet the family, Harry then left the Albert matriarch there to get to know her new grandchildren and extended family, while he, Harry, Lily, and Jessica continued their journey. Harry was glad that Rosalind seemed very happy to meet everyone, especially Hope and Morgan, who immediately won her heart with their cuteness and friendly demeanor. After Harry came back, the party of 4 immediately set out since they didn't have much time left, since Harry had to go back to Kyoto to deal with the Greek gods and Artemis when they arrive. Still, with a little bit of time manipulation, Harry was able to slow the time in his world so he would be able to do everything he wanted in this one. Once they returned, he'll synchronize the time flow once he goes back to his world. The first stop in their journey is Port Prospect on the south of Alexandria, which was not that far, so they all followed the road leading there while the girls continued to deal with the monsters. Eventually, they reached a place that left the girls in awe, as they were close to the beach, hence why they were going to a port. Lily and Ari were happy to have found a big and long beach. Both girls took off running towards the beach and stopped to admire the sea. Lily has never seen the ocean or a beach before, so she was in awe at how pretty it all seemed to her. Ari brightly smiled as she watched the ocean and closed her eyes as she enjoyed the breeze. This world was so pretty and colorful that it was quickly becoming one of Ari's favorites, and was already thinking of coming here someday with Hope and Morgan to have an adventure with Lily. Harry and Jessica walked up to the girls and smiled at how happy and excited they seemed to see the sea. Jessica grinned and stared out into the ocean. I never get tired of this part of my continent. Harry nodded. We used to come here all the time to practice our spells or to just have fun in the water. Jessica nodded and smiled at the memories of the little adventures she used to have with Harry when they used to be kids. They would always get scolded by her mom, but it was very fun to get into trouble with Harry. Wanting to let the girls enjoy the beach, the group decided to walk the length of the beach towards Port Prospect, something that Ari and Lily were very thankful for, and so they all enjoyed a walk on the beach. Not even the many sea monsters could ruin this for Ari and Lily, who now that they had faced monsters like these in the waterfall cave didn't have any difficulties defeating them. This is how it went for the small party until they finally reached Port Prospect, and once again the girls were filled with excitement at being able to be in a new place. Neither Lily nor Ari had ever seen a port before, and once inside they ran all over the place looking at everything and everywhere with excitement clear in their eyes. The many people going about their day and the shop clerks smiled at the adorable girls running around and asking questions to everyone. Harry and Jessica let them do whatever they wanted while still keeping an eye on them. They both laughed when Ari and Lily found a young girl selling herbs and then proceeded to buy all her stock with the gold they had gotten from the monsters they have killed. The poor girl was so stunned and surprised when they did so, but Harry thinks they felt bad for her because she wasn't selling much and decided to buy all her stock. The herb girl was even more surprised when Ari took off her witch's hat and proceeded to dump all the herbs she just bought inside and then put her hat back on, leaving a stunned herb-selling girl just standing there gaping. Harry laughed, finding all of this funny. The girls then continued their little exploration of the small port town with Jessica and Harry quietly following them. They even jumped down a well on Harry's advice and found a chest and a friendly man-o-war who waved a tentacle at them. Inside the chest they found a mini medal. At first, they were confused about the small coin-like token, but Harry explained that these little medals were actually very sought after, that in this world on an island in the middle of the continents there's a castle with a princess inside. This princess collects the mini medals and she's always willing to exchange some for items and even weapons and armor. Ari and Lily thought the whole thing fun since it seemed like a scavenger hunt. So Ari took the mini medal and put it in her hat. Maybe she'll find some more later, but for now, she'll keep a close eye out for them. After that, the girls went to visit the lighthouse and climbed to the top where they were able to see the whole ocean and enjoy the view. Both of them were awed and stared at it for quite a while. Eventually, they had to move on, and so Harry told the girls that they were taking a ferry to Peregrine Key, and the girls were over the moon with the fact that they get to go on a ferry, something that both of them hadn't had a chance to do before. And so the group went to the bay and paid for tickets to take a ferry to Peregrine Key. Once on the ferry, the girls had fun watching all the sailors do their work. They even went to the captain and bombarded him with questions. It was a good thing the captain is a good and friendly fellow and was more than happy to answer the girls' questions about sailing on a ship and his travels on the seas. The captain eventually had to get to work and the girls happily let him go and then proceed to explore the ship and even climbed all the way up the spotter nest and looked out into the ocean. Everyone on board the ferry was enjoying the girls' antics and just watched them run all over the place. Harry and Jessica just smiled, content that the girls were enjoying themselves a lot. But as any sailor who has sailed the seas of this world can tell you, that danger was always at every corner, and this proved to be true when monsters suddenly attacked the ship. A massive blue squid emerged from the sea and wrapped its tentacles around the ship, causing panic among the passengers and the sailors. The captain growled as he watched the massive monster begin to squeeze the ship. The king squid then growled and monsters began to jump out from the sea into the ship. The sailors got ready for a big fight, seeing some very dangerous monsters on the ship. Monsters like Octavian pirates, merkings, and even sirens, truly terrifying monsters that no sailor would ever want to find facing off against. The captain was at a loss on what to do since this attack had come out of nowhere, and as he watched the humanoid octopus-like monster known as an Octavian pirate get its harpoon ready to attack the passenger, all he could do is close his eye, not wanting to see the death of a passenger. But then a voice caught everyone by surprise except Jessica and Harry, who just smiled. Everyone looked up toward the voice and watched as Lily was dropped down from the bird's nest with her sword at the ready. Take this! Thunder slash! Lily's Dragovian god sword lit up with electricity that danced around the blades as she dropped. She slashed the Octavian pirate with her technique. The monster was cut in half as a boom and a crackle echoed throughout the ship. The monster instantly exploded into wisps of light, and Lily immediately continued her attack. Training with her godfather has taught her many things, and among them was to always keep in motion, and so the little princess of Trodain twirled her sword and took off running towards a group of merkings. The sirens snapped out their shock and began to cast spells towards Lily. But from the sky they were suddenly bombarded by fireballs which stopped them mid-casting and killed them off. Meanwhile Lily reached the merkings and immediately attacked. She quickly cut off the head of the closest one, and at this point, the merkings snapped out of their stunned states. One of them tried to claw at Lily, but she lowered her body, and her being pretty small caused the merkings to miss her entirely. Lily, now below and in front of the merking, bisected the monster with a quick slash to its belly, and before the merking could disappear, Lily jumped up and used its head as a platform to kick off and bash another merking with her shield, while the one she had bisected exploded in wisps of light. Harry smiled. Looks like she's improving a lot. Jessica nodded. She is. Your dynamic style seems to be perfect for her, and the fact that she's learning so fast is amazing. By this point, the monsters were now panicking since they were not expecting a fight, much less being taken down like flies. But they didn't get to even ponder too much as Ari appeared flying on her broom around the ship and smiling. She then pointed her staff at the massive king squid and began to gather her mana. Let go, will you? Cassizzle. On the tip of Ari's staff, a small fireball formed, and Ari then waved her staff, unleashing a massive wave of flames that hit the massive king squid's face, causing it to screech in pain. Lily was running in zigzags around the monsters and cutting them so fast that all they could see is a blur. Lily smiled, happy to see that she was becoming faster and stronger thanks to her godfather's training and all the fighting she has been doing lately. She then saw a group of Octavian pirates rush at her. It looked like they can see her move, so Lily took a big breath and then breathed out an orange blast of fog that hit the monsters. The monster twitched and then fell down paralyzed by Lily's new technique, Burning Breath, a dragon technique that causes paralysis. This one is one of the many dragon techniques her godfather taught her. Seeing that the Octavian pirates couldn't move, the sailors immediately rushed forward and began to stab and slash at the monsters until they began to burst into wisps of light. Lily smiled at them and the sailors gave her a thumbs up, causing her to giggle. She then turned to look at the king squid, which was the only monster left on board, and was angrily glaring at everyone in both pain and anger. The massive monster lifted 4 of its tentacles into the air and then proceeded to try and smash Lily with them, but the little princess of Trodain brought her sword close to her hand, which began to glow with wind magic. Lily then ran her hand over her sword, which began to glow white and let out wind all around her. She then waved her sword towards the incoming tentacles as hard as she could. Wind sickles. Massive crescent moon-shaped waves of wind rushed forward from Lily's sword and sliced the tentacles apart into many pieces. This forced the kin squid to let go of the ship and roar in pain. Ares, seeing an opening, waved her staff and the sea water around the king squid suddenly exploded outwards, and out from its depths massive dragons made out of water wrapped the king squid tightly, preventing it from escaping or attacking, while Lily changed the position of her sword into a backward hold and began to charge her magic into her Dragovian god sword. This was the first time she would be using the Avanstrash with her new sword, and she immediately felt the difference. The sword let her mana flow so smoother compared to her old copper sword, and she wasn't getting hit by the backlash either. So with a smile on her face, she got ready to use her strongest technique, Take This. Lily took off running and then jumped off the ship towards the king squid, and as soon as she got close to the massive sea monster she let loose her attack, Avanstrash. The little princess of Trodain slashed at the king squid as hard as she could, and as soon as she hit the monster with her technique, the king squid was not only cut in half but blasted apart by the mana in the sword. But that wasn't all her technique did. It actually released a massive wave of energy that hit the ocean and split it in half, much to Lily and the rest of the people watching the fight's shock. Lily then began to fall towards the sea, but Ari arrived just in time and caught her while flying on her broom. Lily excitedly hugged Ari. Did you see that? I cut the sea. Ari looked down and saw the massive cut in the sea begin to get filled with water again and nodded to Lily. Yup, I saw that, was amazing, Lily. Lily then looked at her hand and happily smiled when she saw that there was no damage or burns. She then closed her hand and tightened her fist. I'm getting stronger. Ari smiled at her friend and nodded. She then took them back to the ship where the passengers, the ship's crew, and the captain were gaping at them, but the girls ignored that and instead looked at Harry and smiled when they saw the proud look and smile on his face. Their journey is only halfway done and they're already getting into so many adventures and learning a lot. Both young girls couldn't wait to see what else they will see in this world. Chapter 113. The rest of the way to Peregrine Key was a quiet affair with the passengers, and the ship's crew was still quite stunned at what the girls were capable of, but both Lily and Aerie were in too much of a good mood to notice or even care. Lily especially, since she was able to use the Avonstrash without her hand and arm taking damage or her sword being destroyed, so she was very happy right now. Harry was of course proud of them and happy that what he had taught Lily came in handy so soon. Still, he was going to have to help her fully master the Avonstrash. She could already do a lot of damage with it, and she hasn't even mastered the last step and technique to be able to make full use of the powerful sword technique. According to Lily, she has mastered the Earth Slash and Wave Slash but has difficulty mastering the last technique known as Air Slash, which is why Harry taught her how to use air sickles with her sword, which in principle, the two techniques were similar enough that she would eventually learn how to use the Air Slash. Still, Air Slash is the most difficult of the techniques to master. From what he had learned of the technique when he read about it in the Dragovian Sanctuary archives is that it's a sword coup de grace of the Avon sword style and is the legendary evil repelling Air Slash, a sword technique that represents aura of light and control that can cut through the unseen and be able to distinguish presences which can destroy an opponent's weak point. This sword technique is more effective against monsters that are created by evil magic, like monsters of the material family such as the Canabox or living statues. It's the most difficult sword technique to master because they can't see the enemy's evil nature. The only way to do that is to see through the mind's eye and feel the fighting spirit of the surroundings and shoot through this with the fighting spirit of light. Something that Lily has no idea how to even begin to learn. Luckily for her, Harry has quite a few sensory skills and perks he can teach her. In fact, he had already begun to teach her how to sense ki. But Lily, being a young excitable girl, has a hard time learning these types of techniques, but Harry knew that all he needs is patience and she will eventually learn either by training or by herself in a desperate situation. For now, though he will continue to try and help her get the technique mastered and increase her skill set, she already was learning a lot so far and she keeps on learning at a fast rate as well. Even Jessica was surprised at how fast she was picking up spells and techniques, but Harry had the suspicion that it was because Lily is a dragon knight that she was able to pick up skills and magic so fast. Right now Aerie was teaching her how to fly with magic and Harry was impressed that Lily was already floating around the ship. Sure, she was wobbly, but she was quick to fix her balance while in mid-air. Eventually, the ferry arrived in Peregrine Key and the girls immediately rushed out of the ferry to go around the small port town. The first thing they saw was a market and they decided to check it out, with both Harry and Jessica following them close behind. The girls found all kinds of interesting things for sale in the market and used some of the gold they got from killing monsters to buy some things. Aerie bought a pair of slime earrings for both herself and Lily. She found them very cute and decided to get them in matching pair for her friends. Both of them put them on right away and seemed to like the earrings quite a bit. They continued for a while checking everything that caught their attention, but eventually, Harry told them they had to move on, and so the party of four headed to the roads of the Mila region towards Simpleton, where Angelo has opened an orphanage. So the group left Peregrine Key with smiles on their faces. Along the way the girls fought new types of monsters that Lily hadn't seen before, monsters like the she-slime who was an orange-colored smile. Aerie got curious as to how do people know it's a she and picked one up and began to look all over it to see if she can find any indication that it was female. The poor slime was left traumatized and left as fast as she could as soon as Aerie let it go. Still, some of the monsters the girls faced were funny to them, like the ding-aling, which is a bell-like monster. The girls liked hitting it with Lily's shield or Aerie's staff because of the noise it would make when struck. They even fought a dragon-type monster known as Jargon, a heavy-set dragon monster that specializes in sleep magic and blinding its enemies with the sand they carry in the jars. Though those abilities didn't help them much against the girls, who had no qualms about blasting them with massive spells or very powerful sword techniques, Harry certainly felt a little bad for his fellow dragons. Still, the road trip towards Simpleton was easy and pretty relaxing, and the girls were able to mostly enjoy their walk through the region. Eventually, they reached the midpoint, which is Mela Abbey. Harry and Jessica went inside to pay their respects to Abbot Francisco, who was a kind and gentle man of the cloth and was well known to Harry and Jessica. So both went and offered a little prayer to him on his grave and moved on. Lily knew about what had happened in Mela Abbey when her daddy and friends traveled the world and how all of them blamed themselves for not being able to save the kind old man. So she didn't say anything and just prayed with her godfather and auntie. Aerie felt the sad atmosphere and didn't say anything, but she did grab both of Jessica and Harry's hands in hopes of cheering them up. It worked because her daddy and mommy smiled at her. Still, Harry couldn't help but remember Abbot Francisco. Back then when they met, the abbot had taken a look at Harry's eyes and knew of the pain he carried in his heart. The abbot had taken care of many abandoned orphans and some were abused, so he recognized the pain Harry held inside of him and gave him a warm and kind hug. He apologized to him for having to go through such a harsh childhood, and to Harry, who had never had an adult apologize or even care about that time in his life, was stunned. Abbot Francisco had won Harry's respect that day, which only served to hurt him more when the abbot died at the hands of Dolmagus. He doesn't remember much of that moment, but Jessica, Hero, and Yangus had told him that he went berserk and had attacked Dolmagus so fiercely that he forced him to run away with his tail between his legs. It was also at that time that both of his keyblades evolved into Oathkeeper and Oblivion as well. Harry gazed to his side and grinned when he saw the Templar Knights looking scared of him. When the abbot died, they tried to have them arrested and blamed for the abbot's death, and Harry took offense to that. He ended up beating the living shit out of every Templar in the abbey until Marcello stopped the fight and ordered him and his friends to leave. Harry and his friends left right after, but not without Harry telling Marcello and the Templars how much of a bunch of assholes they were. Now remembering all of that caused Harry to chuckle and shake his head. He was certainly a feisty kid, but he blames Hero, Jessica, and Medea for that since he grew up with them. After that, the party of 4 left the abbey and continued on their way to Simpleton and eventually reached the small town where they found Angelo's orphanage. It was a big building, one built with the donations of friends and allies they had made during their adventures, and of course the gold they had collected over their adventures. Harry smiled as he watched a bunch of kids running around outside and bringing life to this small little town. Harry, Jessica, and the girls walked over. The kids noticed them, and seeing they were new people they all rushed over to meet them, which made Harry chuckle in amusement as they all got to them and began to bombard them with questions. Harry got on one knee and greeted the children with a smile on his face, which made the kids smile back at him until a voice suddenly caught everyone's attention. "Looks like you're still good with kids, old friend. You sure you don't want to work here? I could use your help." Harry chuckled and turned his head towards the voice. "No way. You wouldn't pay me any good anyways and would probably go get in trouble." Angelo, who was wearing a simple red Templar uniform, very different from the one he used to wear during his adventures, his white hair tied in a ponytail and a cocky grin on his face showed that he had not changed much even in his adult age. "Don't say that, Harry. I'll let you know that I've changed quite a lot, you know." A little girl then pulled on Harry's sleeve and then whispered in his ear, "Old man, Angelo is always hitting on girls, but he always gets rejected. It's very funny." Angelo heard the little girl and looked utterly betrayed while Harry and Jessica laughed at their friend. Harry patted the little girl on her head, which made her giggle. "That's good to know. I'll make sure to not let him live it down." Harry winked at the little girl, who brightly smiled and then got up and walked up to Angelo, who looked like he had been stabbed in the back, making Harry grin. "It's nice to see you, Angelo. It's been a long time." "Hey." Angelo recovered from his emotional damage and grinned at Harry. "It sure has, old friend, but let's talk inside. I'm sure you have a lot of tales to tell me and Jessica." "It is so good to see you too." Jessica grinned and lifted a hip while holding a hand over it. "I bet it is, Angelo. You've gotten old, but not as smooth as before." "Hey." Angelo chuckled and shook his head. "Damn woman, no mercy as always. How does Harry handle a girl like you?" Harry grinned by not talking or acting stupid. All 3 adults shared a laugh, and then Angelo took them and the girls inside the orphanage to his office so they could talk in peace. But if you could see the eyes of these 3 old friends, you would be able to see the sheer joy of being together again. Harry and Jessica spent some time talking to Angelo and letting him know of everything that has been going on in their lives lately. Angelo on his part was pretty much speechless for most of the conversation, and no one could really blame him. The scope of Harry's entire life is massive, but still, there was one thing in particular that had his curiosity. "So you're a god now? How does that even work?" Harry grinned at his friend. "Well, in the world I come from, dragons are a very special type of being, one born from power incarnate, and a dragon from that world, even a young one, could be as powerful as Wraiththorn." Angelo gaped. Dragons were known as army killers in the world of light. Only the strongest and most skillful adventurers can face one and survive. He and his friends faced many types of dragons during their adventures, and it was always a tough battle to face one. He still shudders whenever he remembers fighting the Lord of the Dragovians back when they were making their final preparations to face Wraiththorn, but to think that the dragons in Harry's world were even more powerful than the ones in his world was a scary thought. "Great goddess, that sounds terrifying, Harry." Harry grinned and nodded. "It's not that bad. The dragons in our world are sentient and can talk. Their rankings are also very clear: Dragon, Dragon King, Heavenly Dragon, and then Dragon God." Angelo nodded in understanding. "I see, so they can be bargained with to some extent." Harry shrugged. "Well, most dragons are content with just being left alone, but most of them just care about doing their own thing. Luckily for everyone in my world, the dragons now have a home away from most of the world and are all under one faction now." Harry then turned his head towards Aerie and smiled. "Aerie here is a dragon herself, and of the heavenly dragon rank. As you can see, she's a very kind and gentle girl, when she's not fighting, that is." Angelo turned his head towards Harry, who brightly smiled and waved at him, causing him to chuckle. I see, to think such a small and adorable little girl is a dragon, but how does one become a dragon god? Harry hummed for a little bit. Well, a heavenly dragon has to reach a certain level of power and then obtain control over a concept. My daughter Hope was born as dragon god, but her concept is cosmic fire, and my niece Morgan is on the verge of becoming a dragon god. More than likely she will gain control over the concept of power or multiplication. Angelo sighed. It sounds quite complicated. There are not many dragon gods, are there? Harry shook his head. No, before me there were only two, Ophi's the dragon god of infinity, and Great Red the dragon god of dreams. It's very rare for a dragon to ascend into a dragon god as it is. I myself became one after many years of training and battles. Angelo nodded. I see, no offense, but I am glad that there are not many dragon gods around, and the few that exist are nice and kind dragons. Harry chuckled. Well, with me and Hope there's a total of 4 dragon gods, and Ophi's is one of my girlfriends, so I can tell you that she's very nice as well. I don't know much about Great Red, but according to Ophi's he's an idiot who likes to just spend his days doing air tricks in the dimensional gap, so as long as no one provokes us there's no need to worry. Angelo nodded. But the grin girlfriends, hey? First you steal Jessica's heart and now I found out that you're a bigger ladies' man than me, how funny. Harry rolled his eyes and shook his head. I keep saying that I had no control over my girlfriends, they all sort of just decided to form a harem and I had no say in it. Jessica nodded and then grinned. We all love Harry and we didn't want to fight or hurt the other girls, so in the end we all just decided on forming a big family. It has been amazing. Harry smiled at Jessica while Angelo grinned. I don't know if you are lucky or not, Harry. Harry shrugged and shook his head. Well, at the very least I'm very happy. The 3 adults shared a laugh for a few minutes while Lily and Harry just stared at them in confusion. Angelo then smiled. So what's next, and why is the little princess of Trodaine with you? Don't tell me that the big bad dragon finally kidnapped a princess. Harry chuckled. Nah, nothing like that. My girlfriends don't let me kidnap princesses. Pretty mean of them if I say so myself, but anyways Lily is with us because Hero and Medea thought that it would be a great idea for her to see a bit of the world. Angelo turned his gaze towards Lily, who gave him a grin which made him chuckle. An amusement, an adventurous one it seems, but she looks like she's having a lot of fun and that's what matters. Where are you going next? Lily just continued to happily smile since she was really having a lot of fun with this trip. Harry smiled at her while answering Angelo's question. We're going to Pickham and see if we can find Yangus or Red, maybe even find some information on their whereabouts since I would like to see them before we have to go back to my world. Angelo nodded and leaned back on his chair. Yangus and Red, hey? I must admit that I haven't heard much about them in a while, though the last thing I heard was that they were treasure hunting all over the place. Harry nodded. Yeah, that's what Hero and Medea said too, which is why we went to Fairbury and spoke with Calderisha and his daughter first. Angelo grinned. Ah, the fortune teller, I see, so you already have an idea where to go then? I nodded, but it was Jessica who answered Angelo's question. Yes, they told us to go to Pickham and that we would find clues about their whereabouts there. Angelo nodded and then looked out the window. Well, it's getting close to evening, so why don't you guys stay the night here and set out early in the morning? Harry nodded. That sounds great actually, we were going to camp out but we won't say no to a bed, that's for sure. Angelo chuckled. Only you would let a princess camp in the wilderness, Harry, I swear. Lily tilted her head and seemed confused. But it's fun to camp out though, we even roasted these things called marshmallows and they were really delicious. Angelo just chuckled and shook his head. You're definitely Hero's daughter, little princess, but for tonight you're my guest, so let me host you and my friends, okay? Lily smiled and nodded. That night Harry spent his time playing with Lily, Harry, and the orphans while Jessica and Angelo watched on with big smiles on their faces. Harry even cooked a big dinner for everyone which everyone enjoyed. That night all the kids went to sleep with smiles on their faces. The next morning everyone got up early and followed Harry and his group outside after having breakfast. Angelo then decided to ask, so how are going to Pickham? Are you walking back to Peregrine Key and getting on a ferry? Harry grinned and shook his head. Nah. I don't have the time to take the long route, so we're flying there. Something about Harry's grin unnerved Angelo, but before he could even voice out his concerns Harry transformed into his dragon form and roared into the sky. Everyone in Simpleton gaped at the massive gold and silver dragon in the middle of the little town while the kids of the orphanage were awed as they looked up. Angelo's sweat dropped as he stared at Harry's dragon form. Dear goddess, he's bigger than before, and what's with the gold and silver? Harry lowered his snout towards the kids. Lily and Harry immediately walked towards him and gave him a big hug on the snout. All the kids then followed their examples and hugged Harry as well. Jessica giggled and shook her head. Always with the theatrics with this one. She then turned her head towards Angelo and grinned. Close your mouth or a fly might get inside Angelo. Angelo scoffed and shook his head with a grin on his face. Right, just leave already before Harry gets another idea for a much worse prank. Harry actually chuckled, which made Angelo's eyebrow twitch. Harry and Lily suddenly took off flying to the amazement of the kids, followed right after Jessica. All three then landed on Harry's head, who stood on his hind legs and spread his wings and then spoke, surprising everyone. It was nice seeing you, Angelo, and playing with all the kids. I'll make sure to visit again, but I don't have a lot of time left. If you need anything from me, go to Trodaine or Alexandria, they have ways to contact us. Angelo nodded, and Harry then took off into the sky with one strong flap of his wings. The kids, nor the town, were affected by the wind of his wings, since he had raised a barrier around everything. Which meant the kids were able to cheer and waved Harry and the girls goodbye as they disappeared in the distance. Angelo smiled as he watched two of his friends leave to have even more adventures, and if he was younger and didn't have to take care of his kids, he might have joined them. Still, he was happy with his life now, and he couldn't risk his life anymore knowing that he had kids to take care of after all. Harry flew through the skies of the world of light while Harry and Lily enjoyed the ride towards their next destination, much to Jessica's amusement as she watched the girls cheer. It didn't take Harry long to cross continents and the sea to reach where Pickham is located, and soon enough he landed a fair distance away, not wanting to cause panic among the townspeople. As soon as he landed, the girls jumped down and Harry took on his human form. Lily then looked around the area, which was all forest, and she saw some new monsters she found interesting. They looked quite unique to her, and she couldn't help to wonder what sort of abilities they have. Harry smiled and noticed what Lily was staring at and decided to speak. Quite a varied assemble of monsters, no? Lily turned her head towards her godfather and nodded. Yet. I've never seen monsters so human-like before. What are they? Harry nodded. Well, most belong to the demon family of monsters, while others are from the humanoid family. Harry then pointed towards the muscular man wielding two axes and an executioner's hood on its face. That's a hood, and despite their looks, they're monsters of the humanoid family along with those ones. Harry then pointed at a group of hairy monsters wearing full armor, shields and wielding an axe who were jumping around. Those are known as headhunters. Jessica then spoke. These types of monsters are usually physically inclined and don't wield any magic, but they are tough and have a lot of stamina, which makes them very dangerous. Harry nodded and then pointed at the small green devil-like monster running around. That's a mini-demon. They can use high-level ice and fire magic. And then we have those. Harry pointed at the blue-skinned woman cackling a distance away. That's a witch, and she likes to confuse her opponent with her beautiful looks while bombarding them with all kinds of spells. Harry frowned. I don't think I like that. She's called a witch. I think Mommy Hermione would have a fit if she finds out. Harry chuckled and nodded, knowing how Hermione would not like this monster at all. Yeah, that's for sure. She's also from the demon family of monsters. These types of monsters are heavily magically inclined and are more often than not immune to certain types of magic. Harry wouldn't have a problem with that, but you have to keep it in mind, Lily. Lily nodded in understanding. Harry then continued on. Besides those, there's a lot of plant and insect family monsters around here as well. Plant-type monsters are notorious for always having all kinds of nasty surprises, and they are experts in using debuff and buff spells. Insect monsters are usually a gamble because you never know what kind of thing they have in store for you, but most have some sort of status effect spell or skill. Lily nodded and then stared at the monsters in silence for a few seconds. Harry then walked up to her side. So what's the plan, Lily? Lily turned her head towards Harry and gave her a smile. I'll handle the demons and humanoids. You take care of the plants and insects. Make sure you don't let them use their spells or skills. Harry smiled and nodded. Lily then turned towards the monsters. I'll make sure to stop the demons from casting magic and keep the humanoids busy so you can use your magic. Harry took out her staff while Lily drew her sword. The monsters felt the change in the air and immediately turned toward the girls, who were ready to fight them all. Harry smiled and watched on as the girls rushed forwards towards the monsters, who all pounced to attack the girls. Harry watched as the girls easily took care of the monsters, but he also saw when they realized that there was one big problem with these types of monsters. They usually attack in big groups and hordes, which forced the girls to jump back and regroup. A few minutes later they jumped back in. This time, however, they used wide area of attack, spells, and skills plus whatever other skill that would allow them to attack big groups freely. Having been training Lily for a while now, Harry made sure to teach Lily all kinds of dragon skills, and among them were some very nifty status effects like poison breath, which breathes out a puff of poisonous gas, sweet breath, which breathes out a pink and sweet smelling fog that causes enemies to fall asleep, and burning breath, which breathes out an orange mist that causes paralysis, and Lily was using them right now to stop the monsters from dogpiling them. Harry of course took care of her targets quite easily, and the few monsters that foolishly thought that she was just another mage and tried to get close to her to attack her up close found out how strong her kicks and punches are. Especially when she charges mana into her martial arts to create all sorts of elemental effects to her physical attacks. It was a massacre of monsters. Now that the girls were able to jump back and organize themselves better after fighting these new types of monsters, they were easily able to attack them and defeat them. The girls ended up with a big pile of gold after that big fight. though Lily had a few scratches and cuts all over her body and face, though she was still all smiles and laughs. Harry immediately began to heal her, but not before scolding her a bit about being more careful, which just made Lily smile brightly at Harry, much to her chagrin. Harry could already see that Harry will be keeping a closer eye on Lily from now on. She really is a kind and caring girl, and when she loves and cares about someone, you can bet that she will always take care of them. Lily has quickly become a good friend to Harry, and because Harry is Harry's daughter, she considers Lily her family. After healing Lily, both girls walked back to Harry and Jessica while Harry put all the gold they got into her witch's hat. Harry smiled at them. Good job, girls. Lily, be more careful and try to dodge rather than block attacks, okay? Lily nodded and then sheepishly scratched the back of her head. Okay, Papa Harry, I just forget to keep moving around sometimes. Harry nodded. That's fine, the new style you're learning is way different from the one you grew up learning, so it's understandable that you sometimes fall into old habits. Just keep it in mind, okay, and remember that you also know healing magic. Lily blushed in embarrassment but nodded to Harry since she always forgets about her healing spells during mid-battle, but her godfather was right. She can't keep doing that since it's a very bad habit to have, plus she really shouldn't let injuries and wounds pile up on her. Harry patted Lily's head, causing her to look up into her godfather's eyes. But overall you did good. It seems like you are very comfortable using dragon skills, so I'll be teaching you some more of them as well, plus Jessica will continue to teach you the magic of this world. Lily smiled and nodded. Onto Jessica is teaching me how to use fire and wind magic, but I need more help with my lightning magic. Dad taught me how to use zap and kazap, but that's it. Harry nodded and then hummed. And how did you learn thunder slash then? Lily tilted her head. Well, one day I was practicing flame slash and thought, how come no one does the same thing with lightning magic? So I decided to do the same thing I do when I use flame slash, but with lightning. Though it took me a while to figure it out and getting shocked, a lot. Harry chuckled and then everyone began to walk towards the town of Pickham. Harry then continued on. There's actually a lightning-based sword technique, it's called Giga Slash, but that's a very high-level technique and not everyone can learn it. Lily looked up and seemed to be thinking about what her godfather just told her. Giga Slash. I think I've seen Dad use something called Giga Gash, is it the same thing? Harry shook his head. No, Giga Gash is Hero's own variation of Giga Slash, so it's not something anyone can learn, but I bet if you asked him about it he'll try to teach it to you, but you should focus on mastering the Avanstrash first and then try mastering Giga Slash, perhaps create your own variation afterward. Lily excitedly smiled at the idea of creating her own variation of the technique called Giga Slash someday. Jessica then suddenly spoke as they approached the town of Pickham. Okay girls, before we arrived in Pickham there are a few things you should know, so pay attention. Both Lily and Harry turned their heads towards Jessica and gave her their full attention. Jessica then went on to explain. Pickham is a very colorful town, but because of that it's full of thugs, thieves, and other unsavory sorts, so you both need to be careful and pay attention to your surroundings. Lily frowned while Harry hummed for a few moments and then spoke up. But we can hit them if they try anything, right? Jessica raised an eyebrow while Harry chuckled and answered her question. Well, in Pickham you can pretty much do anything you want, so no one will bat an eye if you beat someone up. Harry sweetly smiled while Lily grinned. Jessica giggled and shook her head. Now I feel bad for anyone stupid enough to start anything with these two girls, menaces the both of them. Lily and Harry just giggled in amusement while Harry just smiled at them and looked toward Pickham. They ran into a lot of trouble the first time he and the rest of the party visited this town during his time in this world. Some thief was actually able to steal Medea when she was cursed into a horse right under their noses, which made them all panic something fierce when they found out. Luckily they found the thief, and after Harry and Yangus squeeze him a bit they found out who he sold Medea to. This is how they met Red, who was the one who bought Medea. In the end, all of this ended up with them having to go dungeon diving into a massive catacomb filled with deadly traps and monsters for a treasure, but they succeeded and got Medea back after that whole ordeal. Still, this soured the party's experience in this town, but they also learned a very valuable lesson that day, and so from then on they were more careful of Medea and their belongings. In any case, they were supposed to find a clue as to where Yangus and Red were in Pickham, and Harry was really looking forward to seeing them both. Chapter 114. Everyone reached and went into Pickham, and both Harry and Lily immediately felt the difference between this town and the one they visited before. This place was definitely run down and the atmosphere around here was very solemn, but what was more noticeable to both of them was the ever-present feeling that they were being watched. So for the first time since the girls started their little adventure, they didn't take off running all over the place and instead stayed close by to Harry and Jessica, who smiled in approval at the fact that the girls were being extra careful within this town. It wasn't a surprise to both adults in the party of four. After all, Pickham was a town of vagabonds, drunks, and thieves. This town was a haven for gambling and contraband, and if you're not careful around here you might find yourself waking up outside the town buck-ass naked and defenseless. It was best to always be alert in this town lest you find yourself in a predicament, something both Harry and Lily instinctively knew, and so the group of 4 walked around. First Harry and Jessica wanted to head to the bar up north of the town and ask about Yangus and Red. The girls walked ahead of the group, and as soon as they came about an arch leading to a street, a big muscular man got in their way and loudly spoke to the group. "This is my patch, you wanna come through air, you pay me so dosh. 10 gold coins in fact." Lily frowned at the man while Harry tilted her head. She then turned her head towards her daddy and Harry just shrugged, letting her know that he was leaving it up to her. Harry then turned her head back to the very muscular man and then walked up to him. The muscular man tense up, not expecting a small little girl to actually approach him, but he then thought she was going to give him the coin, especially since Harry reached out with her hand towards him. But instead of giving the muscular man gold coins, Harry flicked him in the stomach, and to the surprise of everyone watching this going on, the muscular man was sent flying back at high speed until he crashed against the wall at the far end of the street. The poor muscular man groaned in pain and then fell down to the ground from the crater his body created when it collided with the wall behind him. The muscular man just twitched and groaned in pain while being on the floor face down. Harry then sweetly smiled and everyone watching her began to nervously sweat and vow not to get in the way of the very scary and powerful little girl. Lily grinned in amusement, finding the whole thing hilarious, while Harry chuckled and Jessica just shook her head in amusement. After that whole ordeal, the group then immediately walked down the street and headed to the bar at the end of it. It didn't take long to reach it and all of them ignored the groaning muscular man as they walked past him. Once inside the bar, Harry went to speak with the bartender while Harry, Lily, and Jessica waited by the door, not wanting to go inside such a shady place, especially when everyone inside the bar was staring at them. It didn't take long for Harry to come back and Jessica immediately began to ask him how it went. Did he know anything? Harry shook his head. Not really, other than Yangus stopping by for a barrel of beer about a week ago. He hadn't heard anything from him or Red since then, but he did tell me to ask Dodgy Dave since they have been doing business with him lately. Jessica nodded and hummed. Dodgy Dave, hey? That means we have to go inside his little lair by the casino. Harry nodded, but then he felt someone pull on his sleeve, making him turn towards Lily, who looked at him in the eyes. Papa Harry, what's a casino? Harry tilted his head and then hummed for a few moments before deciding to answer Lily's question. A casino is a place where one goes to gamble money in some games, however people tend to get lost in those games and end up losing a lot of money. Lily nodded. Are the games fun? Harry looked up and thought, I've never been particularly good at them, so I hardly ever played games of chance. My friend Naruto is very lucky, so he used to gamble once in a while and get a lot of money. Angelo is very good at card games too, but honestly I don't see how those games are any fun, but that's my opinion anyways. Lily tilted her head and Jessica grinned. Are you curious, Lily? Lily turned her head towards Jessica and nodded. Yeah, Mom and Dad went to a place called Baccarat once. Mom said that she and Dad spent time playing in the casino, so I was wondering if it was fun. Jessica nodded in understanding while Harry gave Lily an head pat. Well, do you want to give it a try? Lily looked up at Harry and brightly smiled. Can we? I just want to try them and see if they're fun. Harry nodded. Sure, Jessica can take you there while I go talk to Dodgy Dave. How does that sound? Lily cheered and then hugged Harry, who also cheered. Harry chuckled and then turned his head towards Jessica, who smiled and nodded at him. It was for the best that Lily and Harry didn't go to Dodgy Dave's place, since it's not exactly a place for children, so they might as well have some fun at the casino. And so the party of 4 headed towards the right side of Pickham and headed towards the casino. Once there, Harry gave a bag of gold to Jessica and the girls, who immediately ran inside the casino. Now by himself, Harry headed towards the secret location of Dodgy Dave's trade and went inside. The place hasn't changed and neither had the people inside, all of them thieves and shady individuals. But Harry ignored them and immediately headed to where Dodgy Dave stood. This man is a tall and muscular man, and as soon as he saw Harry he grinned at him. Well, if it isn't the hero Harry Potter, what can I do for you? Harry sighed and shook his head. Dave, it's good to see you're doing well. I came for some information that you might know. Dave tilted his head. All right, I'm betting you're looking for Yangus and that pretty little bird Red, aren't you? Harry nodded and took out a gold bar from his inventory, already knowing that information was expensive here, and so he passed it to Dave, who took it with a grin on his face. Ah, good doing business with ya, Harry. Yangus and Red came by here for information as well. Rumors really, but lately there's been a wave and air of evil coming from them dark ruins. Not sure why, but Red and Yangus looked mighty concerned about those rumors and ran off to investigate, something about confirming whether the ruins were destroyed or not before calling the GUV. Harry frowned. The dark ruins. That goddess-forsaken place should have collapsed after our battle against Dolmagus. Shit, I hope Yangus and Red are okay. Harry nodded to Dave. Thanks, Dave, I'll be leaving now. Don't get into too much trouble, and if you do, at least don't get caught. Dodgy Dave guffawed. Mate, I make it my business not to get caught, ha ha ha. Harry grinned and then left Dodgy Dave's place and went outside, but a worried expression marred his face. the dark ruins and the islands where they're located are filled with very powerful undead and demon-type monsters. That place is a horrid island filled with darkness and the ground is poisoned to the point that nothing grows there. It is a completely desolate place and one not many would dare to go into unprepared, which is why he's worried about Yangus and Red. As Harry walked towards the casino, he couldn't help to dread the place. He knew it was absurd to do so now that he was multiple times more powerful than the first time he went there, but the place truly was very hard to forget and it had left an impression on not only him but Hero, Jessica, Yangus, and Angelo as well. Which is why he was surprised Yangus went there. That in itself is proof that Yangus truly believed something bad was happening there, otherwise you wouldn't catch him going there if his life depended on it. Dave said that they came a week ago, so at best they should have been there 2 days, 3 tops, so we have to hurry. If something like what happened in the waterfall cave is happening there, then they might not be fully prepared for it. Harry reached the casino and went inside only to stop and watched as Jessica gaped to Lily, who was sitting in front of a slot machine and being buried in coins while Harry was happily cheering. Harry raised an eyebrow and walked up to the girls. Jessica noticed the look on his face and immediately knew something serious had happened, but Harry shook his head, letting her know that they will speak of it in a bit. Mean Lily noticed her godfather and brightly smiled. Papa Harry. Look, I won with my first coin, hee hee. Harry raised an eyebrow. Your first coin? Wow, that's actually a little scary, Lily. Harry chuckled in amusement. Jessica smiled and shook her head in disbelief. I have never seen anything like it before. First we tried playing bingo but we weren't very lucky, but as soon as Lily sat in front of the slot machine, put a coin in, and pull the lever, she hits the jackpot. Harry smiled and with a wave of his hand he lifts all the coins and then takes out an enchanted bag from his inventory and puts all the coins inside. Afterward he hands them to Lily, who smiled at him and ran with Harry to the exchange counter to see what they can get. Meanwhile, Harry and Jessica decided to talk. Jessica stared into Harry's eyes and saw the worry in them. I take that dodgy Dave gave you some bad news. Harry sighed and nodded more or less. Yangus and Red went to the dark ruin to investigate some rumors. Jessica's eyes widened in surprise and concern. The dark ruins. Didn't it collapse after we killed Dolmagus? And why would Yangus and Red go to that goddess-forsaken place? Harry frowned and looked down. That's the thing. Apparently the rumors Yangus and Red went to investigate were about some kind of dark and evil wave coming from it. I remember all we saw that day was the entrance collapse, but we don't know if the entire place collapsed from the inside. Jessica frowned and then crossed her arms. You're right, and we never went back to investigate after that. No one wanted to go back there for that matter. Honestly, I'm surprised Yangus went there and took Red with him. Harry nodded. Yeah, which means that he was really worried about these rumors, enough that he went to investigate and hasn't come back in about a week. It takes 3 days by boat to reach the island where the dark ruins are located, and about a day to traverse the desolate island. Jessica began to bite her thumbnail, which means Yangus and Red have been in the dark ruins for about 2 days. TCH. We need to go there and check on them. Yes, I agree. Something is going on, and if I'm right then we're dealing with a situation similar to the waterfall cave, so who knows what we'll find in those dark ruins. I remember that it was all very strange, how it seemed like some sort of ancient temple. Jessica then looked down while still biting her nail. Yeah, you're right, so we might find another one of those resurrected monsters, right? Harry nodded. Yeah, and more than likely it will be a demon lord down there. The thing is, that place is not one I want to take the girls into. Jessica nodded and was about to speak when Lily suddenly spoke from behind them. I'm going. Both Harry and Jessica turned their heads toward Lily and stared at her for a few moments. Harry sighed. Lily, that place is horrible and there are really powerful monsters in there. Your daddy and I barely made it alive the day we had to go there. Are you sure you want to go to such horrid place? Lily nodded. Yes. I'm not afraid. And I want to help Uncle Yangus. He always visits and plays with me. He always comes on my birthdays and brings me all kinds of cool gifts. I can't just stay somewhere knowing he might in trouble, so I'm going. Harry walked up to Lily's side holding a few mini medals and a bottle of elfin water. Harry instantly knew that those were the prizes they chose in exchange for the coins they got. Harry looked up at her. Daddy, we can handle it, Daddy. Let us go and help. Besides, you and Mommy Jessica are going too. Harry turned his head towards Jessica, who sighed and then turned to look at both girls. Listen, that place is very dangerous and there are all kinds of powerful monsters, so you have to be careful, okay? Both Harry and Lily nodded with serious expressions on their little faces. Harry sighed. Honestly, both of you are too young for this. Not even Morgan and Hope got to fight at your age. Still, both of you are dragons and dragons don't show fear, so let's go. Our friends need us. Lily smiled while Harry put away their prizes into her witch's hat and then fist pumped, and a Potter never abandons a friend in need. Lily cheered and fist pumped as well while Harry and Jessica smiled at them. Of course, both were still worried about the girls and the situation, but they know that can trust them to take care of themselves. They knew that all of this caution was because of their experience with the Dark Ruins and that in reality they don't have to worry, but they can't really help it. Even Harry, who is a dragon god and so much more powerful than the first time he went there, was worried. Still, they had to deal with what was going and the girls wanted to help. Harry knew that this would be a great experience for them. He just wished they would have gotten it when they were a bit older, like Hope and Morgan. But he also has to have faith in them, and so Harry will believe in these two adorable and quite capable little girls. Besides, he will be there and he will be damned if he would ever let them get hurt. Alright then, let's go. I'm taking everyone there in my dragon form. The quicker we get there, that faster we can find Yangus and Red, and find out what's going. Jessica, Morgan, and Lily nodded, and then the party of 4 left Pickham and headed outside and walked a fair distance away. As soon as they were far enough, Harry took on his dragon form and the girls got on his head. Soon after, Harry flapped his wings and took off, flying towards where the Dark Ruins lay at high speed, hoping to get there to help Yangus and Red in time. It is only time for Harry to arrive at the island where the Dark Ruins are located, and as soon as he landed and lets the girls get down on the ground, he could tell that something was seriously wrong here. Harry immediately took on his human form and looked up, only to frown as a swirling mass of darkness on top of the Dark Ruins was coming down onto the ruin themselves. Something is happening here. There's something very old and powerful coming. Jessica frowned and walked up to Harry's side and also looked up. How powerful are we talking about? Harry sighed and turned his head towards Jessica. At least super devil in rank. Damn, we have to find Yangus and Red quickly and stop whatever is going on here. Harry turned towards Lily and Ari. Ari, don't hold back. I want you to go full out from the get-go, and Lily, pick your battles carefully, make sure you can take down whatever you choose to fight, and don't hesitate to ask for help. Lily and Ari, sensing the seriousness of the situation in Harry's voice, nodded to him. Harry smiled at both girls. Jessica and I will be active this time, but you're the leader, Lily. Keep in mind that we need to find Yangus and Red quickly and use light elemental attacks. There's only demons and undead here. Lily nodded while Ari took out both her wand and staff. Ari then looked down in thought for a few moments before looking up at her. Daddy, should I summon Salomon and Tsukaimon to help? Harry smiled at Ari but shook his head. Not this time, sweetie. The monsters here are a little above them, plus Jessica and I will be fighting this time, and you know how wild we can get. Jessica then spoke up as she brought out her Gringham whip. Plus there's not a lot of space inside the ruins and a lot of monsters. It's best for both Salomon and Tsukaimon to sit this one out. Ari nodded and got ready. Lily took out her Dragovian god sword and her goddess shield and got ready herself. Harry nodded at them and then summoned both Oblivion and Oathkeeper. Lily awed at both legendary weapons. She had heard so much about her godfather's keyblades, but this was the first time she had seen them, and not only are they amazing to look at, but Lily could feel their power as well. Harry turned to look towards where the Dark Ruins lay and frowned as he could already see countless undead and demon monsters gather around to get in their way. Lily, take the lead. Lily snapped out of her odd state and nodded. She then walked to the front with Ari and began to walk towards the ruins. Monsters began to immediately get in their way. Monsters Lily has never seen before but has heard of from both her mom and dad: great trolls, gigantes, archdemons, foul fighters, dullahans, white priests, and even hell gladiators. These types of monsters weren't only very high level, but they possess skills beyond the norm. These were the type of monsters anyone would run away from, ones that no one would not want to ever face. But Lily was the daughter of heroes, a dragon knight, but most of all the goddaughter of Harry Potter, and she wasn't going to be intimidated by a bunch of monsters. No, she was going to prove herself here. She wanted adventure, she wanted excitement, and she wanted to fight powerful monsters, and she was getting what she wanted. So with a grin on her face, Lily called upon the dragon within her and it immediately answered. Her little body exploded with power as blue scales began to appear around her cheeks and forehead. Her green eyes took on a reptilian look, and as Lily brandished her Dragovian god sword, she suddenly roared and took off running as fast as she could. Which was pretty fast since she became a blue blur that the monsters weren't expecting. Suddenly Lily appeared behind a massive great troll that froze and then suddenly fell apart, having been cut to pieces. The monsters growled and stepped back from Lily a bit in both shock and fear as she stood up straight and widely grinned at the monsters, showing off her fangs. Harry chuckled in amusement and then smiled in amusement. Well then, let's not keep the princess waiting, shall we? Jessica grinned and nodded while Ari cheerfully giggled. Harry then disappeared in a flash of light and darkness, followed by Jessica, who disappeared in a flash of red energy while Ari just operated. Harry appeared beside Lily in a flash of light and darkness and then immediately rushed forwards with both Oblivion and Oathkeeper glowing black and white. Lily there bore witness to her godfathers fighting for the first time, and even though she knew he was holding back a lot, it was still an amazing thing to see. Harry immediately began to dance around the many monsters in the area who took too long to react to him, and most of them were taken out by a single attack from Harry, but then they all reacted soon after and attacked back. A Dullahan swung his flail at Harry, who batted it away with oblivion with ease and then smacked the Dullahan's body away with Oathkeeper. The Dullahan's body immediately exploded in wisps of light. Harry suddenly jumped up and avoided a thrust attack from 3 foul fighters' swords. He then landed on top of the swords and swiftly cast a spell Aeroga. An orb of powerful and sharp wind engulfed Harry's body and burst outwards, blasting the monsters away and destroying them. A Gigantes suddenly swung its massive club at Harry, but he just grinned and didn't move. The Gigantes was then whipped in his blue face by Jessica. She had whipped the massive monster so hard that its head flew off. A group of white priests pointed their dark wands at the group, but before they could even gather any mana they were suddenly impaled by multiple spears made out of white holy light. Lily looked back and smiled as she saw Aerie standing close by with her staff extended towards where the white priests stood. Aerie smiled at Lily and then waved her wand towards the ground. Lily gaped when from the very ground beside Aerie massive stone golems rose up and then took off towards the hell gladiators, who suddenly rushed towards the group. Lily watched as the golems began to swat the 4-armed undead monsters and sent them flying. All of this was amazing to Lily, and she grew excited to be able to fight with her godfather, auntie, and now best friend Aerie. Not wanting to be left behind, she suddenly brought her sword towards herself and ran her hand on the blade. As she did so, her Dragovian god sword began to shine with light. She then rushed forward towards a group of Gigantes that were heading towards the golems to destroy them, but Lily jumped and then twirled around in midair until she landed sword first into the head of one of the massive blue monsters. The Gigantes instantly died, and Lily then took off flying with magic. She blurred from the rest of the Gigantes' sights only to appear in the middle of the group with her shield arm extended towards the sky. Kazapple. A massive lightning storm suddenly dropped on top of not only the Gigantes but also some of the smaller monsters around. The holy lightning shocked the monsters and killed them in seconds. Lily sighed and then turned towards a group of monsters rushing towards her, but then 2 massive fireballs flew past her sides and crashed against the big group of monsters, exploding in contact. Lily smiled, knowing it was her godfather Harry and Auntie Jessica who did that, something that was confirmed when both Harry and Jessica rushed forward from her side with smiles on their faces. Jessica then cracked her whip on the ground twice, and from the ground in front of her a massive snake of flames and molten rock rose. It then shot forward and launched itself towards 2 great trolls heading her way. The monsters roared in pain as Jessica's serpent's bite crashed into them and burned them alive. Jessica then pointed a hand towards a big group of foul fighters. Kisnos. The foul fighters suddenly fell asleep as Jessica's spell hit them. Harry appeared above them in a blur of darkness and then dropped to the ground with Oblivion hitting the ground first. As soon as Oblivion touched the ground, massive pillars of darkness rose from the ground and began to spin around Harry and destroying any monsters in their way. Harry then raised Oathkeeper into the air and charged it with light and then slammed it into the ground right where Oblivion had hit before. A massive dome of white light shot outwards from Harry and then exploded into many beams of light that immediately flew out and seeked any monsters nearby. Many of the monsters were struck by the beams of white light from Harry's technique and exploded in showers of white light, killing the monsters instantly, and so the party of 4 kept fighting and fighting while moving forward towards the dark ruins. No matter how many monsters got in their way, they were immediately defeated. Harry and Jessica were holding back in order to allow the girls to grow not only in power but experience, plus this would present a valuable battle experience for them. Both Harry and Lily proved to be very capable of fighting big numbers with ease. Even Lily, who had never gotten the chance to fight big numbers of monsters or fight with all her power, was easily mowing down groups of monsters and keeping up with the level of power Harry and Jessica were using at this moment. However, none of them forgot that they needed to hurry nor that they needed to stop whatever is going on in the dark ruins. Even now, as they drew close to the ruins, all 4 of them could feel the power and darkness gathering around it. Even though both Harry and Jessica had bad memories of this place and much rather never have to go to it again, they knew they needed to do so, and so the 4 of them rushed forward until they reached the entrance to the dark ruins and left nothing but destruction and dead monsters in their wake. Monsters that might have disappeared in wisps of light, but their howls and roars of pain still echoed through the area for a while. The group finally stopped at the entrance of the dark ruins, and Harry immediately inspected the entrance. Looks like we don't need the mirror to get inside, nor do we have to worry about that strange darkness. Jessica nodded. Yeah, plus I'm sure both Red and Yangus are already pretty deep into the ruins. There were a lot of monsters, but they weren't anything we haven't faced before. Still, being back here certainly makes me feel uncomfortable. Harry nodded as he frowned. He certainly felt uncomfortable being back here as well, but he knew Yangus wouldn't have come in here if the situation wasn't serious. Lily then walked forward. Anything we should know about these dark ruins, Papa Harry? Harry smiled at Lily, proud that even now she was being smart and cautious. There's probably even more monsters inside, which means we have to be careful because of the space. Plus these ruins also empower monsters a bit. Lily turned her head towards her godfather. The ruins empower monsters? How is that possible? Harry hummed. Has your father ever told you about this place? Lily shook her head. Not really. Usually when he tells me stories about his adventures he skips a lot about the dark ruins and goes almost immediately to the fight against Dolmagus, but even then it seems like he skips a lot of details. Harry nodded and then snapped his fingers, slowing the time flow of this world, something that Lily didn't notice but Jessica and Ari did, but they didn't say anything about it. Harry then sighs and shocked his head. I don't blame Hero for not wanting to speak about this place. Back then when we arrived here in our pursuit of Dolmagus we had a difficult time with all the monsters around, though back then they weren't as powerful as the ones we fought right now. In fact, this island was inhabited by other types of weaker monsters. Lily listened intently to her godfather's words as he continued on. Even still we fought as hard as we could, we truly gave everything we had in this place and more. I don't know how many times we came close to dying or worse, but things got even worse when we finally faced off against Dolmagus. Harry then turned his head towards the dark ruins. There's something very wrong about this place, and it was made worse with whatever Dolmagus did here. By the time we got to him he already had forsaken his humanity and become a demon. Lily's eyes widen in surprise. There's something here, something that no one noticed before, but whatever it is must be the cause of all of this, right Papa Harry? Harry smiled proudly at Lily and gave her a head pat which made her smile. That's right, you're a very smart princess, way smarter than I was back then. Your father and our group desperately fought Dolmagus here, and back then we just didn't have the time nor the need to investigate this place, but now that I think about it, it was weird that Dolmagus chose this place to transform into a demon. Jessica gaped as she came to a sudden realization. This isn't some kind of ruins. This is a dark temple, isn't it? Harry smiled at Jessica and nodded. I'm afraid so. We didn't notice it back then, plus we just didn't have the knowledge of such things before either, but yes, these so-called dark ruins are in fact a dark temple. Jessica frowned and looked down. Ari walked up to her side and grabbed her hand to try and cheer her mommy up and got a kind and soft smile in return. Lily, however, was a bit confused. A dark temple? What is that? Harry turned his gaze towards Lily. They're places where monsters and evil people worship the demon lords of this world, places that gather all the darkness and evil emotions of the world and serve as a place of rebirth to these demon lords. Lily's eyes widen in surprise. What? The demon lords? I read about them in the Dragovian archives. They were known as very powerful monsters and beings. In fact, they were so powerful that a specific rank was created solely for them. Harry nodded, already knowing what Lily was referring to. That's correct, that rank is known as X, and truly powerful and evil monsters belong in this rank. Wraithorn even in his larva form had this rank. Lily nodded and then turned towards the dark ruins. So a demon lord is about to be reborn? Harry nodded. I think so. The amount of energy and darkness that this place is gathering is massive, plus the number of monsters here is too big even by the normal standards of this goddess-forsaken place. Lily hummed and seemed to be thinking about something for a few moments. Do you think I can handle it? I know I'm not anywhere close to any of you in both power and skill. I don't want to get in anyone's way when things are this serious. Harry smiled and then got on one knee right in front of Lily and then caressed her cheeks with both of his hands. He could feel her hard scales on his fingertips. You're powerful, Lily. So much that you don't have a clear idea of the extent of your power yet. You've never gotten a chance to be pushed to your limits, so you don't know just what you can really do. Lily stared at her godfather's green eyes and listened intently to his words while Harry went on. Right now you're at the place where you'll find out what exactly it is you fight for. You will soon realize that, and you will raise in power the which you can never imagine. You're a dragon knight, Lily, a dragon, and a dragon does not hesitate nor doubts itself, so believe in yourself as you have all this time. Lily teared up as Harry smiled at her. She then nodded and Harry let go of her face. She then sniffled a bit, but then she nodded at herself and smiled. Then let's go get Uncle Yangus and Auntie Red. And prevent this so-called demon lord from coming back. Harry stood up straight and nodded to Lily while Jessica and Ari smiled at her and also gave her a nod. Whatever might be going inside this dark temple, they will face it and stop it together. Chapter 115. Play Dragon Quest 1 Ost Dungeon Extended. Everyone stepped into the dark temple, and once inside the party immediately noticed that something was seriously wrong with this place. Harry looked around with a serious expression on his face. There's that feeling of dread and darkness we felt when we came in here the first time, but there's a pressure here that seems rather heavy. Harry turned his head towards the girls who were looking around. Are you both okay? This place can suffocate anyone with all of this evil floating around. Ari frowned but nodded. I'm fine, Daddy. This place reminds me of where you found me. It's unpleasant, but I think I've gotten used to places filled with evil like this one. Harry nodded, and even though what Ari said was true, he wished it wasn't. What had happened to her during her time in the Shihasaikai left its mark on his daughter, and the fact that one of her Digimon partners was of the dark and virus type was proof of that. Harry moved his gaze towards Lily, who looked up at him. I'm okay, Papa Harry. It's a little unnerving in here, but I don't seem to be affected by it very much. Harry nodded. It must be because of your nature as a dragon knight. you remember what sort of beings they are, right? Lily nodded and then looked at both of her hands. Dragon knights, beings with the power of a dragon, the magic of a demon, and the heart of a human. Harry smiled at his goddaughter and then gave her a head pat which made her smile and looked up at him. Harry gave her a grin and then turned towards Jessica. And you, Jessica? How are you holding up? Jessica grinned at Harry and then gave him a nod. I'm fine. It certainly feels horrible in here, but all of us have experienced places like this dark temple before. That makes this place feel insignificant. I'm comparison though. I sure wish that the first time we came here I was this powerful. Harry nodded in agreement to Jessica's words. Yeah, me too, but at the time we were just working with what we had. In any case, let's move on. Lily walked up to the front and looked around, watching as some very powerful monsters roamed around the area. Hell gladiators and foul fighters were cautiously walking around at the ready to attack any intruders. Lily then turned her head towards everyone. Okay, let's be careful. I don't think we should rely on what Papa Harry and Auntie Jessica know about this place. Something might have changed, so let's move on while being careful. Lily then turns her gaze towards her godfather. Papa Harry, you said you are trained as a ninja and that you even specialized in assassination, right? Harry raised an eyebrow at Lily's question but nodded to confirm what she said to be true. That's right, I was a member of Anbu and even went on to become the captain of Konoha's Anbu Corps. Lily smiled and then nodded. Okay. Then can I ask you to use stealth as me, Harry, and Auntie Jessica move forward? That way while the monsters are distracted with us you can take care of most of them with stealth. Harry grinned and nodded to his goddaughter, liking her plan. Sounds good, I'll then move in stealth mode and cover you guys. Lily nodded and her godfather suddenly disappeared in a flurry of leaves. Lily was awed at that. So cool. I wonder if he can teach me that. Harry and Jessica giggled at Lily's enthusiasm. Lily then smiled at both of them and turned around towards the inside of the dark temple. Okay, let's go, but keep an eye out. Even if Papa Harry is covering our back, we should still be cautious of this place. Harry and Jessica nodded in agreement and then the three girls moved forward into the dark temple, ready to face whatever awaits them in this dark and evil place. On the first level of the dark temple, they only found big numbers of monsters, but they quickly took care of any that were stupid enough to attack them or get in their way, and as they fought, Harry would appear behind monsters and take them down without alerting the rest. Before they could even notice, the monsters' numbers decrease rather quickly, leaving only small wisps of light from their disappearing bodies. However, the girls and Harry didn't stop and continued to quickly move. Luckily for the group, they didn't have to go around to look for mechanisms or anything like that, since everything was still on and open, since Harry and the groups of heroes came here to face off against Dolmagus a long time ago. So everyone could just head straight down to the first level basement. Here is where things had physical change from the last time Harry and Jessica were here. Before there was water all over the place, but now only pools of disgusting purple poisonous grime awaited everyone. This became a problem because that meant that they couldn't walk around freely, so they opted to take off flying, which in hindsight might have been a bad idea, since the moment the monsters noticed them in the air they began to try to shoot them down with magic spells. Harry and Jessica retaliated by using Reflectaga, sending those spells back to the caster and killing them off with their own spell, while Lily began to shoot down at the monster with fireballs and lightning magic. Meanwhile, Harry would continue to move undetected while killing monster after monster, making Lily wonder just what sort of training her godfather had to go through to learn how to do that flawlessly. Still, right now it wasn't the time for pondering, and so Lily continued to launch spells at the monsters who were trying to shoot them down. Eventually, they took care of them all and they were free to look around. Harry found 2 chests in an upper corner of the basement and the group immediately went to check them out. Inside they found a mini medal and something called Saint's Ashes, which according to Jessica had the power to purify curses and evil energy. Thinking that it might be useful someday, Harry put both the mini medal and the Saint's Ashes into her witch's hat. After that the party had a quick look around but didn't find anything else useful, so they continued onward. They got to the stairs leading down and walked them down to the second level basement, which was another big chamber with several floors heading up and down. There were many staircases allowing access to every floor, however there were a bunch of new monsters roaming about and they looked powerful and downright evil to the girls. Lily frowned and then turned her head towards her Auntie Jessica. Auntie, what are those? Jessica was frowning as she watched this new type of monster. Those are Hellstalkers and Hellspawns. Hellstalkers are completely immune to fire and lightning magic and Hellspawns are immune to physical attacks. Lily frowned. That's a very effective combination to have. This was planned right? Jessica nodded. Yeah. These monsters were specifically left here to slow anyone down. As a matter of fact, since we haven't seen Yangus or Red, I assume they made it past here and I'm impressed they did so. Lily, what are you going to do? Fire and lightning are your main elements and you can't physically attack the Hellspawns, Harry, and I can handle it since we have a lot of perks that help us ignore defenses or resistances. Lily grinned. Papa Harry has been teaching me some new things every night, something about not being a one-trick pony, so I have a few new techniques I've been wanting to try. Lily raised her Dragovian god sword and suddenly it began to let out cold air as frost and ice began to engulf the blade. Jessica raised an eyebrow in surprise. Harry taught you ice magic? Lily nodded. Among all other elements. He said that being ready for anything is always the best course of action, and so he's been teaching me all sorts of sword skills and magic spells. This is the blizzard slash. Lily tapped the floor with her Dragovian god swords engulfed in frost and ice, and this technique is the frost wave. As soon as Lily called out the name of her technique, a massive wave of icy cold air shot from the tip of her sword into the ground and spread out forward in front of her. The wave spread to the entire chamber and the monsters roaming around were instantly frozen solid. Lily let up her technique and sighed a puff of white mist from her mouth from the sudden drop of temperature her technique brought. The monsters' frozen bodies suddenly cracked and then shattered, signaling their deaths. Harry cheered and hugged Lily. That looked amazing, Lily. Lily grinned at her friend and nodded. It took me a while to get it down and to be able to resist the cold, but thanks to Papa Harry's time manipulation I had all the time in the world to perfect it. Jessica grinned as the girls cheerfully spoke about Lily's new technique. It certainly was impressive, and Jessica was even surprised with Lily's control over a volatile element like ice. She certainly has a knack for learning techniques and spells. It's like she adapts at an accelerated pace. Harry came down from somewhere and landed beside everyone, surprising the girls a bit. Well done, Lily, you destroyed all the monsters in this chamber. Lily nodded and then looked around. All right, let's look around a bit and see if we can find anything useful in here and then move on. Papa Harry, are we close to the end of this dark temple? Harry nodded. There are only 2 more chambers before we get to the inner sanctum of this place. Lily nodded. Okay, then you don't have to keep taking enemies out with stealth, but you're going to teach me how to do that later. Harry chuckled and nodded. All right, but Anbu training isn't easy. You sure you can handle it? Lily nodded. I'm sure I can. But for now let's get a move on. Harry smiled at his goddaughter and then everyone quickly took a look around. They found 2 more chests, and inside they found a mini medal and a recovery ring. Harry and Lily stared at the ring in curiosity. Since both of them can feel a good amount of magic in it, they both decided to ask Harry what it did, and he happily explained. Apparently, this ring is blessed by the goddess and it heals the wearer as they walk around, granting them a small healing factor. It was nothing too impressive to Harry, Jessica, and Aries standards. But to Lily, it was one of the most amazing things she's seen, and it brought a sense of nostalgia to Harry and Jessica. It reminded them of how they used to react whenever they found a new magical item or equipment. Harry, enjoying Lily's happiness, decided that she should keep it and use it, which surprised the little princess of Trodaine. She asked her friend if it was really okay for her to have it. Harry just smiled at her and nodded. She then let her know that she had no need for the ring since she had quite the strong healing factor already and that it would be more useful to her right now. Lily, understanding Aries' words, nodded and put on the recovery ring. With that done, the group headed towards the staircase leading down and went down to the 3rd basement level. Once they arrived down there, what awaited them was a massive empty chamber, but they could see that there was a massive battle that went down here not that long ago. There were holes, cut, burns, and destroyed walls and floors all over the place. The 2 monuments that used to stand in here were also completely destroyed. Harry looked around. This seems recent. Whatever went down here, it must have happened not so long ago. Jessica stared at the cut on the wall not far from her. This was made by a scythe. The cut, it's too thin to be from a sword or an axe. Harry raised an eyebrow. That means Yangus and Red fought something here, and by the looks of it, it was something huge. A trap of sorts, or did they just run into some kind of guardian monster? Lily frowned as she looked at the battlefield. This was a big fight. I can still feel the tension in the air. What sort of monster could fight this hard against Uncle Yangus and Auntie Red? It was a good question. Unlike Hero and Angelo, both Yangus and Red continued exploring the world for treasures and fighting, so they only got stronger for it. But what they fought in here obviously fought them hard, and the party can only hope that they were okay, since it was just the both of them in here and had no magical support between them. Luckily Red has some healing techniques, but they're not as potent as healing magic is. Harry sighed and shook his head. We have to move on. Yangus and Red must be up ahead and they might need some help after the fight they had in here. They might even be injured right now. Everyone nodded and decided to rush off to look for their friends, hoping to find them close by rather than deeper into the dark temple, but hopefully, they decided to rest somewhere for a while. That would allow them to catch up to them, and so the party of 4 walked down the stairs into the 4th basement level. Once on the lowest floor of the dark temple, the group found themselves looking at a dark and ominous hallway. However, everyone noticed a light coming off to the side of the corridor where a part of the wall had been destroyed a long time ago. Harry smiled, knowing that there was a pool of healing water in that little cave, and had the suspicion that both Yangus and Red were there right now, so he walked forward with Harry, Lily, and Jessica following close behind him. As soon as they arrived they all smiled when they saw both Yangus and Red sleeping on the ground by a campfire, though both Harry and Jessica frowned when they saw that they were still injured. Harry looked towards the pool of healing water and was disappointed to see that it had become a pool of dirty purple and poisonous water. Now worried for his friends, Harry quickly walked up to them and then kneeled beside Yangus. Harry poked Yangus on the belly, making him groan, and then a few moments later he opened his eyes and stared at the smiling face of the dragon god Harry. "Mate, am I dead or something?" The dragon god grinned at Yangus and shook his head in amusement. "Nah, not yet Yangus, but you look like you were one step away from it." Yangus soon grinned happily that Harry was really here right now. Meanwhile, Jessica was checking up on Red while Harry helped Yangus sit up while giving him a miracle gel. Yangus stared at the gel in confusion, which in hindsight is understandable since at the time Harry didn't have access to them the first time he was in this world. Still, Harry couldn't help but smile at his friend. He hasn't changed in all of these years, still the chubby funny-looking guy he always was. "Eat it, Yangus, it will heal and restore your energy." Not even doubting his words for a second, Yangus immediately chucked the gel into his mouth and ate it. His eyes widened in surprise as he felt all of his wounds disappear and his energy return. "Blimey mate, that hit the spot." Harry nodded and helped Yangus up to his feet. A voice suddenly brought our attention towards where Jessica is. "They sure do, these might have come in handy a while ago." Harry grinned at Red, who was now on her feet and grinning at him, and Yangus with her arms crossed under her chest. "Red, looking good and tough." Red shook her head and laughed a little. "Harry, it's good to see you again, and I'm certainly glad you're here right now. We didn't know what we were going to do to get back to the surface." Yangus huffed. "You saved both our butts, that's for sure. We were both too injured and tired to go on, but what are you both doing here?" "Oh, it's good to see you again too, Jessica." Jessica grinned at Yangus and nodded while Harry began to explain. "Well, we came to visit this world and I wanted to see all of our friends, but no one knew where you both were, so I went to Calderisha and he told me how to find you guys." Jessica nodded and went on. "Imagine our surprise when we heard that both of you headed here, but that raised some very loud alarms in our heads. We both knew that Yangus wouldn't have come back here unless something serious came up." Yangus and Red frowned. Yangus then nodded. "And you're right, I wouldn't have come here unless something serious was going on. Red and I had been hearing about something strange going on here in these ruins, and for some reason, I just couldn't get this feeling of dread that appeared in my heart to disappear, so Red and I decided to come and investigate." Red sighed and shook her head. "And it was a good thing we did too. The amount monsters that are spawning here and the fact that all of them are very high-level ones just smelled of something shady going on here." Harry nodded. "Yeah, we saw. Plus the current of evil and darkness flowing in from the top of the mountains and the dark ruins is a little disturbing, but it is a big sign that something very big is going on in here." Yangus and Red narrowed their eyes. Yangus then spoke up. "Current of darkness and evil? That wasn't there when we arrived here a few days ago. Damn, whatever is going on must be close to happening." Jessica then spoke up. "Why did you guys come here alone, and why were you that hurt when we found you?" Red sighed. "In the last room we found a monster we hadn't seen before. Not only was it huge but very powerful as well, and took everything we had to take it down, but we were left in no condition to continue. We were resting and trying to recover a bit so we could leave and get everyone together." Yangus nodded. "I didn't want to make the GUV nervous without at least confirming that something was really going on in here. He's a very busy guy, you know." Suddenly Lily, who was quietly listening to everything that was being said, suddenly spoke. "But Dad would have at least sent someone to check. You didn't have to risk yourselves like this, Uncle Yangus." Yangus, who hadn't noticed Lily nor Airy, jumped in both surprise and fright. "Cor blimey. Lily. What have I told you about sneaking up on old Yangus? Do you want me to die of a here? Wait a minute. Lily. What are you doing here, princess?" Harry and Jessica shared a laugh because this reminded them of how King Trode would surprise Yangus all the time. It seems Lily had the same knack for doing that to poor Yangus. Lily grinned at her uncle. "I've been here all this time. It's your fault you didn't pay attention, Uncle Yangus, and I'm here to help you." Yangus huffed but then grinned at Lily and gave her a head pat which made her giggle. He then turned towards the other little girl who smiled and waved at him. "And who are you?" Airy twirled while colorful sparks shot everywhere from her body. "I'm the Witch of Destruction. Harry Potter." Airy stopped in a cool pose while smiling. Lily clapped in excitement while Harry and Jessica's sweat dropped. Red laughed a bit while Yangus just stared at Harry Potter. Airy nodded. Harry then decided to explain. "She's my daughter-in-law but blood Yangus." Harry then turned to Airy. "And you little missy, you have been hanging out with Sira Fall too much." Airy giggled but didn't respond to Harry's words, practically confirming what he said. Red walked up to Airy and picked her up in her arms. "Well, aren't you the cutest witch I've ever seen?" Airy brightly smiled at Red while Yangus chuckled. "Well, isn't that a surprise? Harry Potter the Dragovian hero has a little daughter." Harry grinned at Yangus and nodded. I actually have a lot of kids now, but let's catch up later after we deal with whatever is going on here first. Yangus nodded and everyone put on serious faces. Red put Harry down and then turned towards everyone. There's another big monster blocking the door to the inner sanctum, and it's very powerful too. Yangus frowned and nodded. Yeah, it looks similar to a Gigantes but it's bigger and orange in color. I've never seen a Gigantes like that. Harry raised an eyebrow and hummed. An orange in color Gigantes? I think I know which monster it is, but I have to see it first. Everyone nodded while Harry turned towards Lily, confusing Yangus and Red. What do you want to do, Lily? We can get out of here and inform everyone, or we can go ahead and deal with this. Lily frowned and crossed her arms while she thought about her options. Jessica, noticing the confused looks on her friends, decided to explain. Harry decided to bring Lily with us on this trip in order for her to see a bit of the world and have an adventure, so she's the leader of our party. Red nodded in understanding, and having had to fend for herself since she was a child, she can certainly see the benefits to this. Yangus grinned and nodded. So the little princess took the GUV's place. Jessica nodded, confirming Yangus's statement. He knew that Harry knew what he was doing, so he trusted him with this decision, so he would follow Lily's orders. Lily then nodded to herself and then looked up to her godfather. Going by what you said and what Uncle Yangus explained, it seems like whatever is going on here is about to happen. I would have gone out and told Dad about all of this, but we might not have time, so I think we should deal with it now. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Lily. The little princess of Trodaine then nodded. Okay, then let's go see these weird Gigantes monsters first. Everyone smiled or grinned at Lily and nodded. Then the party of 6 now followed the corridor and looked around the corner to see the monster. Like Yangus had described, the monster is a massive orange Gigantes, a cyclops that looked both very powerful and intimidating. Harry frowned at the monster and then turned towards everyone. That's an Atlas, an S-class monster. Lily, who had read the Dragovian archives, recognized the name Atlas. That's a fiend and a demon-type monster. Harry nodded. Yes, as you can see, this monster is mostly a physical type and a very dangerous one. Any hit that connects might cause massive damage, but he also has access to ice and death magic. Yangus huffed. Great, that overgrown monster is going to be hell to take down. Lily nodded and then looked up to her godfather. Papa Harry, what else do you know about it and what would you recommend? Harry smiled at Lily. He's highly vulnerable to debuff spells and status conditions, so let's weaken it first and then hit him hard. Lily nodded. Harry, on to Jessica. And you are immune to instant death magic, right, Papa Harry? Harry nodded and waited to see what his goddaughter had planned. Lily smiled. Okay, so let's hit him with as many debuff spells as we can. If it starts throwing death magic, then Papa Harry, on to Jessica, and Harry can block them. The Potter nodded in agreement while Yangus and Red smiled at Lily. After that, everyone began to get ready for the upcoming fight. Atlas was keeping guard of the gate to his master's chamber while he was busy when it was suddenly blasted off his feet by a big explosion. Luckily for the massive monster, his back crashed against the big sealed gate behind him and stopped his fall. But before he could even right himself up, he was suddenly hit with a bunch of debuff spells. Atlas felt its strength, speed, and defenses lower, and that made it angry, not appreciating the sneak attack he was hit with, so it got up, grabbed his massive oaken club and rushed forward towards the tiny humans that dared attack him. The ground shook with every step Atlas took as it approached the party. Yangus suddenly yelled, "It's on its way towards us. Look alive everyone, it's frothing mad at us." The Atlas approached and then swung its oaken club at the party. Everyone quickly jumped out of the way, but Yangus, Red, and Lily felt the air blast that was released as the massive club passed them. Red landed on her feet and then looked up at the Atlas. She then began to juggle a few knives before throwing them in rapid succession toward the Atlas's face. The monster protected its face with its free hand but growled in pain as the knives stabbed into his hand. It then raised its club to try and hit Red, but Lily appeared flying at his side and kicked the club away from Red. Losing its balance, the Atlas couldn't protect itself as Jessica whipped at its face, causing it to roar in pain, but he wasn't even allowed that because Yangus jumped onto his arm and then kicked off it with his scythe at the ready. The Atlas was then slashed in his single eye by Yangus, who was sent flying when the massive monster began to flail around in pain, but he was caught by Eri, who appeared on her boom and caught him by the collar of his vest. Eri then quickly flew down and let go of Yangus. As soon as his feet touched the ground, she pointed her staff at the massive cyclops while she began to chant gentle whines, "Gather before me and transform into blades of air." Cyclone. A massive green cyclone sprouted from beneath Atlas's feet and raised up. The monster began to roar in pain as his entire body began to get cut by Ares' sharp wind spell. Lily then took a big breath and then breathed a big gout of red-hot flames toward the Atlas. The flames mixed with the wind of Ares' spell, turning the cyclone into a fire tornado. The monster flailed around as it roared in pain, but then it suddenly stomped into the ground, releasing a blast of ice outward. Everyone jumped out of the way while the flames were snuffed out by the icy cold air of Atlas's spell. Harry then flashed forward in a burst of darkness and appeared above the massive orange Cyclops. The dragon god then raised Oblivion while it began to release a big amount of darkness. Harry then stabbed his dark keyblade into the Atlas's head. Dark impact. The monster's body was engulfed in an explosion of darkness as soon as Oblivion collided with its head. The blast threw the Atlas off his feet into the ground as Harry disappeared in a blur only to reappear beside Jessica, who had a massive fireball above her head. She then waved her hand towards the downed monster Cafrizel. The massive fireball suddenly shot forward and landed on top of the Atlas's chest, causing it to be engulfed in a pillar of swirling flames. The monster roared in pain as it was once again set ablaze. The flames soon dissipated and Lily got ready to finish the monster off. While it was struggling to get up, the little princess of Trodaine held her Dragovian god sword up, which then let out a massive amount of light. Lily then took off running towards the down monster and jumped up. She then twirled in the air a few moments before dropping sword first on top of the Atlas's chest, causing the massive monster to gasp in pain. Lily then pushed the sword as deep as she could into the orange Cyclops' chest and then loudly yelled, "Take this! Heaven's blade!" The light engulfing Lily's Dragovian god sword exploded outwards from within the Atlas's chest, causing the monster to roar in pain and begin to aggressively squirm underneath Lily until it stopped and growled at her. It then did something that surprised everyone. "Puny humans, you're all too late. Lord Hargan is about to summon the god of destruction and there's nothing any of you can do about it." Gak. The Atlas twitched once and then dropped dead on the ground, where it quickly burst into little wisps of light, but no one cheered at their victory right now. Now everyone was worried about the dying words of the monster. Especially Harry, who recognized the name it just said, Hargan, a corrupted cleric monster, a demon lord of the rank X. But the fact that this demon lord was known as a religious cultist who worshipped the evil god of destruction Malrith is what had him a bit concerned. The fact that Atlas mentioned the evil god of destruction before dying alerted Harry that he and the rest of the group were about to have a big fight on their hands. But then he turned his head towards Lily and Ari and watched as they willfully stared at the door, seemingly ready to deal with anything coming their way, and he couldn't help but smile proudly at both of them. No matter what they might find in the chamber, Harry knew the girls can handle it. Of course, he will be ready to intervene at any time to show this so-called ancient evil god of destruction how insignificant it is compared to him, a dragon god. But for now, he'll leave it to Ari and Lily and keep an eye on everything. Harry then turned his head towards Jessica, who smiled and nodded at him, already knowing what was going through his head right now. He then looked at Yangus and Red, and even though they looked worried, both of them smiled and nodded at him. Both of them trusted Harry with their lives, so they were willing to go along with whatever plan he might have. Harry then called out to the girls, "Ari, Lily, come here a second, there's something we have to speak about real quick." Both Ari and Lily turned their heads towards Harry and then immediately ran up to him. Lily looked up at her godfather with a worried expression on her face. "Papa Harry, did you hear what that Cyclops said?" Harry nodded and patted her head. "Yes, which is why I have to explain a little bit of who Hargan and the evil god of destruction Malrith are before we head in to fight them." Lily nodded along with Ari. Given how serious Harry is, they knew what he was about to tell them was really serious, so they will give him all of their attention and got ready for what was to come. Lily already had an idea of who Hargan and Malrith is, since she had seen their names in the Dragovian Sanctuary archives, and a part of her was very nervous since both of these monsters almost destroyed the world once. But as her godfather told her, she is a dragon, and dragons do not hesitate and don't succumb to fear, so she will be ready to do anything to protect her world, even if it meant fighting two demon lords. Inside the inner sanctum, a monster who was praying on an altar suddenly and maliciously grinned as it then stood up straight. It seems the Atlas was taken down, but no matter, the preparations are almost complete and soon my god will descend into the world and bring salvation through destruction. The monster chuckled and then turned towards the massive gate leading to his chambers. "And no one will be able to stop me, not even these meddlesome humans that have come here. So come, little heroes, and find your deaths." Chapter 116. After everyone took down the Atlas, they cautiously approached the gate with concern vivid in their eyes. Lily narrowed her eyes at the gate and then suddenly tapped it with her sword. A transparent barrier pushed her Dragovian god sword away from the gate, causing Lily to frown. "Looks like it's sealed with a powerful spell." Lily then turned her head towards her godfather. "Papa Harry, can you open it with your keyblades?" Harry smiled and nodded. He then lifted Oathkeeper up towards the gate, and light began to coalesce at its tip until it gathered enough power, and then the gathered light shot forward as a beam until it hit the gate. The barrier protecting the gate glimmered and then shattered like glass, while a loud click echoed throughout the hallway. Harry put down his keyblade and nodded to Lily. Lily nodded back to her godfather and then pushed the massive gate open while lifting her shield up. Everyone then walked inside and into the inner chamber. Until they reached the innermost area, there standing and seemingly waiting stood a humanoid monster unlike any of them had ever seen. But what had everyone except Harry, Ari, and Jessica nervous was the darkness and power rolling off the monster. Lily stared at the obviously powerful monster and noticed its appearance, a blue-skinned humanoid being who wields a crystal ball-top staff in his right hand. On his head, he wears a finned helmet bearing a circular gem at the forehead, around his neck a necklace with a crystal adornment, and has a shroud draped over his body that prominently shows off a stylized bat. Lily recognized that stylized bat as a symbol of a cult of monsters that existed a very long time ago, a cult that worshipped a monster known as an evil god of destruction, and with this Lily recognized the monster before her. Lily frowned knowing who this monster is from having read about him in the Dragovian Sanctuary archives yore. Hargan, the devoted head cleric of Malritha's faith and the head priest of the cult known as the Children of Hargan, but, you were defeated a long time ago. Hargan maliciously grinned and spread his arms wide. A beautiful destructive darkness spurred my soul from whence it rested and breathed life back to it, bringing me back to life. Hargan glared at the group. And you're right. I was murdered by a trio of meddlesome children a long time ago, but now that I'm back and those children and their wretched descendants seem to be gone from this world, I'm free to continue with my plans. Everyone frowned while Hargan continued to rant. This world has changed a lot, but it is still riddled with arrogant and foolish humans. And so the benevolent Hargan shall bring salvation to this world. By destroying each and every human living in it. Ha 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 ha. Lily growled and glared at Hargan. You're insane, just how you were described in the archives. You're nothing but an obsessed zealot, but you're wrong about one thing. Hargan stopped laughing and glared at Lily. Oh. And what could I be wrong about, child? Just what do you mean? Lily grinned at Hargan, which made him raise an eyebrow. The descendants of Erdrick might be gone from this world, but that doesn't mean there aren't any heroes left to stop you. Hargan stared at Lily for a few moments before beginning to chuckle until he downright began to cackle in amusement. Ha ha ha. And you're one of those so-called heroes? Don't make me laugh. You're nothing but a child. What can you possibly do? Lily looked down and then took a big breath and softly exhaled. Everyone stared at her, curious as to what Lily was going to do, but Harry just grinned, already knowing what Lily is doing. Lily closed her eyes and looked for the dragon inside of her within her soul, and as always it responded to her call. Lily opened her eyes, which began to glow as blue energy exploded from her, sending an air blast outwards from her body. Yangus and Red covered their faces and braced themselves so they wouldn't be sent flying by the energy bursting out of Lily, while Hargan glared at Lily with a sneer. Jessica, Ari, and Harry just stood beside Lily, unaffected by the energy pouring out of her, and just silently watched Hargan. Lily then roared as even more blue scales began to manifest on her skin. Two massive dragonic wings sprouted from her shoulder as two black horns grew backward from her head. Her hands began to grow black claws and she exhaled a thick white smoke out of her mouth, which now had fangs growing in it. Hargan hit the ground with his staff in aggravation. What is this? What sort of creature are you, child? No monster or human should have this much power unless they're a demon lord. Lily sighed as she felt the full force of her Dragon Knight power flowing through her body. I'm a Dragon Knight. And Princess of Trodain. And I won't let you do whatever you want in this world, Hargan. Lily exploded forward and disappeared in a blur of blue light. Hargan's eyes widened in surprise, and barely had time to block Lily's downward sword slash with his staff. A blast of air blasted off in all directions from the collision while Hargan growled. Being a magic user meant his physical strength wasn't very high compared to other demon lords, but it wasn't anything to snuff at either, and this little girl before him was actually making him struggle. Lily glared at Hargan and then roared, "Ah!" Thunder slash! Lily's sword suddenly lit up with lightning, causing Hargan to grunt and actually get violently pushed back by the strength behind Lily's sword technique. As Hargan was pushed back, he stopped himself by stabbing his staff on the ground. He then looked up and glared at Lily. "I won't let you get in the way of my plans, foolish child." Hargan pointed his claw towards Lily and loudly cast a spell. Kaboom! A ray of orange energy shot forward towards Lily, who used her shield to block the spell. As soon as Hargan's spell crashed against Lily's shield, she was suddenly engulfed in a massive explosion that shook the Dark Temple. Yangus and Red, getting worried for Lily, suddenly yelled out in concern at the same time, "Lily!" But Lily suddenly shot out from the smoke of the explosion, seemingly unaffected by the spell. Hargan's eyes widened in shock. What? But he didn't have time to ponder anymore because Lily was on him in seconds, intending to impale him with her sword, but Hargan threw himself to the side to avoid her. He then pointed his claw at Lily, who was forced to stop herself. Kazimal, a blast of pitch-black lightning shot forward from his hand towards Lily, but then Ari operated in front of her and hit the ground with her staff. Reflect. A bright barrier of light spread from around Ari and not only blocked Hargan's dark lightning spell but sent it back at him. The demon lords tilted his body away from his own spell in surprise, barely dodging it. But then Harry appeared behind him in a flash of twilight. "Don't forget about us, Hargan." Harry swung Oathkeeper towards Hargan's back. Hargan looked back. Damn it all, he barely had time to block Harry's strike, but unlike Lily's attack, he was sent flying and crashing through a stone pillar, completely destroying it and making him roll on the ground a couple of times. Hargan then stopped his momentum by stabbing the claws of his free hand into the ground, but he was still unable to stop himself for a few seconds, leaving 5 deep and long claw marks on the ground. Hargan then immediately looked up at Harry with eyes wide and full of shock. What? That strength is inhuman. Who know what are you? Harry grinned. You have bigger concerns, Hargan. Harry pointed to the side and Hargan followed his finger until he saw Jessica gathering a large amount of energy. Hargan gaped as Jessica began to chant, I, who stand in the full light of the heavens, command thee, who opens the gates of hell. Come forth, divine lightning. This ends now. Indignation. Hargan gasped as a massive magical circle spread from underneath his feet. What is tha? He didn't even get to finish what he was saying when multiple lightning bolts rained down on him until a massive one dropped on him, which allowed boom and crackle. Hargan screamed in pain from the obviously powerful spell Jessica just hit him with. Yarg. Yangus and Red gaped at the spell Jessica just used. They both knew that she is a very powerful mage, but the spell she just dropped on Hargan was something else entirely. It was plainly on a whole other level. Jessica's spell finally subsided, leaving a severely charred Hargan, but the demon lord quickly raised his staff full heal. Hargan's wounds and injuries instantly healed, but he was now glaring at the party both warily and with a lot of unadulterated hate. You pathetic mongrels! How dare you force me to use my most powerful healing spell? But even though Hargan had said that indignantly, he was now very much aware that this group of humans weren't normal, especially the red-headed woman and the black-haired man. Those two were seriously powerful, much more than him, but they seemed content to just play around with him. But then he also had to worry about the white-haired girl and the dragon knight. Even though they are both young, they were very powerful as well, and that made Hargan worried. I can't believe I will be forced to do this again. But he couldn't yet do what he was planning on doing. He still needed to prepare a bit more negative energy for this to work, so he's going to have to continue to play with these humans. That said, he wasn't about to let himself be pummeled away by these worms. Hargan raised his staff towards the sky and then swung it hard towards the party. Caswoshal. A blast of sharp wind shot forward from Hargan's staff and headed toward the party. Eri then grabbed her wand and pointed at the blast of wind, and began to twirl it around. Hargan felt his control over his spell snap away from him, shocking him and making him flinch. Eri then began to direct the blast of wind with her wand and made it head up towards the ceiling, where it dissipated. Eri then pointed her wand towards Hargan and brought into her mind the bad and sad memories of her past and the pain the Shihasikai had brought her, and fed it into her next spell, Sectum Sempra. She waved her wand and shot forward the deadly dark curse towards Hargan, who was caught by surprise by the anger-filled curse heading his way and was unable to avoid it. Hargan wailed in pain as deep lacerations burst open from all over his body while his purple blood splashed all over the place. This is a dark curse that her mommy Hermione found in a potion book while she was in Hogwarts, and she had added it to the Potter household library. Eri had learned it because it made use of her bad memories and anger, and she believed that if she had to live with all of that, might as well turn them into something useful. Hargan growled and wobbled a bit from the damage he received from Eri's dark curse. He raised his staff and casted a spell full heal, but the powerful healing spell failed to fully heal Eri's dark curse effects. Hargan looked livid now as the lacerations opened up again and he began to bleed once more. What sort of dark spell was that, child? You filthy humans dare create such a spell and use it against me? But Lily suddenly appeared in front of him. Shut up, hypocrite! Lily lashed out with her sword and Hargan was barely able to parry her slash with his staff, but Lily pressed on with her attack, forcing Hargan to backpedal while trying to avoid getting bisected by Lily's attacks. Lily was seriously impressed. Even though Hargan was seriously hurt and bleeding all over the place, he was still strong enough to fight back. It comes to show the tenacity and strength of the demon lords of old, and Lily respected the heroes who fought them in the past even more now. But eventually, Hargan couldn't continue to parry and block Lily's attack, especially since with each attack she lashed out with she seemed to be getting stronger and stronger, and it was beginning to worry Hargan quite a bit. But he then was too slow to block a razing slash from Lily, and Hargan ended up screaming in pain as Lily cut open his chest. The demon lord grabbed hold of his chest in pain and huffed as he began to step away from Lily. Hargan huffed as he glared at Lily. His clothes began to be stained with the purple of his blood. To think that I would be bested yet again by a bunch of brats. Lily glared at Hargan as she watched him struggle to even breathe from all the injuries he sustained, especially from Eri's dark curse that would not heal. Hargan then maliciously grinned, but you're too late. I just finished gathering all the negative energy I needed. Now, I forfeit my life to the great god Malrith. Raise and destroy this world. Hargan began to cackle as blue flames engulfed his body and began to consume what was left of his life force. Lily had to actually jump back to avoid being burned by those highly powerful magical flames. The ground began to shake as the air inside the inner sanctum began to groan heavy. Lily had never felt anything like it before and she was quite honestly beginning to feel afraid, but then her godfather's voice snapped her out of it. Lily. Lily turned her head towards her godfather and saw him waving at her to come to him, and Lily immediately took off running towards her godfather. Lily arrived at where her godfather and everyone else had gathered. Papa Harry. What's going on? What is this pressure I'm feeling? Harry looked around for a few moments and watched as a bunch of blue fireballs began to light up all over the place. That fool sacrificed his life to use as a catalyst to revive the evil god of destruction Malrith. All of the negative energy that was gathered here from the around the world is now being used to resurrect him. Lily narrowed her eyes and looked down. What should we do, Papa Harry? Harry smiled at his goddaughter. She still had a lot to learn and hadn't had the chance to experience situations like this, so, of course, she would get a bit afraid and concerned, so he patted her head. It will be all right, Lily, don't worry, just fight with everything you have. Lily looked up at her godfather and felt at ease seeing his smile. Yangus and Red looked a bit nervous, but they also seemed to be ready to fight. Harry walked up to Lily and handed her a miracle gel with a big and bright smile. Eat it so you can recover, Lily, that hybrid form of yours must burn a lot of energy. Lily smiled back at her friend and immediately ate it. She then felt all of her sore muscles feel better and her energy fill up to the top, making her smile. I love medical gels. Everyone smiled at Lily. Yangus walked up to Harry. Sorry mate, Red and I were caught by surprise by Lily's transformation, that we weren't any help in the fight, but we will fight against this so-called Malrith. Harry grinned at Yangus and nodded. Just be careful, Malrith is above the level of Raptorn, so be alert and don't take any unnecessary risk. Yangus grinned at Harry and nodded while Red just smiled and got herself ready for what will be the biggest fight of her life yet. The air began to tremble in the inner sanctum as an evil and heavy presence began to emerge from the deepest parts of the underworld of the world of light, and everyone could feel it, causing the party of warriors to get ready. Suddenly a massive spiral of blue flames burst out from the very ground. Harry quickly reacted and raised Oathkeeper above his head and created a barrier of light that engulfed the party just in time. The blue flames were repelled by Harry's light barrier and everyone watched as the pillar of flames began to destroy the dark temple around them. Harry suddenly narrowed his eyes and loudly called out to everyone, here he comes. The blue pillar suddenly exploded outwards as a terrifying roar echoed throughout the entire area of the now destroyed inner sanctum. Lily looked up with wide eyes full of shock as Malrith emerged from the blue flames. He's enormous. Harry huffed in annoyance. Damn. Hargan was able to fully complete the ritual. That's Malrith's avatar at full power. Lily gulped a bit as he stared at the rank X monster in front of her, a demon lord known as the God of Destruction and Master of Destruction. This Malrith was different from what he was described by the Dragovian Sanctuary archives. In the archives he was described as a green-scaled monster who was no bigger than an atlas. But Lily understood her godfather's words. In the archives, the three descendants of Erdrick had stopped Hargan from completing the ritual, and that forced him to sacrifice what little life he had left to summon Malrith. So the avatar that was summoned at that time might have been a weaker one from the incomplete ritual, but this was definitely something else, and as Lily gaped at the massive blue-scaled, four-armed demon lord, she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Malrith roared and then shot upwards, completely destroying the dark temple now and the mountains above it to reach the surface. Jessica gasped, it's going outside. We have to stop it before it reaches a populated area. Harry nodded. I'm taking on my dragon form. Looks like this will be a flying battle, so get ready. Once I lift off there's no going back. Everyone nodded and got themselves ready. Lily took a big breath to calm her heart, and Ari, who noticed her friend's nervousness, walked up to her and grabbed her hand. Lily turned her head towards Ari, who smiled at her. It's going to be fine, we can do this, Lily. So let's show off a bit. Lily smiled at Ari and nodded. Yangus walked up to Harry. Mate, I don't think your dragon form is big enough for all of us to take a ride. Harry grinned at Yangus. Hahaha, you missed a lot, Yangus. Don't worry. I have this covered, now watch this. Harry walked away from everyone and took on his dragon form with a loud roar, surprising Yangus and Red, who gaped at his massive size and dragon form. Yangus then chuckled and shook his head. I can't wait to hear the stories you have that explain this massive new dragon form of yours, mate. Harry chuckled and then telekinetically brought everyone to him and onto the top of his head. Don't worry about falling off, I'll catch you, so just give Malrith everything you have. Everyone nodded and Harry then took off, flying up through the hole Malrith had made with his own escape from the Dark Temple. As soon as everyone made it out of the destroyed mountains, the Dark Temple finally and fully collapsed. This time it was fully destroyed, and Harry made sure as he used his Rin-Egan to look at the entire structure of the temple and watched it crumble and be buried under tons of rock. A loud roar alerted everyone of Malrith's location. Harry turned his head towards where the loud roar came from and watched as Malrith flew above the ocean towards the Baccarat region. He immediately took off, flying at full speed to intercept the massive demon lord from reaching the mainland. Lily watched as her godfather's massive dragon form easily caught up with Malrith, and once he was above him, her godfather lashed out with his tail and slapped Malrith away from the mainland and onto a set of deserted islands. Malrith roared in both surprise and pain as he was struck from above and sent crashing into some islands. It quickly righted and turned its massive body towards what had struck him, only to be grabbed by Harry, who then took a bite into his neck. Harry held onto Malrith, who roared in pain, and Jessica, seeing a chance, loudly called out, "Harry has him held down. Attack him with everything you have, and don't worry about Harry, nothing can hurt him." Everyone nodded and immediately began to attack. Lily jumped off Harry's head onto Malrith's shoulders and ran towards his head with her sword alight with fire inferno slash. Lily jumped towards Malrith's head and slashed down on the side of his face. Half of Malrith's face was engulfed with red-hot flames before those flames exploded into a massive spiraling pillar of fire. Malrith roared and tried to pry himself out of Harry's hold, but Harry refused to let him go, so instead the demon lord lashed out towards Lily with his snake-head tail. Lily saw the attack coming and jumped back to avoid it, but the snake on Malrith's tail roared and then spat out a massive gout of flames at her. Lily covered herself with her shield and braced herself for pain as the flames traveled to her too fast. But Aerie appeared in front of her riding her broom and raised her staff towards the massive blast of flames coming at them. Massive barriers of water rose around them and protected both Aerie and Lily from the flames. Suddenly Whip lashed out towards the snake's head and struck it on the side of its head, stopping it from breathing fire on the girls. As the snake's head whipped to the side from the force of Jessica's whip, 3 knives suddenly came flying and stabbed into one of its eyes, causing it to roar and flail around in pain. Yangus then jumped up and spun around while brandishing an axe he swapped for his scythe, which began to ominously glow as he began to fall toward the top of Malrith's snake-headed tail helm splitter. Yangus slammed his axe on top of Malrith's snake-headed tail, causing it to slam on top of Malrith's shoulder. Aerie and Lily, seeing an opening, immediately moved to take advantage of it. Lily jumped over Aerie and took off running while engulfing her Dragovian god sword with her energy. Since Lily was still in her hybrid form, the speed and force she used to take off running actually created a massive boom. Meanwhile, Aerie pointed her staff toward Malrith's snake-headed tail and began to chant, "O divine spear, run my enemies through, holy lance." Aerie's holy light spell created a multitude of spears of light that immediately dropped on top of Malrith's snake-headed tail and pinned it to his shoulder. Lily suddenly blew right into the side of the snake's head with her Dragovian god sword glowing with deep blue energy. She then swung her blade as hard as she could. Light impulse. Lily's sword technique collided with the snake's head, and then blue energy exploded outwards into a bunch of light blasts that not only destroyed Malrith's snake-headed tail but also struck Malrith in the face as well. Malrith howled in pain from both the loss of his tail and being struck by Lily's sword technique. His body flailed around so hard that Harry lost his grip for a second, and that allowed Malrith to push Harry off with his massive forearms. Lily, Yangus, and Aerie were sent flying off Malrith's shoulder, but as promised, Harry caught them with his telekinesis and brought them to the top of his head. Malrith roared at the party that had been able to actually hurt him and spread his forearms wide. Suddenly from the sky black lightning began to lash out, and Harry immediately took evasive action to avoid the dark lightning from hitting his passengers. Hang on. Everyone did as Harry ordered, but couldn't help but scream as Harry twirled around and moved at high speed to avoid the pitch black lightning, well except Lily and Aerie, who were whooping in fun. Harry chuckled as he heard Yangus and Red curse him out as he dodged Malrith's spell. As soon as the black lightning finished raining down, Harry then shot forward towards Malrith and tackled him into one of the deserted islands, which shook as 2 massive beings crashed on it. Harry grabbed hold of Malrith's shoulders and then took a massive breath, which alerted Malrith of what Harry was planning to do, so he began to lash out with his 4 fists. Malrith punched Harry's body as hard as he could, but the dragon god was unaffected by his strikes and proceeded to breathe white flames into Malrith's face, causing the evil god of destruction to howl in pain. Lily was awed as she watched her godfather breathe holy fire and hoped he would teach her how to do that later. She also knew he was holding back since he wanted her and Aerie to fight and learn from this battle, and Lily was glad he was willing to humor her desire to grow strong. It made Lily admire just how much control her godfather must have to be able to fight at the same level of power she has, and how he lowers the power behind each of his attacks, whether they be magical or physical, to make the same amount of damage hers does. It made her respect her godfather that much more, and it made her feel safe knowing that if she were to fail, her godfather would easily take care of Malrith, but she wasn't about to fail. Not when her godfather was putting in all of this effort into helping her grow. So as her papa Harry finished breathing holy fire onto Malrith's face, she jumped up into the sky and spread her dragon wings, and began to gather her energy into her sword and body. Aerie immediately began to chant as she saw Lily get ready for a big spell. "O Holy One, cast thy purifying light upon these corrupt souls, light of judgment. Judgment." Harry immediately pushed off Malrith's body, and soon after big beams of pink light began to rain from the heavens right on top of Malrith's body, causing him to roar in pain as his body was engulfed in explosions of pink light. Lily finished gathering energy into her body and sword and got ready to use a technique her father had shown her once. She looked down and then shot downward toward Malrith, who was still reeling in pain from Ares' holy light spell. Lily came down from the sky engulfed in blue energy, making her look like a falling star as she roared the name of her technique, Dragon Soul. Malrith couldn't do anything but watch on as a blue comet of blue light that suddenly took the form of a roaring dragon came crashing down onto his body, engulfing him in a massive explosion of blue energy. Yangus, Red, Jessica, and even Harry's eyes widen in surprise. Cor blimey mate, I didn't know the little princess could use the GUV's special attack. Harry chuckled. I didn't know either, that Lily, she's just full of surprises. The blue energy explosion subsided and Lily was left on top of Malrith's chest huffing for air. Since that attack took a lot out of her, Harry immediately picked her up with telekinesis and lifted her up to his head, where Harry immediately gave her a miracle gel. Lily ate it right away and gave Harry a smile. Phew, that took a lot out of me. I wonder how Daddy can do it so easily. But before anyone could answer her, Malrith shot off from the ground and into the sky, where it roared. Lily's eyes widened in surprise. What? My dragon soul didn't do anything to him. Harry softly shook his head, careful not to send anyone flying off. No, he definitely felt that one, but now he's angry and wary. It's not every day that someone can hurt a monster of his caliber. Yangus scoffed. So now he knows not to underestimate us. Hey. Malrith's claws suddenly began to glow with darkness and he then swung them at Harry, unleashing a multitude of black energy slashes at Harry. Harry immediately covered himself and everyone else with his wings, but everyone could feel the explosions caused by the black energy waves colliding against Harry's wings. Lily narrowed her eyes. Papa Harry. Do you think an Avonstrash will be enough to finish Malrith off? Harry thought about it for a few moments. You're going to have to overcharge the technique, but you might need an extra push in order to take him out with one strike. Lily looked down and began to think of a way to increase the power of her Avonstrash. Harry then suddenly spoke up. And if I add my energy into Lily's Avonstrash, Daddy? Harry hummed as explosions continue to go off. A combo attack. It might work, but both of you must be in perfect sync or the technique might blow up on you guys. Jessica hummed an Avonstrash with Ares energy added to the mix, energy that has both god-slaying and dragon-slaying properties. This is going to be big. Harry nodded in agreement. Yes it will, but girls, you have to be sure. Both Harry and Lily looked at each other in silence for a few seconds before smiling and nodding at each other. Lily then got her Dragovian god sword in position. Let's do it, Harry. Let's defeat Malrith together. Play Dragon Knight, the adventure of Diost. Lily once again ignited her body with her blue energy as she began to focus all of it onto her Dragovian god sword, which began to glow blue and loudly vibrate, causing Yangus, Red, and even Jessica's eyes to widen in surprise. Harry however smiled. Lily had come a long way and began to tap into her true power as a Dragon Knight. The fact that she was able to enter into her hybrid form and sustain it this long was proof of how strong she has become. As Lily prepared her technique, Harry pointed her hand towards Lily's Dragovian god sword and began to gather her energy. Suddenly her horn grew and began to let out a big amount of golden light as she focused. As Harry mixed her energy with Lily's, the Dragon Knight's blue energy began to mix with a golden light until the Dragovian god sword began to glow golden as well. Lily smiled as she felt Ares' energy fill her body and mix with hers. As she felt the weight of Ares' energy, she came to understand that her friend had lived a hard life, but even though her energy was heavy and made Lily want to cry for her friend, it also felt warm and kind. So instead of crying, Lily smiled and promised herself to be the best friend Harry could ever want. Papa Harry, I'm ready. I just need an opening. Harry grinned. All right. I'll give you one, so give it all you have. Both Harry and Lily nodded and loudly exclaimed the same thing at the same time. Right. From Harry's back, countless chains made out of chakras shot out at high speed towards Malrith, who was too busy attacking Harry in rage to notice them until it was too late, and found himself being tightly wrapped by them, stopping him from attacking. Malrith struggled, but he began to lose the connection to his power, which began to make him panic in confusion. Harry suddenly opened his wings and Malrith was able to see Lily preparing some sort of attack. The Demon Lord felt the power behind that attack and began to struggle even more. He began to feel dread to his very core as he saw the little human sword lit up with a power he did not understand. Lily glared at Malrith. Go back to hell where you belong. And never show your face in my world ever again. Lily then shot off from Harry's head as the golden energy from her sword began to now spiral and violently vibrate. Lily flapped her dragon wings to increase her speed, and as soon as she came close to Malrith, she unleashed her attack Avonstrash. Lily swung her Dragovian god sword as hard as she could, unleashing a massive golden energy slash that to everyone's amazement actually cracked the air like glass as it struck Malrith, who was unable to move and took on the attack full on with a roar of pain until he twitched and stopped moving. Harry gaped. That Avonstrash actually cut through space and time. Harry then remembered Aries' quirk and what it did. Her quirk must have given Lily's Avonstrash time manipulation properties. Amazing. Malrith twitched one more time and then shattered like glass, signifying his defeat, while Harry made his adamantite sealing chains dissipate. Lily, now spent and very tired, went back to her human form and smiled finally. Now I'm going to sleep. Night, night. Lily's eyes closed and fell asleep, but before she could even begin to fall, Harry caught her with his telekinesis and brought her to him and the rest of the party. Well done, Lily, now sleep and rest, you definitely earned it. Lily just snored in response, causing everyone to share a laugh while Harry laid her down on his head. Harry lay down beside her and decided to also take a nap. Harry and everyone smiled watching both girls sleep. Deciding that it was time to go home, Harry took off flying towards Trodaine so everyone can rest and let Hero and Medea know what happened. Still, Harry was feeling mighty proud of the girls for taking down not only a demon lord but two. However, for now, they earned their rest, and Harry was more than happy to let them do so. Chapter 117. Lily groaned as she opened her eyes and blinked as the sunlight coming through a window hit her face. She sat up and rubbed her head as she began to look around, only to smile when she found Aries sleeping beside her. She then noticed she was in her room back in Castle Trodaine, which confused her quite a bit since the last thing she remembers is hitting Malrith with her golden Avonstrash with all of her energy and then falling asleep. Papa, Harry must have brought us back home after we defeated Malrith. Lily quietly got out of her bed so she wouldn't wake Harry up. She smiled as she felt the fluffy rug underneath her bed with her feet, and after enjoying the rug for a bit she quickly grabbed her shoes and put them on. Once she did so, she then immediately left her room in search of her godfather and auntie, plus she also wanted to make sure both Yangus and Red were okay, so she ran through the halls of Castle Trodaine, surprising the maids and soldiers roaming around. Though they soon smile happy to see their princess up and about as usual. Harry had been informing Hero and Medea of what had happened in the dark ruins and even told them of what they found in the waterfall cave as well. Needless to say, both the king and queen of Trodaine were disturbed by everything Harry told them. The fact that such a thing could have happened not only once but twice under their nose was a very legitimate concern now. Hero sighed and leaned back on the couch of the living quarters where everyone chose to gather to speak. Medea turned her head towards Hero and worriedly watched her husband sigh. Hero then spoke up. Unbelievable, an A-rank monster and two X-rank demon lords were at large and no one knew. Everyone frowned upon hearing Hero's statements and couldn't agree more with his concerns. Hero turned his gaze towards Harry. If you hadn't come here to visit now and haven't decided to take the scenic route while visiting our friends, I dread to think what would have had happened. Harry shrugged. This sort of thing happens to me often enough that at some point I thought my presence was the cause for these sorts of events to happen, but it turns out that no, I am in fact this lucky. Kinda wished I had a different kind of luck though, but oh well, the Potter curse strikes again. Hero chuckled and shook his head. He then turned to Yangus and Red, who were silently digesting everything Harry told them about what he had been doing in other worlds. Both of them were shocked by everything Harry told them and Hero couldn't blame them. The sheer scope of Harry's adventures was enough to give anyone pause, but right now the King of Trodaine had more pressing matters to deal with. Yangus, you should have come here when you first heard of these rumors. Yangus turned his head towards Hero and sheepishly grinned. Sorry Guv, I just wanted to confirm things before I came to you. I was also sort of hoping they were baseless rumors, you know? But luck wasn't on my side this time. Hero sighed but still smiled at his friend. Next time come here first and we'll think about what to do, alright? You almost got yourself and Red killed. Yangus grinned and then nodded to Hero. You got it Guv. Everyone smiled at both friends while Red turned her head towards Harry. Say, you mentioned something about a natural dungeon that's full of treasure and that's available for everyone, right? Harry grinned, already knowing why Red was asking that. That's right, but you do need to join a guild in order to get an adventurer's card. That card acts like a bank for your money and allows access to all of the facilities in Kyoto. Red looked down. You don't suppose Neo Kyoto would need the services of two thieves, right? Harry chuckled, which made Red raise an eyebrow at him. Jessica was the one to answer her question though. Kyoto accepts all talents, Red. We even have a thieves guild in Neo Kyoto. Red and Yangus gaped while Harry continued on. Sometimes in the natural dungeon, buildings and structures take form and we need people capable of infiltrating places like that. There are also locked chests found all over the dungeon, so parties usually tend to take a thief with them when they go dungeon diving. Red happily grinned while Medea hummed. But don't you have ninjas? They should be able to do everything a thief can do and even better, no? Harry smiled at Medea. Sure, but ninjas are usually used for scouting and infiltration missions not only in the dungeon but out in my world as well, so we rather not have to use them for something that other kinds of talents can take care of just as well as they can. Plus ninjas are usually used for assassinations. Medea nodded and looked to be thinking about something for a little while. I guess a big community like Neo Kyoto has to have a lot of enemies, so a unit in charge of shady things like spying and assassination is needed. Harry nodded yes, and given the fact that our so-called enemies are supernatural in nature, we can't really send weak people to spy or take them out, which is why we either use our own Anbia Corps or, as we have been doing as of late, hire ninjas from Konoha and Suna. Yangus, Red, Medea, and Hiro nodded, but before anyone could further comment about all of this, the living quarters door slammed open, startling almost everyone in the room except Jessica and Harry, who had sensed who was coming their way. Harry turned his head towards the doorway and smiled as he saw Lily standing there with a big wide smile on her face. As soon as Lily saw her godfather, she took off running and jumped towards Harry. Harry widened his eyes and caught the excitable Princess of Trodain in his arms. Lily, however, was loudly laughing as Harry caught her. Papa Harry, we won. We beat Malrith and Hargan. Everyone in the room smiled as Lily happily celebrated her victories while Harry chuckled and hugged Lily. We sure did, and you fought wonderfully, Lily. You truly gave it your all against two monsters known as Demon Lords. Lily brightly smiled but then shook her head. I was only able to fight like I did because I had everyone with me. I was really scared at some point. And there were times I doubted that I could do anything, but I still tried my best. Harry smiled. There's nothing wrong with that, Lily. This world taught me that you don't have to always deal with things by yourself. Here I learned that together with those you care about and love, there's nothing you can't pull off. Lily looked up to her godfather and gave him all of her attention while Harry went on. That belief only grew as I continued with my adventures, and over time I made it my symbol. You don't have to do things alone, and you certainly don't have to hold the weight of the world on your shoulders by yourself, not when you have so many friends and family willing to carry that weight and the world with you. Everyone smiled at Harry. Having been there as Harry grew and learned in this world, they knew that he lived a very lonely life before coming here, so he was used to always relying on himself. But little by little, as he spent time with Hiro, Medea, and later Jessica, he came to learn that he didn't have to do things by himself. Sure, saying goodbye when it was time for him to leave was always difficult, but as he traveled the multiverse, he came to learn that the bonds he made stayed with him throughout his adventures. As silly and as embarrassing as it sounds, Harry truly believed in the bonds he made, and he cherishes each and every one he has made with all of his heart. And it is something that he always passes down to friends, family, and students. This is why he has always been willing to share his knowledge and power with his loved ones, not only for them to be able to defend themselves but to also be able to stand with him. Lily smiled at Harry and nodded, feeling reassured now, but there was one more thing Lily learned out of this whole adventure, and she needed to voice it out. Papa Harry. I want to be stronger. I want to be the most powerful dragon in the multiverse. Harry chuckled in amusement. You have a little bit of competition there, Lily. There are plenty of powerful dragons in my world, and that's not counting Hope, Morgan, and Airy. But Lily just grinned. I know. But like you said, I can count on my friends and family to help me, plus a good dragon needs a good rival, right? Harry grinned. As long as you don't become destructive and annoying like Drake and Albion, then you're right. Lily giggled. She had heard of the heavenly dragons Albion and Drake from Morgan when she met her, and even though she felt they were being silly, causing so much trouble, she still was awed at the fact that it needed the devils, angels, and fallen angels to work together kill them. To her that was very impressive. Medea smiled and stood up from the couch she was sitting on and walked up to both Lily and Harry. Once she was close, she grabbed Lily into her arms from Harry and smiled at her daughter. Lily brightly smiled at her mom. Mom. Did Papa Harry tell you about everything we did? Medea giggled and nodded. Yes, and I'm very proud of you, Lily. Not only were you smart throughout your adventure, but you also were very brave. Lily blushed, feeling a bit bashful at being praised by her mom like that, but then she still had a big wide smile on her face. Hiro stood up as well and walked up to his wife and daughter. Once he was close to them, he gave his daughter a head pat which made her giggle. You're a hero, Lily. Your actions saved the world of light from a horrible fate. Lily widened her eyes as the weight of what she had accomplished finally hit her. At the time she didn't think too much about it, since she was more worried about stopping Hargan and then Malrith from doing whatever they were planning. But the fact of the matter was that she and everyone who fought by her side were heroes, though most of them were already considered heroes, though both Airy and she weren't. So Lily sheepishly smiled at her dad, who chuckled in amusement. Didn't think about it until now, hey? Lily shook her head while the adults laughed, a bit confusing her, but her dad explained, we know what it's like. At the time our only concern was stopping Raptorn, but when we did and people began to call us heroes, it finally hit us that what we did was an amazing thing. Lily awed at her dad and then looked around towards all the adults, who nodded and smiled at her. Hiro then continued on, you should be proud of what you have accomplished, my daughter, but I'm also so proud of you as well. Lily teared up a bit but then reached out to her dad and gave him a hug while her mom still held her in her arms. Hiro smiled and continued speaking, which is why we decided to do something very important for you, Lily. Lily let go of her dad and listened to what he was going to say next. Hiro smiled. I'm glad that you yourself are aware that there's still a lot for you to learn, that you want to get stronger and to help your mother, and I decided you should go live with your godfather for a little while, that way you can train with him. Lily's eyes widened in surprise. She then turned towards her mom, who smiled and nodded. Yes, we think this would be the best for Lily, plus your father and I can come to visit you whenever we want, so there's no problem there, but when we see just how much you've grown not only in strength but in maturity during this small trip you took, we can't help to think that this is the best for you. Lily stared at his mom for a few moments, completely surprised, but before she could say anything her dad spoke first. I've said it before, but this castle is too small for you, Lily, and so is this world as well. I'm sure you will grow even more learning from your godfather and the rest of the Potter family, plus you'll get to have friends your age as well, something that you can't find here in Trodaine. That was true. In Trodaine there weren't any children her age, and the older kids didn't want to play with her because she was the princess and other such stupid reasons. It used to really bother her, but she then found her passion for the sword and focused on that instead. But she had always wanted friends. She now has a best friend in Aerie, but having more would make things even more fun for her, plus she really did like both Hope and Morgan too. To her, they were the coolest girls ever and they treated her like a little sister, which was awesome to Lily, so Lily nodded to her father with a happy smile on her face. Hero grinned at Lily. I would tell you to behave and not get into trouble, but since you are going to be living with the Potters that's almost impossible, so instead I'll tell you to have fun. Everyone shared a laugh, though Harry's eyebrow twitched at the verbal jab he just got from Hero. The King of Trodaine knew that Harry will eventually get even with him with a prank, but it was worth it to see the expression on his old friend's face. So Lily, the Dragon Knight and Princess of Trodaine, would be moving to the Potter household, and she couldn't help to be excited about all the amazing and fun adventures she will have in the future. Harry and Jessica stayed in the World of Light for 2 more days, since they still have some time before they had to go back to Kyoto thanks to Harry's time manipulation, and during that time Harry kept quite busy. First, he continued to train and teach Lily all sorts of dragon skills and sword techniques among some other things. Jessica helped her with her magic since Lily grew very curious about the spells both she and Aerie used against Hargan and Malrith. Though Aerie would also help her friend learn and understand the concepts behind the spells and how to control the flow of her energy, since Lily's power would always explode outwards. This would sometimes cause her to overcharge her spells, increasing their power and the amount of damage they can cause, but that made it a problem for her to use them in populated places. It seems like her awakening of that hybrid form of hers did all kinds of things not only to her energy but power levels in her body as well. So Harry also focused on that as well, and it was something he was going to have her work on later when they go back to Kyoto. Plus once she gets a good handle on her own abilities, Harry was also going to give her all the perks he gives to all his loved ones. But first, he wants her to have a bit more control of her power on her own. Besides training and teaching Lily, the dragon god also chose to go around the world in search of anything weird that might hint at a situation similar to what happened with Hargan and Malrith. This time it was only the adults who chose to investigate and check a few places that could serve as a location for a resurrecting powerful monster or even a demon lord. Lucky they didn't find anything of the sort, but Hero promised to keep a vigilant eye on anything that might point to something like what happened in the Dark Ruins and Waterfall Cave. He was going to make sure nothing like what happened in those 2 situations catches them off guard again. He also sent letters to the rest of the kingdoms and friends across the world letting them know of what had happened and the seriousness of the situation. The plan is to create a sort of information net that will allow the kingdoms to deal with these sorts of situations as they happened. They all agree that they couldn't allow something like what happened with Hargan and Malrith to happen again, and right under their noses, it could have ended being a horrible situation if Harry hadn't come to this world to visit, and Hero knew it. So he took steps to prevent this sort of situation from catching them by surprise. Of course, Harry also offered his help and that of Kyoto, so Trodaine will soon have access to the guilds and technology that will help them in case a dire situation happens again. This made both Hero and Medea feel at ease knowing they can trust Harry to come to their help if they needed it. But the time for him, Jessica, and Aerie to go back home soon arrived, which meant that Lily, Yangus, and Red were also leaving as well. Yangus and Red were very interested in joining the Thieves Guild in Neo Kyoto, and having access to the natural dungeon, adventuring, and making money by finding treasures was their livelihood already, so to them moving to Neo Kyoto was the smart thing to do. Lily was also excited and happy about her moving to the Potter household. She had spent the last 2 days asking her godfather and Aerie everything about their world, and from what she heard, she knew she would be getting into several exciting adventures soon enough. She of course couldn't wait and was the first one to wake up when the day of departure arrived, which made Harry chuckle because she went to immediately woke him and Jessica up, not wanting to wait any longer. So Harry and Jessica got ready while Lily went to wake up Aerie as well as her parents, Yangus and Red. Soon enough everyone was ready to leave the World of Light, and so they met up in the room of Castle Trodaine's portal chamber. Everyone had gathered to see their friends and family off with a smile. Both the King and Queen of Trodaine hugged their daughter, and told her to have a lot of fun and to learn everything she wanted. The little princess smiled at her parents and hugged them back just as tightly. she was very happy that she was allowed to do this and she was going to take full advantage of this opportunity. Harry smiled as the royal family of Trodaine said their farewells, and as soon as he saw Lily run up to Harry and grabbed her hand in excitement, he walked up to Hero and Medea. "Don't worry guys, she will be safe." Both Hero and Medea smiled and nodded at Harry. Hero then grinned. "We know you will keep her safe and we also know that this is for the best, besides we will be coming over often enough so it's like she never left." Harry chuckled. "Plus I know she will be coming over often too. My daughters and Morgan use the portal often, so don't be surprised if you see them and Lily roaming around the castle." Hero chuckled and Medea smiled. "We actually welcome a little chaos in here. The goddess knows that the castle needs a little bit of excitement now and again." But Hero and Harry grinned at Medea, knowing that she always complained about how boring things could get in the castle, which to them was hilarious. Most of the time it was her and her ideas that would get them into trouble when they were younger, but they didn't mind it since they always had fun. Jessica walked up to the King and Queen of Trodaine and gave them a hug. "We'll be seeing you later guys. And make sure you come to visit often, okay?" Both royals nodded and smiled at Jessica while Harry grinned and patted Hero's back and gave Medea a big hug. "We'll come to visit often as well, and Hero, I'll be sending Tony later to get your office updated and to give you a couple of smartphones so you can also call us and whatnot." Hero nodded and smiled excitedly about all the cool new stuff he'll be getting. With that said, Yangus and Red also gave their farewells and promised to come over with all kinds of stories. After that, the King and Queen of Trodaine watched as their daughter and their family in all but blood left this world to theirs, but both of them were smiling knowing that they will see each other soon enough. Harry and company arrived a day before the rest of the Greek gods and hunters were meant to arrive, which gave him a whole day to get everything Yangus, Red, and Lily needed to be able to move around his world. So with the help of Pepper and Yasaka, he created for them whole identities as citizens of Japan and Neo Kyoto, plus he also got them all the documents they will need as well. Meanwhile, Jessica along with the rest of his girlfriends began to create a room for Lily in the Potter household and buying her anything she will need and would want for her room. Of course, this meant that Lily was taken shopping with everyone for clothes and other things, plus this was also the girl's way to teach her about the new world she will be living in from now on. The little princess of Trodaine had a lot of fun, especially because the rest of the kids of the Potter household also went with them. This also included a new addition to the Potter family. A little girl known as Sherry, who was adopted as a little sister by Morgan and Hope during one of their adventures, and that, of course, meant that Harry and his girlfriends adopted her as well. Sherry was a little odd to Lily compared to everyone in the Potter household. Unlike the crazy and chaotic members of the Potter family, she was calm and shy, though Lily liked that about her. But despite the calm and shy nature Sherry projects, Lily can also see a fire in her eyes and an inner strength that made her very curious. It was like she had seen some really horrible things, but instead of wallowing in sadness and despair, she decided to instead grow strong. So when she asked Sherry about her, the little blonde girl told her that she would tell her about how Hope and Morgan had met her later, though Lily did ask her if she was a fighter. Sherry just gave her a small shy smile and told her that she was pretty good with the spear and that she would show her later, since right now the day was about her and getting her stuff. Lily agreed and stuck close to Sherry for a while since she liked the calm and pleasant atmosphere she brings with her presence, something that both Hope and Morgan were very happy with. Sherry needed more friends anyways, and who better than a brave little princess. It was too bad that Sherry had been busy learning a lot of things she wanted to learn, which is why she hadn't met Lily and her family until today. But now that she had more free time, they can have more fun together, especially since both Morgan and Hope themselves were almost at a high level with everything they wanted to learn, and soon enough they will go on a new adventure. And perhaps for this one they will take Sherry, Harry, and Lily with them. Meanwhile, Harry built a new home for Yangus and Red in Neo Kyoto since they both thought it would make things easier for them. Harry didn't mind since they knew that the both of them were really independent. Though that didn't stop him from making them a big house and filling it with all the cool stuff they would ever want. This is how Yangus met the boys, since Harry had gathered them to help him fill his and Red's home with all the modern toys. Something he enjoyed. Red just rolled her eyes and laughed while saying something about boys, but she also quite enjoyed hanging out with the boys. She wasn't one for shopping or things like that anyways. She was more comfortable drinking, fighting, and being a bro than being a proper lady, her own words actually, so she hung out and drank with the boy and had fun as they told her about their pranks and project. By the end of the day she was granted the title of honorary boy, which made all the girls of the Potter household gape in shock and demand answers from Harry about how come she got the title and they didn't. Harry, of course, being the brave dragon god he is, immediately threw his friends under the bus and said that they all decided amongst themselves and he didn't have anything to do with it. In any case, all the new members of the yokai faction and the Potter household were now fully ready for their new lives in Harry's world, and they couldn't be any more excited about it. The next day Harry was already ready to welcome the new minor gods and Olympians that decided to join the yokai faction for a chance to spend time with their children. Of course, for this, Amaterasu came to welcome them along with Yasaka and Ria. This also meant that today Harry was also going to have a talk with Artemis and her hunters. Depending on their attitudes and their responses, he might have to deal with them harshly, but he was hoping it wouldn't come to that. Thanks to Hestia, he, Yasaka, and Amaterasu had the names and energy signatures of everyone who wanted to join the yokai faction, so he and Life had already added them to the wards around Kyoto, so they weren't surprised when the Greek deities began to arrive. Most were minor gods that wanted a better life and treatment. Amaterasu was happy to welcome them into Takamagahara, where she would give them a place and a shrine representing their domains, as well as some responsibilities and a voice in meetings and important events dealing with Takamagahara. This made the minor gods very happy and content, since they already had better treatment than what they got from Zeus and the Greek pantheon. Next were the Titans, who chose to leave the Greek faction. When Harry, Yasaka, and Amaterasu read their names on the list Hestia had sent, they were very surprised that they were willing to leave the pantheon they were born from. Ria, however, had told them that to her it wasn't very surprising, since most Titans were treated poorly by the Olympians and most of them, like her, just wanted to live in peace. Of course, Zeus, being the horrible person he is, instead would seal, punished, or restrict them in fear that they would raise up against him someday. Apparently, both Hades and Hestia had helped them escape where they were sealed or restricted and told them about what had happened to Zeus and the plans to leave the Greek faction. All of them jumped at the chance and immediately agreed to join the yokai faction. All of them didn't want any domains or responsibilities though. Instead, they just wanted to live in peace in Neo-Kyoto. Something Harry and Amaterasu allowed, and so Harry welcomed the Greek Titans that decided to join the yokai faction. First were Ria's sisters, Thea, Themis, Mnemosyne, Phoebe, and Tethys. These Titanesses decided to join their sister Ria as caretakers of the demigod children in the big house where they live. Though Mnemosyne also brought her daughters the Muses to join the yokai faction as well. Like their mother and aunts, they just wanted to live in peace and just sing, which was perfectly fine with Harry. He even pointed them to Seraphal, who can definitely help them get a career as singers. With all of these Titanesses now taking care of the big house, Harry was quite happy that his new children were going to be well taken care of. After these came 3 more Titans: Oceanus, Crius, and Prometheus. These old and very tired Titans just wanted to live a quiet and peaceful life, and Harry granted them that by building them houses away from civilization where they can spend their days just enjoying their retirement. Though Prometheus would have to spend some time in Kyoto's healing temple, since he wasn't in the best physical and mental condition from the many years he spent being tortured by Zeus. Next were the actual Olympians that had come to join the yokai faction. Both Harry and Amaterasu were quite surprised with how many actually came, though in hindsight they should have expected this, since most of the Olympians really wanted to spend time with their children. It was only because of Zeus and his unhinged reactions to the laws being broken that prevented them from actually doing something about the whole situation. No one wanted war and conflict after all. The first one to officially join the yokai faction was Hestia, and she was welcomed with open arms by both Harry and Amaterasu. Both had decided to give her a high-ranking seat in Takamagahara since she had more than earned it, and Harry was also going to build her a shrine in her name right beside his own temple. His dragon priestesses were also more than happy to maintain and take care of her shrine as an extension to their Lord Harry Potter, the dragon god, which made Harry a little embarrassed, but he knew that Hestia deserved it and he was happy to do this for her. The little goddess was very moved by this gesture as she cried. Harry smiled and gave her a hug and told her something that everyone had neglected to say to her: "You did a good job, Hestia. Thank you for your hard work." Hestia couldn't help it and began to sob and cry. No one had ever thanked her for everything she does, nor was she expecting any thanks or recognition, but to her, it felt amazing for someone like Harry to thank her. So Harry continued to hug the poor goddess and let her cry as he smiled at her. She was truly a goddess worthy of respect in his eyes, and he was glad to be able to do this for her. After a little while Hestia calmed down a bit, at least enough to go to her mother Ria and cry in her arms instead, much to her amusement. Harry was now ready to deal with the rest of the Olympians, who looked rather nervous as Harry stared at them. He then calmly spoke to them all. "Well, let's get started with what to do with all of you. I hope you know that things here in the yokai faction work differently, and I expect each and every one of you to follow the rules here, otherwise you will share Ares' fate." The Olympians who chose to come to Kyoto and join the yokai faction couldn't help to nervously gulp as they heard Harry's words. They knew they couldn't blame him for being harsh on them. All of them were aware of the horrible things they have done, but most of them were already trying to change even before Harry came to Olympus and took care of Zeus and Ares. So they were hoping that coming here to be able to spend time with their children would also allow them to start a new life and perhaps help them atone for some of the things they have done. Chapter 118. The first Olympian to approach Harry was Hermes, who looked rather sad but hopeful as well. Harry sighed a bit at seeing him here since Hestia had told him about how out of all the gods in Olympus he was the one to try and help his kids the most. Though he also didn't show himself often to them, not only because of his job as a messenger of the gods but also to prevent Zeus from bringing his attention to his kids, plus he also allowed the unclaimed demigods to stay in his cabin. Hermes approached Harry and looked into his eyes. I want to start by thanking you for taking care of the children, not only mine but the rest as well. Their entire situation was a horrible thing. Harry nodded. Why didn't you do anything about it? I'm sure you never agreed to all of this, so why let Zeus do as he pleased? Hermes frowned and looked down. There was not much choice. You saw how unhinged Zeus is. He wouldn't listen to reason and would threaten with war whenever someone spoke about his rules. It's not like any of us never tried to say anything, you know? It's just that every time we did it would just make things worse, and most of us didn't want to risk our children becoming targets of his rage. Poseidon walked up to Hermes' side. You saw how he singled Percy out, right? Harry nodded. That wasn't the first time he's done that either, and no one wanted to give him reasons to do that again. Harry closed his eyes and nodded as he pondered on what he just heard, so they weren't afraid for themselves but rather of what Zeus would do to their children. Harry opened his eyes and stared at all the gods. He noticed Aphrodite looking rather bored, but the rest of the gods seemed to have shared the same fear. Harry then noticed a goddess he didn't expect to see here, Hera, the queen of Olympus. What brings you here? Hera tensed up at being called out but then began to fidget a bit. Hestia, who was done crying, walked up to Harry's side and spoke up. Sister Hera didn't want to stay with Zeus any longer, so she was hoping to get a fresh start here in the yokai faction. Harry sighed and rubbed his forehead, which made everyone flinch since they thought he was annoyed now, but in reality, Harry hadn't expected Hera to come here. The fact that Hera doesn't have a good reputation either and has done some very nasty things to demigods in the past made Harry want to punt her on her ass and away from Neo Kyoto. But he also noticed the heartbroken look in her eyes and the weariness on her face. This Hera had all the fighting driven out of her. In fact, she looked like a beaten puppy now, and that made Harry pause. Suddenly Harry felt someone pull on his sleeve, making him turn towards who had pulled it. Harry then saw the worried face of Hestia, who seemed to be afraid that Harry wouldn't let Hera into Neo Kyoto and join the yokai faction, but Harry just smiled at her, easing her worries. Harry then turned his head towards Hera and stared at her in silence for a few moments. Hera of course felt very nervous about the look Harry was giving her, but then Harry began to speak. Hera, I'm willing to let you join the yokai faction and live in Neo Kyoto, but know this. I won't permit you or anyone to ever hurt my children. Do I make myself clear? Hera nodded. You don't have to worry about me, Lord Potter. I don't intend to cause any trouble. I just want to live in peace. I want to be able to live a quiet life from now on. The sheer tiredness and sadness in Hera's voice made Harry frown. He turned his head towards Rhea and Hestia, who were staring worriedly at the ex-queen of Olympus. Harry sighed and nodded. I'll leave you in the care of your big sister and mother, Hera. May you find the peace you're looking for. Hera nodded and quietly walked over to Rhea, who hugged her tightly while Hestia fuzzed over her. Harry smiled and then turned his head back towards Hermes, who nodded and then spoke. Lord Potter, I also heard that you brought May here to Kyoto. May I ask how she's doing? Harry sighed but then smiled. She's recovering pretty nicely actually. My girlfriend Luna and I are helping her get her mind repaired, while Tsunade and Asia, who are healers, are fixing everything wrong with her body. I even restored some of her youth, so soon she will be able to join Luke. She is going to be fine. Hermes sighed and looked like a massive weight left his body. In fact, he got weak in his knees, but Poseidon caught him, and even though Hermes was tearing up, he began to laugh. Harry smiled, seeing a man who did the best he could but had the bad fortune to have things work against him all the time. Harry then took a serious expression on his face. Hermes, I welcome you to the yokai faction and Neo Kyoto, but you have a lot of work ahead of you with Luke. Your other children seem to be okay with you thanks to the fact that you actually cared, but take things slowly with Luke, okay? That kid has gone through a lot. Hermes nodded, and after he recovered a bit he walked up to Amaterasu, who smiled and began to tell him what his role in Takamagahara was going to be, which in all honesty wasn't any different from what he did in Olympus. Hermes will still work as a god and messenger, but instead of being the messenger of Olympus, he will now be known as the heavenly messenger of Takamagahara. Poseidon walked up to Harry next and extended his hand to him. Harry tilted his head but grinned at the god of the seas and shook his hand. Poseidon then spoke up. I didn't get to thank you for what you did for Sally and Percy, so thank you, Harry Potter. Harry smiled and nodded. Percy is a good kid and Sally a good woman, so you're welcome. Now I know you are very different from who you were in the past, but let's keep it that way, okay? Poseidon nodded. Of course, all I want is to spend however long Sally lives for with her and get to know my son. Harry chuckled. Then you'll get to live with Sally for a long while. I extended her life for Percy, so she'll be around for a long time, so I welcome you to the yokai faction. Poseidon brightly smiled and then moved to Amaterasu, who was just done with Hermes, and began to explain to him what she and Takamaga Hera expect from him, which was to help Sujin with taking care of the seas while he focuses on freshwater bodies like lakes and rivers. Hephaestus was next, and Harry actually smiled as soon as he walked over. Out of all the Greek gods, the god of the forge was the only one to actually try to spend time with his children and help them with anything they need. Hephaestus grinned at Harry, having taken a liking to the dragon god after he humbled Zeus and got rid of the idiot Ares. Lord Potter, it's nice to meet you. Hephaestus extended his hand towards Harry, who took it and shook it with a smile on his face. It's nice to meet you too. Your children spoke highly of you, so Amaterasu and I have a proposition for you. Hephaestus raised an eyebrow but nodded, intrigued about what sort of proposition someone like Harry would ask of him. Harry immediately began to explain. Well, most of your children joined what we call here in Neo-Kyoto the craftsman guilds. All of them are things like forging, enchanting, alchemy, programming, and even engineering, but all of these guilds are actually under the research and development departments headed by Tony Stark and I, so we were hoping you would join the R&D department and work with Tony and me on some of the projects we're working on. Of course, this also means that you will be spending a lot of time with you children as well. Hephaestus' eyes widened with everything Harry just explained. For one, he was surprised that Harry was an inventor, a creator of things rather than a warrior in Neo-Kyoto. This information actually surprised everyone else as well, which Harry seemed to notice because he chuckled in amusement. I see that you are surprised to hear that I'm an inventor. I bet you thought I was a member of a battle-oriented guild or something like that. Hephaestus nodded. Well, yet, no offense, but everyone in the supernatural world knows of your power, and well, it's easy to see you as a warrior rather than a grease monkey like myself. Harry grinned. While it's true that I fight when needed, most of the time I spend researching and developing new things for Neo-Kyoto and the yokai faction. Yasaka giggled, which caught everyone's attention. That's putting it mildly. Harry has had a hand in everything here in Neo-Kyoto and the yokai faction, things like forging, enchanting, medical research, and technology development and research. He and the ones who work with him are the reason Neo-Kyoto and my faction are hundreds of years more advanced than both the supernatural world and the mundane world. But what's best about him is that he's a teacher at heart, and he had taught many in the art of crafting, allowing many to be able to create and improve other things as well. Everyone who hadn't had a clue of what exactly Harry did in Neo-Kyoto and for the yokai was speechless and seemed unable to say anything until Apollo somehow snapped out of it and raised a question. But I thought you were a leader of the yokai faction. Harry huffed and scratched his head in exasperation. I'm really not the leader, but everyone here just acts like I am. Yasaka is the leader of the yokai faction. There's no way in hell you will ever catch me doing paperwork, damn it. Everyone that knew Harry shared a laugh, since they knew just how much he despises paperwork. He might not accept it, but everyone in Neo-Kyoto and the yokai faction considers him their leader. He hasn't even noticed that nothing gets done around Neo-Kyoto without his permission or input, which was hilarious to everyone because Harry was just clueless about the fact that he was the true secret leader and boss of the yokai faction. Harry sighed and decided to ignore everyone laughing at his expense. So what do you say, Hephaestus? You will still act as god of the forge, of course, but I think this would be something you will enjoy doing more. Hephaestus laughed and nodded. You don't have to twist my left testicle to convince me, Lord Potter. You had me at spending a lot of time with my children. I have always wanted to make things with them and get to know them better, and this is perfect, so you can count on me. Harry grinned and nodded, and with that decided Hephaestus walked over to Amaterasu, who smiled at him and began to let him know a bit about the R&D department and what they work on most of the time, which was actually a lot, and Hephaestus was actually very excited about all of this. Apollo walked up next and was feeling rather nervous. Harry stared at him in silence for a few seconds before speaking. Now, I don't personally have anything against you, and I really just want you to spend time with your kids, but I'm telling right here and right now, I despise prophecies. Here in Neo-Kyoto and the yokai faction, we believe in building our own futures, so if I hear you're going around spouting foolishness about prophecies, you and I will have a problem. Do I make myself clear? Apollo nodded, and Harry narrowed his eyes. If you have a prophecy that seems important, you will let Amaterasu know and she'll take care of it, or decide to ignore it, but only her. Apollo nodded once again, and Harry then waved at him to walk over to Amaterasu. Apollo immediately did so, and Amaterasu began to explain what was expected of him. He can no longer go around divulging prophecies to anyone. He was only allowed to do so with Amaterasu, and then she would decide if they're important or not. Or rather, she will let Harry know who as a fate breaker can easily destroy any prophecy with his presence alone. He might hate prophecies, but Harry wasn't stupid, and he knew he couldn't ignore a clear warning. So instead of allowing something like what happened with him and Dumbledore or Percy and Zeus, he will instead control the flow of information and deal with it himself. Demeter was next, and this was another deity Harry didn't have a problem with. Through Hestia he had learned that Demeter hated Zeus' rule of not getting involved with their children because she loves them all a lot. She had suffered a lot watching her children suffer, but she would always make sure to look after them and make sure to send them snacks and healthy food all the time, which included cereal of course. So Harry smiled at Demeter, who brightly smiled back at him. Having heard good things of him through Hestia had made her like the dragon god, and she was also very happy that he rose up to protect her children, something she was very thankful for. Harry nodded at Demeter. I have nothing bad to say to you, Demeter. Hestia only has good things to say about you, so I welcome you into Neo Kyoto and the yokai faction. Oh. And Persephone is going to be visiting often too, so I hope you enjoy that as well. Demeter brightly smiled and excitedly clapped her hands, which made Harry chuckle. She then quickly walked over to Amaterasu, who smiled at her and began to explain her job. As a goddess of agriculture, she will be in charge of taking care of the many medicinal herbs, plants, and other ingredients that are grown in Neo Kyoto. She will be working alongside Neville Longbottom as well, who was in charge of the Agriculture Guild. Aphrodite walked up next, and Harry frowned seeing her here. Out of the Olympians she was the more debated, and quite frankly not many had good things to say about her. Even most of her children didn't want anything to do with her, since she had a habit of only claiming the most handsome and pretty of her children, plus she had the worst reputation out of the rest of the Olympians, and that said a lot on her part. So when she walked up to Harry with a big flirty smile on her face, Harry already knew he was going to have to be rough with this situation. Aphrodite. I'm going to be really honest here. I didn't want you here, and neither did Yasaka and Amaterasu, but some of your children want to meet their mother and at least try to get to know her, but be warned, you will not be permitted to do anything you want here. Aphrodite tensed up as Harry's voice told her that he was completely serious right now. Meanwhile, Harry continued to speak. If anyone catches you doing anything like you've been known to do, you will be killed on the spot. Here in Neo Kyoto and the yokai faction do not appreciate your brand of troublemaking. Do I make myself clear? Aphrodite looked down and seemed to be lost in thought for a while, before shaking her head and sighing. All right, I'll behave. I know I was not the best mother and was an even more irresponsible goddess, but I do want to change, so don't worry, I'll stick to the rules here. Harry stared at Aphrodite for a few long seconds before nodding to her. The Greek goddess of love walked over to Amaterasu, who also gave her a warning about behaving in Takamagahara. Amaterasu didn't have anything important for her to do in the Japanese heavenly realm, but she was going to help Kikuriheim with her duties, and that's it, which was fine with Aphrodite, who really just wanted to spend time with her children. Athena was next, and she was visibly nervous. Harry tiredly rubbed his eyes. Athena, you also don't have a good reputation, but you're smart enough to know what will happen if you are caught doing anything remotely close to what you have done before, so I expect you to live a good peaceful life here, okay? Athena nodded yes. I'm just glad I'm able to get to know my children. I'm so very proud of them all, and I would like to spend time with them. Harry smiled. Yes, I know. Hestia told me about you, and your children all spoke highly of you. Despite not seeing you, they knew you were always keeping an eye on them, plus I know you had spoken against Zeus rules before. Athena sighed. She was happy her children thought highly of her. Yes. I always thought that the way my father was handling all of this was wrong. There were other ways to go about preventing chaos and destruction, but then again he withheld information from all of us. The fact that he was able to hide this knowledge even from me is quite telling. Athena looked down and seemed very disappointed. Harry could understand her sentiment. Like Hephaestus, me and Amaterasu have something else planned for you, if you accept, that is. Athena tilted her head and seemed rather curious about Harry and Amaterasu's plans for her, while Harry continued to explain. Here in Kyoto we have a grand library. In this library, we have records and information about every spell, technique, ability, skill, monster, technology, and pretty much everything available in Kyoto is recorded there. Athena's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing about the grand library, while Harry went on. Of course, we also have knowledge not of this world there, and most of your children, including Annabeth, decided to work there, but having a goddess work there will also help a lot, plus my girlfriends Hermione and Ellie would appreciate the help as well. Athena stared at Harry in silence for a bit, but then she nodded. I would be delighted to work in this grand library, but can anyone have access to its knowledge? Harry smiled and nodded. For the most part, some of the books and knowledge there are available only to guild members, while other more general knowledge is available to everyone, but yes, anyone looking to learn something is welcome to come into the grand library and do just that, learn. Athena brightly smiled, and Harry had to cover his face with how bright and happy she seemed. It seems like Athena fully approved of Neo Kyoto's way of sharing knowledge. But Harry also had one more thing to say. Sometime after graduating from college, Sana Satrai will be opening a school here in Neo Kyoto, and we would like for you to become a teacher there as well. Athena now looked even happier and vigorously nodded in excitement. Harry waved her over to Amaterasu, and Athena immediately walked over to her. Amaterasu spoke to her and explained a few things about the grand library, while the next person who had come here walked over, and Harry was already frowning again. Artemis walked over to Harry feeling rather scared and hesitant. Like all other deities, she had heard of Harry's power and abilities, but the thing that had her very scared was the way he ruthlessly deals with enemies. She knows her reputation isn't the best in the supernatural world and that her attitude towards men has been viewed as a risk. No one liked her in the supernatural world, and now she was beginning to regret her past actions. Or rather, she regretted being so open with the way she dealt with males, but even then it might not have mattered since Harry seemed to know pretty much everything going on in the world. It really had her feeling nervous knowing that the dragon god before her might just choose she's not worth the effort and deal with her the way he dealt with Ares and her father Zeus. She still has nightmares of how he had shown up in Olympus and brutally killed Ares and crippled her father permanently, and that was a shock in itself. She always thought that as a goddess she was eternal, but Harry Potter was able to permanently kill Ares with ease and leave her father as a shadow of his former self. That scared her as she has never been scared in her life, especially when he called her out personally, so now that she was right in front of him and she couldn't help but feel very nervous. Harry suddenly turned towards everyone in the room they chose to meet. All right everyone, follow Amaterasu and Ria to the areas that were prepared for each and every one of you. Afterward you may go visit your children, but remember to behave, okay? Everyone nodded and then left, following Amaterasu and Ria, leaving only her and Harry alone. The dragon god turned towards her and Artemis felt like he was staring directly into her soul with those bright green eyes of his. Harry stared into Artemis's eyes for a few seconds, but he then spoke up. Where are your hunters? I believe I told you to bring them all with you, didn't I? Artemis nodded and looked down. I left them in the outskirts of Neo-Kyoto. Some of my oldest hunters don't take kindly to males and I didn't want them to attack anyone here. Harry sighed. They would have died if they did. Artemis tenses up knowing the truth behind those words. Harry then walked up to her. Come on, take me to them, but be warned, I'm not one to let anyone insult me for no reason, so keep them controlled. Artemis nodded and decided to really reel in some of her most wild members. Both Harry and Artemis left soon after and didn't take long to arrive where Artemis had left her hunters to camp. Both walked into the camp area and many of her hunters already were beginning to narrow their eyes at Harry, though she was proud to see that they were smart enough not to raise a weapon towards Harry. Soon Harry looked around and watched as many of the women around looked at him with distrust while others stared at him with curiosity. He also noticed many animals around as well, like all sorts of hunting birds and wolves. It was quite interesting to see these so-called hunters, but the hostility shown towards him from some of the girls was disturbing to see, especially for Harry, who could see the darkness in people's hearts. He could clearly see some darkness festering inside the hearts of some of the girls here. Some of these girls are going to need therapy. He hasn't even said anything yet and he already knew that this situation with the hunters was going to be a complicated situation to deal with. Artemis suddenly walked up in front of him and began to address her hunters. Listen, everyone. Here with us is Harry Potter, a dragon god, and he has something to say. Do listen to him and mind your tongues. For even I cannot protect you from his wrath. All the hunters stared in disbelief at Artemis upon hearing her warning, and some began to get nervous, for they knew if she herself is wary of this dragon, then that meant that he was far more powerful, even more so beyond even their goddess, though someone the hunters seemed both insulted and wary. Harry stepped forward. I'll be brief but clear to all of you. Things are changing and the Greek faction is no more. Ares is dead by my hand and Zeus is nothing but crippled now. I did that as well. The hunters gasped and stared in shock as Harry announced what he had done. Harry just continued on. As of now, many of the Greek gods have officially joined the yokai faction in Neo-Kyoto. They will all follow the rules imposed on them or they will die. I'm very well aware of the horrid things they have done. They will no longer be allowed to do so. Many of the hunters were now intently listening to Harry now. They had of course heard of the yokai faction and the Neo-Kyoto and their power, so they knew they weren't to be underestimated. I have adopted all demigods and they're all under my protection and care. I'm sure many of you felt the change, so I'll say this once. I'm very well aware of some of the circumstances. Some of you joined Artemis' hunting party, but as your new father, I felt that I also needed to offer the same thing I offered to the rest of the demigods. Any of you who wishes to leave the hunting party and come join your fellow demigods will be welcome with open arms. You will have a safe home and be allowed to live the life you want. But if you chose to stay with Artemis, know that things will change as well. Artemis watched as many of her hunters were really considering Harry's choice. She sighed, feeling a bit sad, but she couldn't really blame them. Some of the demigods only joined her because they felt safer with her than in the camp, and that was fair, so she decided to speak up. If you are worried about me, don't. I won't blame or begrudge anyone that wants to join Harry Potter. Some of her hunters looked more at ease and even began to walk towards Harry, who smiled at them. Most of the ones that decided to leave her hunting party were demigods who only joined her out of fear for their lives. Others joined her because they didn't want to fall victim to the Greek gods' lust or machinations, and others because she had threatened them. Harry accepted them all with a smile and began to speak with all of them. All right, to my new daughters, welcome to your new home. Don't worry, I will take care of all of you. The demigods smiled at him. Harry then addressed the nymphs that decided to leave Artemis' hunting party. I have created a home dimension for all nymphs and elementals where all of you can live in peace, so welcome to the yokai faction. The nymphs all cheerfully smiled and seemed very excited. Harry then waved his hand over everyone who decided to join him and the yokai faction, and Artemis felt the connection she had with them disappeared and she couldn't help but feel a bit saddened about it. Harry then waved another hand and opened a dark corridor and then addressed the girls who chose to leave Artemis's hunting party with a smile on his face. All right, step inside, and once on the other side you will meet your new mothers and some friends of mine that will help you get everything you need. The girls looked happy and excited. One by one all of them walked through the dark corridor, already looking forward to all the new things they will experience. Harry smiled one more time and then closed the dark corridor as soon as the last girl walked in. He then turned towards the rest of Artemis's hunting party and the goddess of the hunt herself. So, I take it all of you chose to stay with Artemis then? The hunters all nodded and Artemis found herself smiling at the fact that all of these girls still decided to stay with her. Harry nodded. All right, but know that if you need anything do not hesitate to come here. I am the father to some of you and I refuse to abandon any of you, okay? Many of the demigods who decided to stay with Artemis smiled and nodded. Some of them were very old by now, but something about having a doting father made them feel giddy for some reason. Harry then sighed. With that said, I have to give you all a warning and tell you about the changes all of you have to abide by. Everyone including Artemis gave Harry their attention while Harry went on. Unfortunately, your actions against males of all factions have earned you the hate and anger of many beings. Let's be honest here. You all deserved all of this hostility. I know of some of the things you girls have done in your hatred against all that is male. I don't condone it nor agree with the way you decided to handle it, but the truth of the matter is that many factions might just begin to hunt you down, and with the fall of the Greek faction you guys are no longer protected. The hunters and Artemis frowned, noticing that their actions brought this upon themselves, though all of them looked rather nervous, including Artemis, who was the main instigator in some of these reasons for the other factions to hunt them down. Harry however grinned and then spoke up. But I have a proposition for all of you that will offer you the protection of the yokai faction and all of its allies. The hunters all looked towards Harry with interest clear in their eyes. Harry continued on explaining, here in Neo Kyoto we have something called the natural dungeon where anyone can go in and find power, riches, and knowledge. However, the deeper you go the more dangerous the place becomes. Inside you will find all types of ecosystems and structures along with all kinds of monsters as well. The hunters were awed at everything they were hearing and seemed rather excited about the existence of such a place. Even Artemis looked interested. Harry smiled and then went on, what I would like to offer you Artemis hunting party is to have you join the Hunters Guild. This guild specializes in hunting certain types of monsters for materials and all sorts of other things. With this, you all would be protected by the yokai faction and you will be doing something you love and getting paid for it, but be warned, I won't accept or forgive any sort of behavior that this hunting party is known for. Everyone seemed excited, but that changed when Harry began to warn them, though they can't really blame him for it, but it did make them feel like scolded children. Harry sighed. That means not hunting down any males, not turning anyone into an animal, and hunting them down or turning a man into a woman and threatening them into joining this hunting party. That last one had Harry deadpanning at Artemis, who looked down ashamed. Harry just shook his head. This, of course, is optional. I'm not about to force anyone to join the yokai faction, so I'll leave you to think it over. Harry then turned his head towards Artemis. That's all I really wanted to say, but do contact Hestia when you decide on what to do. Take your time and think about it as long as you need, but I do recommend you lay low for a while. News of the fall of the Greek faction is bound to hit soon and many will be frothing at the mouth to get to you and your hunting party. Artemis nodded to Harry and the dragon god waved and smiled at everyone before disappearing right before everyone's eyes. A hunter walked up to Artemis and spoke to her. My lady, what are we going to do? Artemis turned her head towards the hunter and smiled as she saw that it was her oldest hunter and friend Zoe Nightshade. Not much we can do, Zoe. I'm afraid that my actions have finally caught up to us. Artemis sadly frowned while Zoe shook her head. You were just trying to protect us, Lady Artemis, and yes, thinking about it now, we were rather cruel, but none of us blame you for anything. Artemis smiled at Zoe. Thank you. Hearing you say that means a lot, but I think it's time we change. It's time to do better. I don't want to fall into the pit of madness my father and Ares fell into. Zoe smiled. We'll follow with whatever you decided to do, Lady Artemis. The rest of the hunters nodded and called out to Artemis, who smiled and decided that she wasn't going to waste this chance to change. Chapter 119. Took a few weeks for everything to calm down in Neo Kyoto, and the yokai faction plus many of the Greek gods that joined needed some time to adapt, but overall everyone helped and all of them were able to get the hang of both their new environments and the way things work in Neo Kyoto. Of course, Harry helped everywhere he was needed, but most of the time he was busy helping the Greek gods connect and spend time with their children. It wasn't a surprise to see many of them hesitant or even hostile to their godly parents, but that was expected. With Harry's involvement, things worked out even more smoothly and things eventually calmed down, though many demigods like Luke will be needing more time to accept their parents. The Greek gods were disappointed and sad as they finally got to see just how much pain and hate their inactions and decisions had brought upon their children. It was a hard pill to swallow, but Harry, Rhea, and Hestia were there to make sure they kept at it and didn't get discouraged. It certainly was hard for both parties, but things eventually calmed down and the demigods began to understand and believe that their godly parents really just wanted to connect to them. It will take time and some grudges and sadness might never go away, but Harry was confident that over time the gods will be able to connect and care for their children. In the meantime, being the father of many children has become very fun for him and his godfather Sirius and Remus. Especially when they dragged them to join in their prank wars. The first massive prank war that befell Neo Kyoto had caught many in the crossfire. There were downs, many tears, pepper spray induced of course, chaos and destruction. Even the leaders and guilds weren't safe from the pranks. It got even worse when Hope, Morgan, Lily, Eri, and Sherry joined in the fun. The end result was a day that the yokai faction and Neo Kyoto would never forget. It was so big that even the gods got dragged in. Amaterasu ended up with a silly frog cap glued to her head, Ereshkigal got caught by a cloud of itching powder laced with Morgan's pierce ability, and poor Yasaka ended up with one of her tails completely shaved pink. The result was that there were no winners in this prank war, only casualties, and even though many yokai, humans, gods, and even the Digimon Alphaman ended up turning completely pink, not that she minded though, were caught by the pranks, but in the end, everyone had a good time though. Harry ended up dressed and painted like a clown of all things by Eri, which surprised everyone, not expecting him to fall for a prank, but Eri is one of his weaknesses and he didn't expect it from her, though he laughed finding it funny how she got him good. But what really made him happy was that his children, including the demigods, were all laughing and having fun. They were acting like the children they are, and that made Harry and the rest of the adults feel happy that they were able to do this for them. It took a few days to clean up everything and regrow the fur on Yasaka's tail, but in Harry's eyes, it was worth it. Even the Greek gods had fun and had the chance to play and spend time with their children, and that was what really mattered, though Harry vowed to be careful when a prank war was declared, caused it was pure unadulterated chaos and no one was safe from it. But these few weeks had given him a chance to relax and be lazy, which was something he hadn't a chance to do since he had been busy with one thing or the other. Because of this, Harry was often found taking a nap all over Kyoto or Neo Kyoto, and more often than not he had company. When he took a nap on his temple grounds, his dragon priestesses took advantage of him being asleep and cleaned him off. He woke up and panicked a bit when he saw his scales shine so brightly from the scrubbing they got. But then he saw the dragon priestesses sleeping all around him, still holding all sorts of cleaning tools, which caused him to huff and not say anything about it. He went back to sleep surrounded by his happy and proud dragon priestesses sleeping beside their dragon god. Sometimes he would sleep on the grounds of the big house. His demigod children would always join him for a nap and get on top of his back and head to lay down and take said nap with him. It was a sight that would always bring a smile to Rhea and Hestia whenever they caught sight of it. At times he would take a nap with the Digimon Knights, who were more than happy to nap with their leader and friend and would all sleep around him peacefully, though Alphaman would always lean back against Harry's side and sleep like that. This was something she always did when she was a Daruman during their adventures. Everywhere he took a nap, someone would always join him in being lazy, something that seems that everyone enjoys doing. From watching Harry, they all knew that taking small moments to rest and be lazy was very important, and thus always sought to join him whenever he was being lazy. It was heartwarming to everyone in the yokai faction. Their leader was a very powerful and wise being, but the fact that he enjoyed the simple things in life made them all feel they can connect to him. Harry even began to take naps in Konoha, Suna, UA School, and Castle Trodane whenever he felt like doing so, which at first surprised a lot of people, but they soon got used to the presence of a massive gold and silver dragon taking a nap in their villages, town, schools, and kingdoms, well, except UA, since they were already used to that, to begin with. It certainly has been a while since Harry was able to relax like this, but eventually, as any other dragon would, he began to feel a little restless and bored with so much free time, and even though he also spends a lot of that free time with his girlfriends and family, he still began to feel that little itch of a good fight and adventure, which got him to where he was right now. At this moment Harry was spending time relaxing in his backyard as he watched Morgan, Hope, Lily, Eri, and Sherry have a little spar. Blasts of magic, booms as the girls moved at speeds that broke the sound barrier, weapons clashing, and the all-familiar sound of screams and roars of battle echoed all over the Potter household backyard, as Harry watched the girls go at it full-on in an attempt to beat each other silly. Kunu, Milim, and Le Fei were sitting on his head watching the battle with proud smiles on their faces. Suddenly a massive explosion went off that blew everyone's hair back, while Morgan, Hope, Sherry, and Lily were sent flying all over the place screaming. Sherry landed in front of Harry unconscious and out of the battle. Harry gently picked her up in his claw and put her on his head where Li Fei began to heal her while Milim rested her head on her lap. Kunu was gently rubbing her head as Sherry slept and smiled. Being the newest addition to their family and having lived a very normal life up until the events of Raccoon City, had left her behind the other girls in power and skill, but she still tries her best regardless of how much she still had to catch up. She was on the verge of reaching low ultimate class, which was saying a lot, but Hope, Morgan, Eri, and even Lily were already beyond Super Devil in power, so there was a long road for her to follow still. However, Harry was proud of how far she had come in such a short time, especially since she can put up a big fight against the other girls who were on a very high rank as it is. Hope was on the Dragon God rank and was on a different level by herself, and Morgan was on the Dragon God level in all but name since she still had not awakened to a conceptual domain though. Harry and the rest knew it was only a matter of time. Eri was on Heavenly Dragon rank and has been steadily raising in power since she now spars and battles with her sisters and cousins all the time. Lily was a very special case. Harry noticed that her status as Dragon Knight was similar to a scion, in which they get stronger the more they fight and the more they get beaten to a pulp. So with all the fighting and training she's been getting these past few weeks, she had reached high Super Devil rank in power. However, when she uses her hybrid form, which is a multiplier like the Super Scion form, she can easily reach high-end Heavenly Dragon in power. Though that form still burns energy like there's no tomorrow and leaves her very tired afterward, she can hold it up longer thanks to the medicinal gels, but that only increases the fatigue she feels when she powers down. So right now she's doing heavy-duty training and physical conditioning in order to increase her basic stats and make her body strong enough to resist the fatigue of using her hybrid form. Thankfully she gets plenty of sparring partners with the girls and his students, so she's also learning a lot from all of that fighting. Harry looked up when he saw the explosion and smoke dissipate, only to see a very smug Eri standing there after having used the spell Megado against the girls. That spell is perfect for targets with high resistances like Morgan, Hope, and Lily. Still, that spell must have hurt a lot and the girls weren't going to appreciate the fact that they just got blasted by it. Harry idly thought about that as Lily roared out from underneath the trees she had been buried under after being sent crashing through them. Lily then pointed at Eri. "Ow! Not fair, Eri. You can't just nuke us like that." Eri just giggles, "But I couldn't help it, you were all so perfectly grouped together and I just had to take advantage of that opening." Harry watched as Lily's sweat dropped, since more than likely she couldn't argue Eri's point. Suddenly Morgan crawled from under a big pile of dirt and stones that she got buried under after crashing against the barrier around the fighting area and bouncing off it right into the ground. "Oh, I felt that one in my bones, even Drake is howling in pain." Hope floated down from the top of a tree after crash landing on top of it and getting caught in its branches for a while. She huffed and shook her head. "I really wished we didn't nuke each other all the time, but our sparring seems to always escalate to this." The girls nodded and all of them began to look around. Harry smiled and then spoke. "If you're looking for Sherry, she's on top of my head. She got knocked out from Eri's spell." Eri winced and looked very worried since she forgot that Sherry was still not as powerful as everyone else. She suddenly took off flying and landed on Harry's head, where she caught sight of Sherry being tended to by her moms Kunu, Li Fei, and Milim. She sighed when she saw she was okay and was just peacefully sleeping. Soon Hope, Morgan, and Lily joined her and also sighed in relief. Morgan scratched her head. "Okay, let's try to hold out on big attacks like that until Sherry gets a bit stronger, okay?" The girls were about to nod in agreement, but Sherry suddenly woke up and spoke up. "I hope you don't. I can't get stronger if all of you are holding back in our spars, plus Dad and Mommies will make sure I'm fine." The girls didn't look too sure since they didn't want to accidentally hurt Sherry too much, but Harry suddenly spoke. "Sherry is willing to fight and learn to get stronger. If you hold back, then you're holding her back as well." The girls got pensive for a few moments, but in the end, they nodded to Sherry's request of not holding back. Sherry sat up and smiled at her new mommies. She misses her mom, sure, but her new mothers were everything she had hope in a mom. They take care of her, spend time with her, play with her and listen to her. Sure, they were busy with work and other things, but all she had to do is ask and they would drop anything they were doing to be there for her. Not that she would do it, but the fact that they would do it meant everything to her. Her new dad was just as awesome. He was single-handedly the coolest and kindest dad ever, and she was quite happy with him. She was even getting spoiled a lot by him, which was something new for her, but she enjoyed it quite a bit. Sherry got up and then looked at her clothes and her appearance. She was a mess and needed a bath, not surprising since she had been sparring with her sisters and cousins since early in the morning, but she really didn't like being this messy. "Ugh. I feel like when we were in that research lab." Morgan and Hope giggled, knowing what she was referring to. By the time they had investigated the research lab, Sherry was already taking an active role in fighting, which meant that she was getting pretty dirty with blood and all sort of other liquids. By the end of the whole ordeal, she was in very dire need of a bath, which she took after she had arrived in this world. Harry chuckled. Well, why don't you girls go take bath and relax? You certainly earned it. The girls cheered and then ran towards Sherry, picked her above their head, and then jumped down from Harry's head while Sherry screamed her lungs out in surprise as they carry her back to the house to take a bath. Milim, Fei, and Kunu giggled at seeing Sherry get dragged into shenanigans like that while Harry chuckled in amusement. However, that fight had made Harry feel a bit of excitement since it reminded him of the fights he used to have when he was with his friend Goku's world. Which gave him a great idea. He hasn't gone and visited Goku and all his friends in a while, so he might as well go and see them, perhaps even have a good old fight with Goku and Vegeta while he's there. Those two are some of the few beings in the multiverse that can put up a good fight against him. Besides, he really wants to see how they're doing and what's been happening since the Tournament of Power. Harry stood up on his four limbs and then spoke to Kunu, Fei, and Milim, who were still sitting on his head. Hey girls, you guys aren't doing anything today, right? Kunu widely smiled. Not really, my party and I in the guild finished exploring some of the new deep floors in the natural dungeon. It was reported to have some odd monsters, so we decided to check it out. Harry raised an eyebrow. New monsters? But I haven't gone to any new world. I mean, doubles of Grakos, Hargan, and Malrith are expected to appear as floor bosses, but new monsters. Fei was the one who answered Harry's question. Oh, I read the report. One of the new floors is a bit unique in appearance, but I think we in the Potter household will recognize it. The report had described this floor as very vivid and full of fun stuff like blocks that drop cool power UPS when hit, cute monsters like turtles and brown mushroom-like creatures. Harry hummed for a little bit. That sounds like the Mushroom Kingdom the girls visited a while ago. How interesting. Anything else? Milim then decided to pipe up into the conversation. Oh, that Ghidorah and Rodden Kaiju that Hope, Morgan, and Himachan beat in their first adventure had begun to appear as floor bosses. I fought against both of them and I can say that they're really tough, not for me though, but for other guild members and parties it is. Fei nodded. Yeah, those two have been categorized as S-rank difficulty bosses and the guilds are trying to come up with some rules to fight them as they had for all the very strong bosses in the natural dungeon. Harry silently pondered everything the girls have told him. It seems like the natural dungeon is also connecting with the world's Hope and Morgan visit. Everyone keep an eye out for those B.O.W the girls encountered in Raccoon City. We have to make sure they're not infectious to us. Fei nodded. You're right. Morgan and Hope had said that supernatural beings seem to be immune to both G-virus and the other virus they heard of, the T-virus I believe. Plus Morgan did bring the antiviral agent as well, and Tsunade has been studying it since the girls got back, but it's a good idea to be cautious. Everyone nodded in agreement. Though they doubt the natural dungeon could recreate the effects of the virus, it was still a good idea to be careful just in case, though it made Harry feel better to know that the virus didn't affect supernatural beings. Fei then took out her smartphone and looked at the time. Looks like I have to go now. Jessica, Hermione, and I are teaching our demigod children how to put away skill scrolls and where to put new books while we decide where they belong in the library. Harry smiled and watched, and Fei jumped down. He then leaned his snout towards her and rubbed it against her, which made her giggle a bit. She then gave Harry a small kiss on his snout. I'll see you later, Harry. With that said, Fei turned around and skipped into the house to prepare to go to work. Milim stretched for a few moments. I have nothing to do, so I decided to laze around a bit with you, Harry. Harry chuckled and nodded. Well, I was planning on visiting an old world I've been to and visiting some friends. Do you girls want to come with me? Milim and Kunu grinned in excitement. Milim fist pumped. Let's go. Hopefully, there's something going on and I get to fight someone strong. Kunu giggled. Knowing Harry's luck, I bet we'll find something happening and we'll have to save the world or something like that. Harry huffed, knowing that he really couldn't say anything to defend himself. He just has bad luck when it comes to situations like these. I blame the Potter luck for that one. Both Milim and Kunu giggled at the expense of the dragon god, which just made Harry slump in defeat. Kunu then patted Harry's head. It's all right, Harry. It's always fun to land right in the middle of things with you. And besides, I'm also looking forward for some action. Harry smiled and then nodded. All right then, let's go see what my friends are up to. Harry then used telekinesis to gently lift both Kunu and Milim off his head and put them on the floor in front of him. Both girls then watched as Harry took on his human form and grinned at them. Milim and Kunu then walked up to Harry and grabbed hold of his hands while Harry began to prepare for the world jump. It didn't take long for the world around them to crack like glass and then shattered as they moved to a whole new universe. It didn't take long for the dimension to repair itself and for Harry, Milim, and Kunu to be in a different world. Harry, Kunu, and Milim arrived right in the middle of Central City, scaring a few citizens when they arrived as the air around them shattered like glass, and a few citizens turned towards the new arrivals and gaped as they saw them begin to float up. Now, these citizens were already used to all kinds of weird things happening in their city, especially when they were taken over by Piccolo Daimyo years ago. But the sight of three very distinctive individuals appearing out of nowhere really caught them off guard, especially when they immediately floated up to the sky, though Harry gave them all a wink and a grin as he rose up with Kunu and Milim. Once high in the sky, Harry looked around and smiled as he sensed all of his friends' energy signatures. However, he suddenly felt a massive energy signature somewhere up north. What the hell is that? Both Kunu and Milim also felt the energy signatures and frowned. Milim tilted her head and hummed for a few seconds. It keeps increasing, and it's already massive as it is. Kunu then narrowed her eyes. It's fighting two other massive energy signatures, but these feel different. Divinity. There are also a few more energy signatures, one is human, the other one. I don't know what that is. But there are other multiple ones that feel odd. Harry closed his eyes and began to focus. That's Goku and Vegeta, they're fighting someone really powerful. Bulma is there too? Geez, Bulma, that's dangerous. Whis as well. Now I know this is serious. And Frieza? What the hell is going on here? Harry opened his eyes and looked a bit worried for his friends. Kuno and Milim understood why, since they have heard of Frieza too and they knew how dangerous he is, but the fact that Whis was here too made alarms go off in their heads. Harry had spoken about Whis the angel multiple times since he had trained Harry for a while and taught him a few things before he left this world, but they also know that he's even more powerful than Beerus, the god of destruction of this world. He wouldn't be here if Beerus didn't allow him to be here, which meant that something is going, and it was big enough to have the attention of Beerus. Suddenly the massive energy exploded even higher, which shocked Milim and Kunu. Harry, however, narrowed his eyes, knowing that things just got more dangerous for everyone on this planet. Everyone gather up, I'm taking us there right now. Kunu and Milim nodded and immediately floated up to Harry as the dragon god opened a dark corridor where he felt everyone's energy. He knew that both Vegeta and Goku were going to need help with whatever is going on. So the trio immediately flew through the dark corridor in hopes of being in time to help. Bulma watched as both Goku and Vegeta began to fight the bigger Saiyan together, which was telling of how dire the situation got. Both of them wouldn't team up against someone like that unless it was necessary, and as she watched them struggle to keep up against the bigger Saiyan, she began to get worried. Everything around them was destroyed. What was once ice-cold tundra was now an active volcano, and the only reason she was safe was that Whis was protecting her, but things were getting quite dangerous and she was beginning to get a bit nervous about all of this. Especially when Goku and Vegeta suddenly teleported away who knows where and the giant Saiyan began to pummel Frieza. She knew that both her husband and Goku were planning something, but things weren't looking good. Suddenly Frieza transformed into his golden form and began to try to fight back, emphasis on try because he was still getting treated like a dirty rag. But suddenly Whis turned his head towards his side and smiled him. Well, isn't this interesting? Right beside Whis, a very familiar pillar of darkness erupted from the ground. The sight of it brought a happy and excited smile to Bulma's face, which only grew when Harry stepped out of the dark corridor with two other girls Bulma hasn't seen before. But right now she didn't care about any of that. Her good friend Harry Potter was back in this world and he couldn't have arrived at a better time. Bulma suddenly launched herself towards Harry, who grinned and caught her. Harry. You're back. Harry smiled at one of his oldest friends in this world, Bulma. Always in the middle of trouble, hey? Bulma rolled her eyes at Harry while the dragon god turned his head towards Whis and gave him a grin. The angel grinned back at Harry and stared at him in silence for a few seconds before cheerfully speaking. If isn't Harry, and you're far more powerful than the last time I've seen you. You feel like Zeno-sama now, how curious. Harry chuckled. I'll be happy to tell you everything that has happened to me during the rest of my travels, Master Whis, but I think we have some other issues to deal with. No. Whis chuckled and nodded. The old angel was certainly curious about Harry right now, but he did make a good point. Bulma then jumped down from Harry's arms. That's right. We have an extremely powerful Saiyan that showed up with Frieza, but he turned out to be far more powerful than expected, and he even turned into a Super Saiyan. Harry moved his gaze toward the so-called unknown Saiyan and frowned as he followed his movements as he fought against Frieza. He doesn't seem to be under Frieza's orders, or at least not anymore. Whis chuckled. The Saiyan lost control the moment he became a Super Saiyan. Now he's more beast than anything. Milim began to follow the fight with a grin on her face. Hey Harry, can I fight one of them? Everyone turned to look towards Milim, who was now bouncing from foot to foot in excitement. Bulma looked confused while Whis, who had already felt her power, just smiled. Harry chuckled and then nodded. Leave the Saiyan to me, you take care of Frieza. Milim nodded and was very excited about having to fight someone strong. Whis then spoke to Harry. Goku and Vegeta seemed to have something planned, so all you have to do is keep the Saiyan busy for a while. Harry nodded and then turned his head towards Kunu. Kunu, you stay here and keep Bulma safe, okay? Kunu nodded and summoned her Keyblade, which surprised both Bulma and Whis. Bulma more than anything, since she knew about the Keyblades thanks to Harry and was very surprised someone else could wield one. Kunu then smiled. Leave Miss Bulma to me, Harry. Go and have fun. Harry smiled at Kunu, he then turned his head towards Milim and nodded at her. Suddenly both took off flying at high speed towards their targets, while Bulma walked up to Kunu knowing that she can trust her because she came with Harry. Kunu smiled at Bulma. So you're Miss Bulma. Harry told us a lot about you and your adventures looking for the Dragon Balls. Bulma smiled remembering those days of crazy adventures with both Goku and Harry. Meanwhile, Whis focused entirely on the fight that was about to take place. Harry wasn't the same young man he met a while ago. No, he had become something akin to Zeno-sama, perhaps not on the same level but he seemed to be catching up to him. So he was very interested to see just how powerful Harry has become and what sort of surprise he might hold now. He sure is full of surprises after all. Broly was about to slap the gold annoyance that got in his way out of the way but suddenly a pink blur crashed against it and took him far away from him. Broly, of course, was a bit confused as to what happened but suddenly somebody blurred right in front of him. Broly barely had time to lean his head away from a kick this new opponent just lashed out at him, but the black-haired guy suddenly spun at high speed in midair and suddenly lashed out with a back kick that hit him on the chest sending him flying and crashing against a mountain of molten rock. Harry looked down and soon enough the unknown scion suddenly shot out of the mountain he just sent him crashing against and headed his way while being engulfed in a greenish aura. As soon as the scion reached him he began to lash out at Harry with a multitude of punches. Harry blocked and dodged them but he growled as he began to feel some pain in his arms. Shit. No wonder Vegeta and Goku were having a hard time. This guy is adapting and getting stronger by the second. But, it still isn't enough. Harry dodged a kick by flying down and then pointed his hands toward the scion. Ha! Harry roared as he began to shoot a multitude of ki blasts at the scion from below. The scion didn't expect such a counter and was barraged by Harry's rain of ki blast from below him. Harry then suddenly stopped and whipped his hand back and began to charge an enormous amount of ki into his hand that began to lash out with arcs of lightning. The scion suddenly rushed down towards Harry and roared as he tried to punch Harry but the dragon god disappeared in a flash of twilight and reappeared behind the scion. Let's see if you can tank this. Light grenade. Harry waved his arms then pointed his hands towards the scion's back and blasted his technique right onto his spine. A massive explosion engulfed the scion and sent him flying back screaming in both rage and pain. Harry immediately raised a hand up and then black clouds above him began to gather, crackle and boom with lightning and thunder. Harry used chakra and mixed it with his ki and then whipped his hand down towards the scion who roared towards him in rage. Begone with the thunderclap. Kirin. A massive dragon of lightning chakra and ki suddenly roared and shot down from the black clouds. The chakra construct crashed against the scion who howled in pain and he found himself trapped inside the lightning chakra and ki dragon until it exploded in a giant pillar of lightning and plasma. Bulma gasped in shock and surprise while Kuna raised her keyblade and raised a barrier to protect Bulma from the lightning storm created by Harry's techniques detonating. Whis, however, grinned amazing, such power and control. For a second there I sense him mix two sources of energy and take control of the forces of nature themselves. Kunu giggles. You sound like Harry couldn't already do this when he was in this world, Mr. Whis. Whis chuckled. My dear child, Harry was capable of many amazing things back when he was in this world but the speed and skill he's showing right now not only with his techniques but the movement has vastly improved. That lightning dragon technique he just used would have taken him charging it up for a few seconds maybe a minute before but now? Now it was almost instant. Whis grinned excitedly and Kunu pondered at everything Whis just told her. It seems that Harry still wasn't at his peak when he was in this world which means sometime later he was able to go even further beyond in both power level and skill. Whis then smiled as he saw Harry prepare another technique knowing that the scion wasn't even close to being done and it seems that he's more cautious as well, powerful and cautious, my what a terrifying combination, though. I wonder if he has mastered what I taught him yet. Now that made Kunu very curious since even when Harry had arrived at Kyoto he had been training to master a certain type of technique meant to help him face even the gods of destruction of this world. He had hinted at his super secret training and had been trying to master whatever it was for a few years now. But he had never revealed what it was and it seems like Mr. Whis knew about it, and as Harry blasted a massive red key ball at the scion that seemed okay even after tanking Harry's Kirin to the face, Kunu couldn't help but wonder what sort of technique an angel like Mr. Whis has taught Harry. Chapter 120. Frisia was completely and utterly shocked at just how powerful young Broly is and even though right now he faced him in his golden form he was still overwhelming him by a large margin. A surprise since even those two monkeys Goku and Vegeta had a bit of a hard time the first time he unleashed his golden form. But Broly was beating him senseless so easily that it was getting ridiculous and so Frisia was losing his patience and was about to explode in rage when he was suddenly tackled by a pink blur that not only pushed the air out his lungs but made him feel quite a bit of pain as well. He couldn't even do anything when he was suddenly thrown off by the pink blur and sent flying towards the ground, but he twirled in midair and landed on his feet before he could crash against the ground. He then glared up towards the sky and saw who was the insolent mongrel who had manhandled him. A petite pink-haired girl floated up at the sky with a cocky smirk on her face as she looked down at him. The girl then suddenly spoke, "So you're Frisia. I heard quite a bit of you from Harry, but honestly, you're not that impressive. I wonder why Harry is so cautious of you." Frisia's eyes widened in rage. Not only is this girl speaking to him like he was nothing short of a hindrance, but she had mentioned that damn lizard as well. Harry? The hairy lizard is here. I see, so he must be back from his so-called travels. That's perfect. Now I have the chance to pay him back for all the humiliation I have suffered at his hand. Milim raised an eyebrow and tilted her head. You weren't a match against him and Gaku on Namek, and you weren't one when you came back to life. What makes you think you can beat him now? Especially when he's hundreds of times more powerful than he was when he last was here. Frisia gaped at the words that this girl just spoke. That damn lizard got even stronger? How? How does he keep getting stronger and stronger? It makes no sense. That growth is unnatural. Milim suddenly grinned at Frisia. Besides, you shouldn't worry about Harry, it's me you should worry about. I'm not very good at holding back and all my toys always get broken, but I hope you will at least last a bit. Milim then roared and her body exploded with a pink aura. Frisia widened his eyes in surprise, but then Milim disappeared and appeared right in front of Frisia, shocking him fast. Milim grinned and then got ready to punch Frisia. My name is Milim Nava. One of Harry's girlfriends and a true demon lord. Do try to last some time, Frisia. Frisia barely had time to react and block a punch from Milim, but he soon regretted it as he felt the bones on his arms vibrate from the blow, but he didn't get any chance to even absorb that information as he was forced to suddenly block and dodge a barrage of blows from Milim. Meanwhile, Milim was excited. Frisia didn't die from her punch in one blow. In fact, he was dodging and blocking most of her attacks, and that doesn't happen often. She now knew why Harry was cautious of Frisia. He's not a pushover and is as tenacious as herself, and so for the first time in a while Milim was excited about a fight. That was bad news for Frisia, who was struggling to block and dodge Milim's attacks, but what was really getting on his nerves is that she was smiling and laughing like she was having the time of her life. Broly roared towards the person who had attacked him so powerfully and watched as he created a massive orb of ki. The power behind that attack had the hairs on Broly's body stand up, and he knew what was coming was going to be big, so he got ready. Harry watched as Broly began to charge up his ki in response to his attack. I see, he's not completely out of control, there's a bit of consciousness in his mind. The way he adapts and learns is impressive as well, but what kind of scion is he? Harry had used his Rinnegan and his observe skill on Broly the moment he felt his attack hurt even a bit. He learned all his information as he watched as his stats continued to increase as time went on, along with the amount of ki he had, which has been increasing as well. It was perplexing to Harry, who had only seen this sort of thing in some of the most powerful beings he has battled before. It's not only that, it's like he's in a constant loop of increasing and healing as well. It's like he's constantly receiving Zenkai boosts for just surviving the influx of his own power. Throughout his fight with Broly, he watched as he healed and got stronger by the second. It was like the Scion genes in Broly were tailored towards battle and survival. It's like he was born to be nothing but a beast. Harry frowned at this, and even more so when he learned everything Broly had gone through thanks to his observe skill, the abuse from his father, the betrayal of King Vegeta, and the years he spent surviving in that desolate and dangerous planet he called home. It made Harry understand one thing, and that was that Broly wasn't a bad guy but just the result of circumstance and bad people seeking to control something that was way out of their ability to control. It was all very sad to Harry. But it also brought about a bit of excitement in him, since Broly could pose a fight against him in his base form, and that's saying quite a lot since not many can boast to be able to do the same. So with a smile on his face, Harry waved his hand toward Broly. The massive orb of ki he had formed above him suddenly began to spin and shot a multitude of smaller orbs of ki toward Broly. Broly in response roared and shot off towards Harry, engulfed in his green ki while tanking the orbs of ki raining down on him. This caused Harry to chuckle in amusement, and as soon as Broly appeared in front of Harry, he caught one of his punches with one hand. You're certainly strong, Broly, and quite talented in battle. Broly growled and began to violently pull on his hand to try and set it free from Harry's grasp, but the Dragon God just smiled and continued speaking. It's been a while since I felt pain, especially since my scales are very strong, but I felt that punch, so how about we have a little fun while we wait for Vegeta and Goku to arrive? Broly, despite being out of control, calmed down a little bit hearing Harry's tone of voice, and Harry, seeing he had relaxed, he let him go. He then nodded. I know, Broly, what it feels to be alone and being treated as a freak. I know how it feels to be mistreated by family when instead you should be protected and cared for. I know how it feels to have that beast inside you roar and flail about wanting to be free, so, let it free. Show me what you got and let's have some fun. Broly stayed in the air and stared into Harry's eyes for a few moments in silence. He didn't understand why or how, but Harry's voice was reaching him from deep within his mind and he understood that Harry was like him. Whis chuckled as he watched Harry connect to another person on a deep level. It was something unique to Harry, something that perplexed him quite a bit. Harry has always been a very unique existence, his growth, his power, and his ability to connect to others. At first it might not seem important, but even Lord Beerus has been affected by Harry's ability to connect to others. It's a power that not only makes him stronger but also those he connects to. Whis turned his head towards where the pink-haired girl was beating Frisia left and right with a fun-filled smile on her face. He then moved his gaze towards the girl with animal features who was watching Harry fight with a big smile on her face. These two are also connected to Harry and both of them could give Lord Beerus a run for his money. Phew, just what have you been doing all of this time, Harry? Whis closed his eyes with a smile on his face as he reminisced about the time Harry participated in the Tournament of Power. Back then Harry wasn't this powerful or skillful and he hadn't become a god yet. That was another surprise to Whis as well. Harry had become a god, a true god that is not like the Super Saiyan god both Vegeta and Goku have mastered. No, Harry had become a god with control over various concepts, and that was impressive in itself. Sure, he had the seeds of divinity back then, but he and Beerus never thought he would actually become a god. But then again, Harry Potter is just full of surprises. He even somehow become a Saiyan too. Broly stared at Harry and growled before nodding, letting Harry know that he heard him. Harry smiled and watched as Broly roared and powered up once again. Meanwhile, Harry was also watching what Vegeta and Goku were doing with a monitoring spell. He watched as both argued and then eventually danced around and fused into a fat fusion of themselves. Fusion, hey? Makes me curious what the result will be. Both Trunks and Goten are extremely powerful when they both fuse after all. Harry nodded and then grinned at Broly. We have at least 1 hour before my friends come here to join in on the fun, Broly. So let's make it count. Broly in response only roared and then shot forward towards Harry, who yelled and engulfed his body in a green and black aura and received Broly's barrage of attacks with his own. Every blow sent shockwaves everywhere, further destroying the area and causing everyone in the area to stare up in surprise at the sheer destruction caused by just both Harry and Broly clashing against each other. Both Kunu and Milim smiled as they watched Harry fight with a smile on his face. Despite his peaceful nature and the fact that he was an inventor and a creator didn't change the fact that Harry enjoyed a good fight, and it showed right now with how happy he seemed to be fighting against Broly. Frisia stared towards Harry in shock and anger as he watched him fight Broly and match him blow for blow, something he was unable to do even in his golden form. How does he keep getting so strong? It makes no sense. Milim turned her head away from Harry's fight and giggled. Wouldn't you like to know? Frisia growled at Milim, who just shrugged. I'm afraid that Harry's source of power is a secret to everyone who isn't family or friends. Besides, you knowing that information wouldn't change a thing. After all, you will never catch up Harry. Frisia glared at Milim in pure unadulterated rage as his body exploded and engulfed itself with a golden aura. Milim just smirked. Oops. I just pushed the Harry button, hey. Frisia roared and then shot himself toward Milim and tried to hit her, but no matter how hard he tried he couldn't touch her. That only served to feed his rage further. Milim easily dodged all of Frisia's attacks. Wow. You are really prone to getting very angry, but that just makes you sloppy. Milim suddenly dodged a punch to her face and twirled around Frisia's arm. Frisia's eyes widened in shock and couldn't do anything but receive a chop to the neck by Milim that sent him flying back. Milim then shot forward and followed Frisia's flailing body and appeared in front of his flying trajectory. She then lashed out an elbow that struck Frisia on his spine, making him scream in pain. Milim then swung around and backheeled Frisia in the ribs, sending him crashing down towards the ground. Milim then pointed an open palm toward Frisia while her body was engulfed in a pink aura as she began to charge her next attack. Let's try this one. Grand Ray 0. A massive beam of black and pink energy shot forward from Milim's hand and raced towards a still recovering Frisia. The frost alien only had time to widen his eyes in both surprise and shock as he was blasted by Milim's spiritual and ki mixed Grand Ray 0. Bulma screamed from within Kunu's barrier as a massive explosion and boom shook the planet. Whis however smiled. Oh ho ho. How marvelous. What sort of strange and unique technique is that? I believe I've seen Harry use it before, but I've never thought to ask about it. This one was mixed with ki and something else though. Kunu smiled and answered Whis' question. That was a Grand Ray 0 and it's using the power within the negative side of the soul to bring about a massive beam of destruction. Normally it wouldn't have much effect on powerful living beings, but by mixing it with ki? Well, you saw the result. Whis nodded and smiled. Interesting. So that energy I felt before is the power of the soul. Yes, it is quite powerful, but it didn't have much effect when Harry used it in the Tournament of Power. Why didn't he mix it with ki then? Kunu shook her head. Perhaps he couldn't do that yet, or since it's Harry who is using it, it might have been far more powerful than necessary, so maybe he held back as well. You know about his title, right? Whis nodded. The Master of Death was it? Kunu nodded. Yes, that's right, that title makes spiritual type techniques and attacks extremely powerful, plus with Harry, it actually damages the soul, so maybe he didn't want to hurt anyone like that. Whis hummed. I see, so he was limiting his skill set so as to not kill anyone. It's true that the Tournament of Power had limits placed upon the participants, so that might have forced Harry to hold back quite a bit. Extraordinary, to think that he might have been holding back even then. Whis chuckled in amusement. Harry was a menace in the Tournament of Power and that earned him the respect and fear of the contestants, but to think that even then he was holding back because of the rules set by Zeno-sama. Now I'm even more curious than ever to the extent of your power, Harry. Milim looked down towards Frisia and watched as his golden form dissipated and he became white in color as he laid there on the ground injured and unconscious. Milim huffed and crossed her arms. So much for the Emperor of the Universe, then again he was beaten around by that big guy for a while before we arrived. Milim turned her head towards where Harry and the big scion were fighting at full force, or at last Broly is, and smiled as she watched her boyfriend smirk as he dodge a punch and retaliate with one of his own towards Broly's body, only for the big scion to block it with a knee and then try to grab Harry by the head. Milim grinned while she watched Harry disappear as a blur, only to appear behind the big scion, who disappeared and reappeared in a blur beside Harry. Both fighters then began to do that non-stop, looking for an opening. Wow! That big guy is catching up to Harry in his current level of power. Not bad. Harry blurred out of the way from a kick, only for his eyes to widen when Broly suddenly waved an arm at him where he had reappeared and blasted a key shockwave towards him. Harry covered his body with his arms and the energy shockwave crashed against him and exploded. Broly shot off towards Harry immediately and punched towards him while he was covering his body with his arms. Harry growled and moved to the side and twirled around Broly. He suddenly jumped back and then shot forward toward Broly and hit him with a high kick to the head, but Broly caught it and began to whip Harry around while dropping from the sky towards the ground at high speed. Intending to slam Harry onto the ground, Broly roared and whipped him towards the ground while Harry growled. Suddenly Harry's body exploded in smoke and Broly found himself slamming a log onto the ground, which confused him. But Harry didn't give him any chance to even ponder what had happened and appeared behind Broly and jumped while twisting his entire body in mid-air. Broly didn't notice until he was struck in the back of the head by a spinning knee, which made the big scion lurch forwards while grunting in pain. Harry cupped his hands and suddenly roared Kamehameha. Harry shot his cupped hands forward directly on Broly's opened back and blasted him with a massive blue beam of ki that dragged him away from the dragon god, screaming in pain. But Broly suddenly roared and engulfed his body in a shroud of green ki that caused Harry's blue beam of ki to explode. Harry chuckled, finding Broly's stubbornness amusing. Well, you're certainly tenacious. Broly suddenly appeared in front of Harry engulfed in green ki and launched a barrage of punches, forcing Harry to backpedal and dodge them all. Harry's green eyes suddenly glowed as he pointed his opened hands towards Broly. Shinra Tensei. Broly was caught off guard by the sudden and violent force and was pushed back a bit, but the big scion suddenly smashed his hand on the ground and stopped himself from being pushed away. Harry grinned. You stopped that with only brute force? Pretty cool. Broly actually grinned a bit and suddenly shot forward on all fours while Harry continued to try and sent him flying with his Shinra Tensei, but Broly eventually caught up to Harry, forcing him to stop his technique in favor of dodging a kick to the chest. But Broly immediately moved forward and lashed out an elbow towards Harry, which caught him in the chest, causing him to grunt. He suddenly roared and pointed both open hands towards Broly. Ha! Broly found himself right in front of a barrage of ki blasts. The ki blasts crashed and violently exploded all over Broly's body, causing him to grunt in pain. Meanwhile, Harry took a big breath and suddenly belched a stream of red-hot flames that engulfed Broly's body. Broly roared as he felt the flames of Harry's fire breathing begin to burn his skin. It said a lot that magma didn't bother Broly, but Harry's flames were actually beginning to burn him. Broly, not wanting to burn into ash, suddenly took off flying away from Harry and the flames. Harry followed him with his fire breath for a bit before stopping and staring at Broly, who continued to fly forward. Kunu smiled and shook her head. Even though Harry is holding back, he seems to be having a lot of fun. I think this is the first time I've seen him get damaged too. Too bad his healing factor is healing everything that big guy is dishing out so fast. Bulma, Harry is holding back? Just how strong did he become? He was already pretty strong and could fight and beat both Vegeta and Goku, but you make it sound like he's not even trying now. Kunu smiled at Bulma. It's because he isn't trying right now. The fact that he hasn't taken on another form or powered up is a big sign he's not going all out. In fact, I'm sure he's just having fun. Bulma nodded and stared at Harry. She still remembers when she met him so long ago along with Goku and MT Baozu. According to Goku, Harry someday just suddenly appeared sometime after his grandpa died and stayed with him to take care of him and train. It was later during their adventures to find the Dragon Balls that she and Goku learned about who and what he was. At the time he was just a Dragon Lord who was going around different worlds learning and growing stronger. Gaku of course accepted it right away and was happy to learn from Harry. Her though, she was flabbergasted at what Harry had said. His existence proved the multiverse theory, and that just tickled her scientist brain. She did a lot of tests with Harry after they finished their first adventure, and while Gaku and he were training with Master Roshi, he would sometimes come to visit her. From all those tests she found a lot of new things. She learned about other sources of energy, about supernatural physiology, and what it meant to be a dragon for Harry. Over time he became a good friend and one that always visited her and her family, something Gaku wasn't good at. But even though Harry liked to train and get stronger, he also liked spending time with his friends and loved ones. The fact that he always took time to check on her and their other friends is proof of that, plus he was also very smart and liked to learn from her and her father. Now that same powerful and intelligent boy she met had become something beyond whatever she had predicted. She can feel it in her bones after all. She knew that Harry had become something extraordinary and she couldn't wait to hear all about what he's been up to in his travels. Broly suddenly roared loudly and then pointed an open hand towards Harry and shot forward a massive orb of green ki towards him. Harry widened his eyes a bit and frowned at the massive orb of ki. Hey? So I can't dodge because this would blow up the planet. Pretty smart, but unfortunately for you, this tactic doesn't work on someone like me. Harry waved his arm in front of him and opened a massive portal using his control over space, and then opened another one in front of Broly, who could only widen his eyes in shock before being blasted by his own massive orb of ki that exploded soon after, shaking the planet from the force of the blast. Whis raised an eyebrow and tilted his head. How peculiar, to be able to rip space itself in two places simultaneously and so fast, so he really became a god. Whis watched as the explosion subsided and Broly seemed a bit shaken by what had happened, and Whis could understand why. Having your attack flung back at you so fast and so easily is disturbing enough as it is. But the fact that Broly actually felt that must have brought some apprehension in his heart as well. Lucky for him, it seems both Gaku and Vegeta are finally done with what they're doing. Whis smiled knowing that Harry can now tag out since Vegeta and Gaku were ready, and he hoped that he can now answer a few questions. Harry looked up at Broly and smiled, but he suddenly felt a new key signature that made him sigh. He then teleported right in front of Broly and grinned. Looks like we're done playing for now, big guy, but don't worry. Someone else will play with you now. At that moment a new individual teleported right beside Harry and gazed at him from his side. He then smirked at Harry. Well, if it isn't Harry, it is nice to see you, but do you mind if I cut in? This guy and I have some unfinished business to deal with. Harry chuckled. So you did fuse, hey? What's your name then? The new individual pointed a thumb towards his chest and with a grin, he stated his name. I'm Gogeta. Harry nodded and then smiled. All right Gogeta, go have your turn. Let's see what you can do. Gogeta nodded and Harry teleported away from the area. The Scion Fusion turned towards Broly and smiled. Sorry to keep you waiting, but let's have some fun now. Broly, now that Harry was gone, roared and engulfed his body with his green ki and launched himself towards Gogeta, ready to fight once again. Gogeta smirked and launched himself towards Broly to fight him with everything he has. Harry teleported right beside Kunu and soon after Milim arrived as well, as both Gogeta and Broly began to fight at full force. Milim jumped on Harry's back and laughed. Looks like you had some fun, Harry. Harry chuckled and nodded. Definitely, it's been a while since I had a fight like that. Harry raised his hands up to his face and grinned. If I had fought Broly back when I was here I would have lost. He's stronger than Jiren. Whis chuckled. You're right, Harry. It's a good thing you've gotten stronger and wiser as well to have noticed that. Harry looked over at Whis and nodded. Bulma smiled as she watched Gogeta fight against Broly. Ah. They did a fusion. Whis tilted his head. Fusion. Harry was the one who decided to answer Whis' question while Bulma was distracted by watching the fight. Yet it's a technique where two individuals fuse together to create a being far more powerful than the originals individually. The downside is that it only lasts an hour. Whis hummed as he looked towards the fight and watched as Gogeta and Broly flew all over the place while trading powerful blows against each other. So like the Potara earrings, I see. How marvelous. Harry nodded and then sighed. So can anyone explain what happened here, and where Broly even came from? Plus, what is Frieza even doing here? Suddenly Gogeta and Broly crashed against the ground and began to fight underground and inside a giant pool of magma. Harry was using his Rinnegan to keep a close eye on the fight while he spoke with everyone. Bulma, unable to see the fight anymore, decided to answer Harry's questions. Well, apparently Frieza had a few of his goons steal the Dragon Balls from my lab. We don't know why though, but when we found said goons, Frieza appeared here and he brought that big Scion and an old one with him. Harry nodded and was a bit worried about the fact that Frieza came looking for the Dragon Balls. I'm going to have to do something about that. Bulma continued while the ground shook from the fight going on underground. Suddenly Harry felt something shatter reality but decided to actively begin to fix it while Bulma spoke. We still have to get the Dragon Balls back. Frieza's men still have them. Harry turned his head towards Kunu and Milim. Do you girls mind looking for them? They're these orange orbs, these stars inside them, there's 7 of them too. Milim and Kunu smiled and nodded. Soon after both took off flying while Harry began to protect Bulma. Now that Kunu left, don't worry, the girls will find them soon. But why did you have the Dragon Balls, Bulma? Bulma blushed and stuttered a bit. But Whis chuckled and answered the question instead of Bulma. Apparently Miss Bulma has been collecting the Dragon Balls on and off to wish for a few years off of her so she could look younger, and of course, just in case they're needed. Harry deadpanned at Bulma, which made her blush crimson red. Bulma couldn't take it and exploded. You don't understand, Harry. It's hard to be the wife of a scion when they don't age. I have to do something to keep you. Ouch. Bulma grabbed her forehead after Harry flicked her out of her rant and glared at him while Harry just continued to deadpan Bulma. You can't just use the Dragon Balls for something like that, what's wrong with you? Bulma slumped defeated and looked down, making Harry shake his head and sigh. Bulma then looked up at Harry. Sorry, Harry. Harry just chuckled and nodded. You haven't changed one bit, Bulma. Still the crazy and short-fused woman as ever, but don't worry, I can actually grant you eternal youth, so please stop using the Dragon Balls for things like that, okay? Bulma's eyes sparkled while she nodded vigorously while Whis chuckled. Suddenly the air cracked above them like glass, and both Broly and Gogeta appeared in the sky still fighting. This time however Gogeta seemed to have turned into Super Saiyan God Blue and was beating Broly around now. Harry looked up and watched as Gogeta blasted Broly with a few interesting key techniques. Meanwhile, both Kunu and Milim arrived where Frisia's ship was located. They followed the energy signatures from the beings inside to find it and wasted no time in blasting themselves into the ship to look for the Dragon Balls. Of course, Frisia's men attacked them and tried to kill them, but they were no match for the true Demon Lord and the Nine-Tailed Fox. Both took out and killed many of Frisia's men and eventually found 2 aliens running with the Dragon Balls. A female alien, with white hair and green skin, stopped and pointed her gun at the girls who just stared at them. Her partner who was behind her and holding the Dragon Balls also stopped and glared at the girls. But both Kunu and Milim just smiled. Kunu then spoke up. I'm going to have to ask you to hand over those Dragon Balls, they don't belong to Frisia or you both for that matter. The green-skinned female alien shook her head and glared at both girls. No way. We have to help Broly before he gets killed fighting that other guy out there. The green-skinned alien suddenly shot her weapon and fired a laser at Kunu, but the Nine-Tailed Fox summoned her Keyblade and easily blocked the laser. The green-skinned female alien growled, seeing her weapon be useless against her. Milim grinned. Look, you both don't seem like bad guys, or at least not like the other guys we found in here, so just hand over the Dragon Balls and we won't hurt you, okay? The green-skinned female alien frowned, looked down, and began to tear up. The other alien beside her looked at her worriedly. Keelet. The now revealed Keelet shook her head. Limo, we have to help Broly. Both Milim and Kunu turned their head towards each other and stared into each other's eyes for a few seconds. Milim shrugged, letting Kunu know that she didn't care what happens and that she could do whatever she wanted. Kunu smiled and then turned her head towards Keelet and Limo. Look, maybe we can help you. I'm sure we can help Broly, if only because my boyfriend had fun with him. So how about you come with us and we can do something about all of this, okay? Usually, Keelet wouldn't trust someone she just met, especially when said person seemed to be very dangerous, but right now she just wanted to help Broly, so she nodded. Limo walked up to Kunu and handed over the Dragon Balls. Kunu then put them within her fluffy tails for safekeeping and then teleported everyone back to Harry. As the fight between Broly and Gogeta continued to escalate, Harry took advantage to learn a few key attacks and fighting techniques from both fighters. Gogeta then began to blast Broly with a massive key blast which shook the area and unleashed a massive shockwave. Whis smiled and stared at the explosion intently. Wonderful. Harry nodded in agreement. That technique was very powerful and he knew that even he would have felt it. Suddenly Kunu and Milim teleported back to them with 2 new additions. Harry raised an eyebrow as he watched the aliens panic as soon as they saw him. The female alien even pointed a finger at him. You're the one Broly had a hard time fighting. The other alien glared but seemed more afraid than anything. Harry turned his head towards Kunu, who just smiled and began to explain. I didn't feel any darkness in their hearts, so I knew they weren't bad guys like the others we found in Frisia's ship. They want to help Broly, so I decided to bring them to you and see if you can and want to give them a hand. Harry smiled at Kunu and then turned towards the female alien. All right, mind telling me your names? And if you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you're notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.